Brian Michael Bendis, probably one of the most famous names in comic books, up there with the likes of Stan Lee, Jack Kirby, um, Jeff Johns, Jim Shooter, Jim Lee, like all the comic book greats that we know. Brian Michael Bendis is up there with them. And for good reason. He revolutionized comics in the late 90s, early 2000s. You know, comic books had hit a bit of a low. Marvel and DC were struggling, and Marvel were lucky to have Brian on their side, and he helped create the Ultimate Universe, which created a whole new avenue for Marvel to gain a completely new audience, an audience who didn't grow up with comic books, and so, because at the time it was too hard to jump into something like Spider-Man. So, you know, Brian came up with Ultimate Spider-Man, and that took off, and, you know, he helped create and develop, like, the Ultimate X-Men and Ultimate Fantastic Four, and sculpted an entire universe. And since then, he'd written Daredevil, he'd written New Avengers, he'd written The Avengers, he'd written all sorts of stuff. Moon Knight, he became known as the man with the golden touch because everything he was creating was just gold. Like, it sold, and it was good. Like, a lot of the stories he was writing were incredible. And for a long time, he stuck with Marvel. Like, he became one of their most prolific writers. I mean, if you have hired someone who has created banger after banger, you're not gonna let them go to the other side. You know, you're gonna want to keep him around. So, you know, Marvel were paying him a lot of money to stick with them so that he wouldn't flip over to DC because they wanted him to be creating all this stuff for them, which is completely understandable. But at a certain point, I wouldn't say that Brian lost his touch, but he definitely hit a point at Marvel where the stuff that he was producing wasn't hitting the same way that his earlier work was. You know, he was doing, like, Avengers Age of Ultron, which is well known and is like pretty famous, but as a story, it wasn't anything groundbreaking. But he also created Miles Morales, and he was doing that at around the same time. So, you know, you got one thing that's not super great, but at the same time, you're doing something that's still great. Eventually, Brian wanted to switch things up and switch companies. So DC offered him a job to come and work for them, and Brian decided to take the job. And one of the things that DC told Brian to get him over to their side was that if he wrote for them, he could write whatever he wanted. He could pick any character he wanted. That's one of the first things they asked him was, who do you want to write? And Brian said he wanted to write Superman. He picked Superman. He wanted to write Superman. And DC decided to give him Superman because it's Brian Michael Bendis. Like, you don't tell Brian Michael Bendis what to do. You ask him what he wants to do. That's how much power Brian had at the time. Like, he had as much power as people like Jeff Johns did during the early years of DC. Eventually, Jeff Johns' power at DC would become diminished as he became more independent. But, like, Brian kind of retained that status in the comic industry. And I think DC were desperate enough that they wanted him, that they were willing to do anything for him. And, yeah, that meant giving him Superman. Not just giving him Superman, giving him pretty much full creative control over Superman, which, for one of the big two characters, that's a huge deal. Like, creatives are often, you know, bossed around, like, not, I wouldn't say bossed around, but, like, they are guided by editorial in a way that the company wants the character to be. You know, like, they're still given enough freedom to write stories that they want to, but editorial will often give them mandates that they have to meet. But things were different with Brian when he took over Superman. He had a lot more freedom because you don't keep Brian from doing his thing. So yeah, he had full creative freedom with Superman, and DC were incredibly generous too, because not only were they going to give him the main Superman title to write, but they were also going to give him the Action Comics spin-off series to write as well, which was Superman's second title, which it's been a long time since a writer has written both titles. It's not very common at all. Often, especially more recently, one writer would write Superman, the other writer would write Action Comics. So it was kind of surprising and to a lot of people that they were announcing Brian to be writing both, and there was a little bit of uneasiness amongst fans at this announcement, because not only did fans get used to having different writers for both books, but also, you know, writing two books is, like, writing one book is a lot of work. Writing two books, it's even more work, and so I think some fans were afraid of Brian stretching himself too thin, of writing two books, two major books. But, you know, I think that kind of worry was pushed aside because, again, it was Brian Michael Bendis, so your conceit going into this is going to be, well, it's gonna be a good run. It's gonna be a good series because it's Brian Michael Bendis. He didn't right away, like, it wasn't straight away that he started writing his Superman title either. He actually began with a 6-issue miniseries called The Man of Steel, which kind of builds up the story of his run and, sets up both his Superman run and his Action Comics run. And one positive thing that I will say about this whole deal, like the Brian Michael Bendis Superman stuff, is that his Superman run and Action Comics run aren't really tied together all that much, which is both a good and a bad thing. There's things that will come up a bit later. I'll go more into it, but one of the good things about that is it means that you don't have to read both of them to understand what's going on in either title. You can either read Superman, or you can read Action Comics, or you can read both. But you don't have to read both to understand the story, which I appreciate when spin-off titles aren't necessary to understand what's going on in the main title. So I'm glad that they went with that route. But yeah, it's interesting because when I was coming up with this video idea, because for a long time I was deciding one day I'm going to make a video where I talk about all of Brian Michael Bendis' Superman. And by all of his Superman, I'm not including Action Comics. This video will not include Action Comics. That will be a separate video that I will do at some point in the future. The reason being that there is an event called Event Leviathan that ties heavily into Brian Michael Bendis' Action Comics run, and so I'd rather cover his Action Comics once I get to Event Leviathan. So this video is going to be all of the Man of Steel and his entire 28-issue Superman run. I will be doing the whole thing because it's one of the most controversial Superman runs of all time, and I want to do a full deep dive into the series, really look at it critically, just be 100% honest on, like, what is good, what is bad. I've always found myself to be pretty good at critiquing comic books and not being biased towards things. Like, I mean, I've read some runs that I love recently in The Flash, and I feel like I've been quite open with both the good and the bad things. Like, there are things I haven't liked, and I've always been outspoken about that. So I'm hoping to kind of shine light on this series, tell you what's good about it, tell you what's bad about it, tell you if it's worth reading, and just kind of, yeah, do the whole deal. Like, what's the deal with the Brian Michael Bendis Superman run? I'm about to tell you. So, before I get into the actual comic book itself, I want to talk a little bit about, because I did a little bit of preparation before I started doing this video, because I wanted to learn a little bit more about how this series came about. Obviously, I've already talked about, Brian being hired by DC, but something worth of note is that Brian did a interview for Time magazine, when it was a huge deal. Him being announced to be writing Superman, massive deal. So he got an interview with Time about doing Superman, and in the interview he talks about doing Superman. And I was watching the interview and I was like, man, I really love listening to Brian talk about comic books, because you can tell that there's so much passion. He's talking about how, like, he sees comic books as, like, our mythology. Like, there's all sorts of mythologies for different religions, and superheroes are one of those mythologies, which is a great way of thinking about it. I like that's the kind of mindset that Grant Morrison tends to have when it comes to superheroes, and I think it's a pretty good mindset to have, is that comic books it's a mythology, and the superheroes are the gods of that mythology that we like to look up to and learn from, like, learn our morals from, of, like, what's right and wrong. And so he was talking about how, like, growing up reading comics, he learned how to read through comic books. That's how he learned how to read. And he also learned his morals from reading comic books like Superman. And he talks about how lucky he is, how like grateful he is that DC has given him the chance to write Superman. And at this point in time, Superman and Lois were happily married, and they had their son John, and so Brian is talking about how he's looking forward to doing something with that. Like, he's looking forward to the kind of stories that he can do with that. Like, there's so many stories that can come from Clark and his son, and Clark and Lois being, a happily, like, he's not used to writing stories where the characters are happily married, and that he's looking forward to getting to do that, and getting to write characters like that, and getting to write John and Clark, and I'm listening to him talk about this, and I'm like, man, I'm actually kind of getting hyped to read this, because this man sounds passionate about Superman, and it sounds like he's going to write an incredibly good Superman run. So it was very easy for me to watch that interview and be like, all right, let's get straight to reading this. So yeah, I thought I'd talk about that interview. If you haven't seen it, I definitely recommend watching it. It's pretty easy to watch, because he's just a great man to listen to. I think he's great at talking about comic books. So yeah, before we get straight into it, because we're gonna get straight into the Man of Steel. But before we do, please subscribe if you're not subscribed, and hit the like button, and comment below about, what you like about the Bendis run, what you don't like about the Bendis run. Yeah, and heck, even comment about, like, what your favorite works of Bendis are, and and hit the notification bell as well, so you don't miss future notifications for videos. So, before we start talking about the Man of Steel, there's actually a couple of stories that we need to talk about that Brian had written in some previous DC comics, starting with Action Comics issue 1000, where Brian wrote a story called The Truth, with art by Jim Lee and Scott Williams. These stories kind of set up Brian's overall... these stories set up the Man of Steel, which then sets up his entire run. So the story begins with Superman just getting completely just destroyed by something. Like, he is sent flying through the city, clearly punched in the face or something. like just bouncing through the city, smashing through cars until he crashes directly into a cafe where the cafe owner and her friend are just completely surprised to see Superman crashing into it. Not only because he's supposed to be indestructible, and currently he's bruised and bleeding, but also this cafe owner has lived in Metropolis for 5 years, and Superman has never passed by her cafe. She's never actually seen him, even though he's been living there and operating for so long. This is where we get a little bit of what people call Bendis speak, which is where Brian Michael Bendis loves to have, like, either main characters or, like, NPCs, like these side characters, these one-off characters that we get to see, making little jokes to each other and kind of, like, talking about, like, sometimes a little bit of meta speak, like, it's Brian speaking through the characters on, like, opinions that he has in comics. This one being, they talk about the fact that Superman has his red underpants again, because when Rebirth started, which was the soft reboot of DC, and also when New 52 started, like, they'd gotten rid of Superman's undies, and he didn't have them until now. Like, from 2011 till 2018, he had no undies, and Brian brought them back, and he speaks through the characters. He has them talking about how Superman just isn't Superman without the undies. So we get, like, Brian's opinion on that. So while they're talking about Superman's underpants, which is a little bit weird, this thing responsible for sending Superman crashing through the cafe shows up. This big dude with a giant axe, like a giant weapon that's an axe on one end, a sword on the other. He's got, like, gray skin, sharp teeth, no nose, and if you imagine, like, what a generic big villain with gray skin would look like and sharp teeth, like, you can probably already imagine what he looks like. He kind of looks like Doomsday if you took away all of, like, the spikes on his body. Like, if you took away all the spikes on the body and then put some clothing on him, that's kind of what he looks like. So these two citizens see this guy, and they're like, alright, we probably should get Superman to safety, because this guy's clearly trying to kill him. And they try to drag Superman away, and this guy's just like, Kryptonian! And they're like, oh, he's so heavy. And as this thing is trying to, run towards Clark to continue beating the crap out of him, Supergirl flies in and smashes him in the face, and then starts blasting him with her heat vision, and just, like, punching him repeatedly in the head. But then this guy is just like, I said I'd deal with you next, and just, like, punches her, like, just smacks her aside and sends Supergirl flying. So we get a little bit of Supergirl in this, but unfortunately it's her getting bodied by this dude. And that's when Maggie Sawyer and her police squad show up, and they just start shooting this thing. But their bullets just don't do anything, and he's just like, this is not your fight, Earthers. And he grabs his weapon and he just plunges it straight into the ground, creating a massive shockwave that knocks over Maggie and her crew. And that's when Clark manages to come to conscious, and he's like, sorry about the mess. Thank you for protecting me. Find cover, will you? And then he exits the cafe, and he's like, I'm sorry. I didn't get your name. And this guy is just like, I know this tactic, Kryptonian. In this language, I believe they call it stalling. And he, like, grabs his axe to plunge at Superman. Superman's just like, you started the fight. Sorry, it's not going how you hoped. And he just shoots his, like, heat vision at this guy. And they collide. And that's when this big dude just, like, runs behind Superman and is like, this is not a fight. And then he just smacks him with his weapon, sending Superman flying. And this is probably the coolest part of this story, is that Superman begins flying straight towards a bookstore uncontrollably, and he's about to smash into it, and he manages to go, boom, he's just like, stop! And he, like, stops right in front of the bookstore just as he's about to hit it, because he can fly, obviously. And he's just like, boom, like, right where the window is, and he kind of places his hand on the window, and he's just like, and then he looks behind him, and he's just like, oh crap, and this dude just smashes Clark through the window into the bookstore. He's like, it's a cleansing. And that's when he kind of announces to Superman, he's like, my goal is to end the bloodline of the Kryptonians. I'm doing exactly what Jor-El told me to do. I am Rogol-Zar. And he plunges his axe into Superman's chest, which causes him to involuntarily shoot his heat vision out of his eyes. It's kind of a cool idea where it's like, oh, if you hit Superman hard enough in the chest, it can cause him to shoot out his heat vision as like a reflex. And so Supergirl flies in and tries to get another hit at Rogol-Zar, but he just goes, yeah. Like, just shoots at her, and she's just like, eh. Just goes flying. Poor Supergirl. I love Kara. She gets done dirty in this. And then he's like, and now I'm here to finish the job. And then he plunges the sword end of his axe into Superman's chest, and Superman is just like, ah! And that's when Rogol-Zar says, but this is it, the Kryptonian sickness really ends today, just like I once promised Jor-El, when I destroyed the planet Krypton. And so we leave on this cliffhanger of this Rogol-Zar guy saying that he was the one that destroyed Krypton, which, if you know Superman lore, for a long time, it was often depicted that the Kryptonians destroyed themselves through their use of technology and stuff, and, you know, they were warned, and eventually it led to their own destruction. In fact, Jor-El was normally the one depicted as being the one warning everyone that the planet is going to be destroyed because of their own actions, and nobody listened to him, and then the planet ended up being destroyed. But now we're being told that that didn't actually happen, and that this Rogol-Zar was actually the one who destroyed Krypton. But how did he do that? That's what we're going to find out throughout. It's kind of the plot thread that we're going to learn about throughout Brian Michael Bendis' Superman run. So that's the end of the first story. And the next story that we're going to be talking about that sets up the Man of Steel is Office Space, which is drawn by Jose Luis Garcia Lopez and Dexter Vines. This story takes place the day before the one that we just... This takes place the day before the fight between Rogol-Zar and Superman that we just saw. This story kind of sets up what the Daily Planet is going to be like the status quo of the Daily Planet in Bendis' run. Going off of... So immediately we start off with Perry White giving a little bit of a talk to his to the Daily Planet, and what I can gather from this is that I'm guessing that in previous Superman comics, the goal of the Daily Planet was kind of to create stories of trying to see if Superman is really a good person or if he's just like a vigilante or something. But now Perry is switching lanes and he's no longer focusing on that. He wants the Daily Planet to just focus on the fact that Superman is a good guy because they know that he's a good guy, and he hasn't given any reason for them to question that. So he's like, I don't want you trying to, discover the truth of Superman, whether or not he's actually good. What I want you to do is I want you to tell stories of Superman just doing good things, and then if he happens to do bad things, we will report on that too. But we're not going to try and look for that stuff. We're not looking for any stories that will go against Superman. It's like, I just want to tell the truth. I just want to show that, that Superman is doing good things in the city. So, get on it. And then Clark arrives, and so Clark has been doing a report on, there's been ex-government officials that have been selling LexCorp technology to the black market, and ended up taking him all the way to Costa Rica. And when he got there, Superman showed up to take down all of the LexCorp guys that were selling the the technology, like all these guys that were selling Lex's technology. He came to take him down, and so at this point in time, another part of the status quo is that Lois is no longer working for the Daily Planet. So she's kind of gone MIA. Like, nobody really knows where she is. But Perry says that she's off, selling her work, trying to publish a book. But in actuality, they really don't know exactly what she's doing right now. And this is a real sore spot for soft spot for a sore spot for Clark, because he's bummed that Lois is no longer working at the Daily Planet, and Perry White kind of does a little bit of a dickish move where he's just like, "Hey Clark, how about you have like Lois's office?" And this kind of like gets on Clark's nerves a bit, and Perry ends up having to call him into his office so that he can talk to him. But before he gets a chance to do so, he actually introduces a new worker at a new beat reporter from the Star City Sentinel named Miss Robinson Good. And Miss Good wants to actually, talk to Clark and get to know him because she appreciates his work for the Daily Planet. But Clark is kind of like turns her away and is like, I'm busy at the moment. Besides, I got to go talk to Perry about something, or at least Perry wants to talk to me about something. So Perry calls him into his office and they have a little bit of a chat. And Perry is just like, "Son, like I already read your column on the black market situation with the LexCorp tech, and I noticed that in the story that you wrote, you didn't include yourself or Superman being in the situation. Like, you need to add that stuff in. Like, I don't want you just writing these, like, mediocre stories of, like, people aren't reading this just for the fact that, of this crime that's being committed. People want to read about Superman. So, like, if Superman shows up to save the day, you got to include that in the story. You can't just leave it out. I want you at your A game, and like, you're not giving me that. So just tell me what I need to do in order for you to be working at your peak here. I'm sorry about the whole thing with Lois's office, and like trying to give you that. Like, that was a bad move on my turn. I got a little bit off topic, and I was out of line when I did that. I care about you, and I need you to tell me what to do so that you are giving me the stories that I'm looking for, and you are, like, on your A game." And he's like, "You're absolutely right, Perry. Like, let me try again. I'll rewrite the story." And so he leaves, and Perry is just left looking at Lois's office, just kind of like, because he also misses Lois. There's also a little bit of a jab at Jimmy in this, where Jimmy's like, "Hey, you could give the office to me," and Perry's just like, "Your work's not good enough, Jimmy, otherwise I would." And he's like, "That hurts, Perry." And so Clark, obviously a bit frustrated, decides to leave the Daily Planet and, spend the rest of the day as Superman. He puts on his costume and he just flies off, because that's kind of his way of dealing with some struggles going on in his personal life, is that he'll just put on his costume and he'll go fly around. And Good actually went out to the roof to speak with Clark, and because she heard that he likes to come to the roof to think to himself, and notices that he's gone. And after that, she actually goes and visits a mysterious dude at a club who basically asks her, like, her impressions of, like, the Daily Planet and Clark Kent, and she's like, "I'm really looking forward to learning more about Clark, and with the Daily Planet, I'm gonna give it, like, it's not gonna be long before I own the place." So we're already seeing that this character has the intention of eventually taking over the Daily Planet. Whether or not with malicious intent, we're going to have to find out. But already, this character is starting to seem a bit suspicious with her intentions, but I guess we'll find out what she means later on. But that's the end of that story, and so yeah, that really sets up the status quo of the Daily Planet, and we got Rogol Zar as this mysterious villain and his connections to Krypton that we've set up. So now that we've gotten that out of the way, we can move on to The Man of Steel issue 1. The cool thing about The Man of Steel is that each issue is actually done by a different art team, and they're all great artists. They're all great art teams. I don't think there's a single issue in this that looks bad. That's the risk of like doing issue by issue with like different art teams, is that sometimes you can have art that's amazing, and then sometimes you can have art that's just nowhere near as good. But luckily that's not the case with this. The art for issue 1 is done by Ivan Reyes, incredible artist, most known for working alongside Jeff Johns for Green Lantern, and Joe Prado, and then Jay Fabok also does a couple of pages towards the end of this book as well. So we begin many years ago, before the destruction of Krypton. Rogol Zar has come towards has come in front of I can't remember the specific name of them, but they're not the Guardians of the Universe, but they're like above the Guardians of the Universe, where it's like all of the smartest people in the entire universe who kind of watch over everything. I've talked about them in previous events. One of the members is a Guardian. Rogol Zar is meeting with them because he wants to deal with what he believes is the Kryptonians being a threat. He says that their scientific escapades are causing them to attack weaker planets for resources, therefore destroying them, and eventually their lust for scientific power is eventually going to cause them to turn on themselves, and that he doesn't want to send forces to Krypton to stop them, because that's just going to cause a war, and that's going to harm their own forces, and it's not going to help anyone. What he wants is to just cleanse Krypton entirely and just get rid of it, and that way they won't have to worry about them anymore. And obviously these Guardians are just like, that sounds insane, we're hearing you out, we'll think about it, we'll let you know what our verdict is later, Rogol. But you can tell, when Rogol leaves the room, they're all just like, man, what a nut job. What is this nut job talking about? Wiping out an entire planet who has shown zero aggression to anyone. Because he basically puts himself forward. He's like, let me be the one that cleanses them all. I'll do it. And they're just like, we'll talk about it, Rogol. We'll come back to you. So we come to the present. We make it back into the present in Metropolis, where Killer Moth and Firefly are currently hiding in Metropolis because they believe it's safer to be there than in Gotham, where Batman is. And so Firefly is trying to get information out of Killer Moth about where the money is, and Killer Moth is like, don't say where the money is. Those kind of words will tip him off. And Firefly is just like, what are you talking about? And then Superman just blasts through the building, speeds through, grabbing Killer Moth and Firefly. And this is when we get to see that Bendis is kind of writing Superman with a bit of sarcastic humor. So I feel like I could definitely see people reading this and kind of getting the wrong idea of thinking, because at one point Killer Moth is like, don't drop us, Batman does that, and Superman's like, I won't. And it's funny when Batman does it. And so I could see people reading this and being like, why does Superman think it's funny that Batman drops criminals? But I think Superman is supposed to be, he's being sarcastic. He doesn't actually think it's funny when Batman drops criminals. He even says after this that he says sarcastically to Killer Moth and Firefly that their plan of being in Metropolis is a good plan, and then like they realize that he's just being sarcastic. So after he takes them into the police or something, we don't really see it. It happens off panel. Clark starts listening throughout the city because he heard a scream and he's trying to pinpoint where the scream is coming from. And while he's trying to listen for the scream, he hears a song, like a woman singing, and he gets a bit distracted by it. And so he has to kind of like focus, and he ends up hearing the scream. There's a lot of screams in Metropolis for different reasons, and so it's very hard for him to kind of like pinpoint one scream, and he eventually finds where this scream he's looking for is coming from, and it's from a burning building, and he manages to save this woman from the burning building, but the firefighters tell him that there is somebody on the 10th floor who still needs saving. So Superman, without hesitation, flies straight onto the 10th floor, blows away the fires, where he finds this little girl who just happens to be holding 2 puppies. Like, of course she's got 2 puppies. Like, Superman has to save some puppies while he's saving a little girl from a burning building. It's like all of the things that Superman is known for doing, like, all in just one situation of, like, saving dogs, saving a little girl. For some reason, the little girl swears, even though she looks to be, like, 6 years old or something, or, like, 5 years old. Like, she's tiny, and she's swearing, and Superman is just like, language, please. And, I really hope that, you know, yeah, it just feels a bit weird. It feels bit weird to have this little girl, swearing. It's kind of unnecessary, but I guess it's just so that Bendis could include Superman being like, language. So he grabs this little girl and the dogs, and an explosion actually happens behind them, and he uses his cape to protect them from the flames. And then he shoots out of the flames with them in his cape and hands the little girl and the dogs off to her mum, before he then flies up back to where the building is and sucks up all of the flames, using his super breath. He just sucks it all in, and then disperses the flames into the sky, away from everyone. And Clark believes that there's something suspicious about this. Like, this probably wasn't just a burst gas main or something. Like, he wants to investigate it to see if there's something more to this. So he heads into the building and he starts scanning around with his X-ray vision to see, you know, what caused this fire. And as he's doing this, he kind of starts, like, getting out of focus, and he starts thinking about something that, like, John had said to him previously, because it's very clearly that it's like something that, like, it's like memories of John saying something, and he's like, Dad, what is that? And then you hear, like, Lois, and she's just like, Clark? And so, like, Clark is clearly thinking about something that's happened, like, not really sure. It's kind of confusing, like, what's going on? Like, what is Clark thinking about? And that's when a firefighter finds him and kind of snaps him out of it. And he's like, whoa, Superman, you okay? He's like, oh yeah, I was just investigating the building. I think there was possible, like, arsonry or something. Who are you? And the firefighter reveals themselves to be new to the city. Their name is Melody Moore. And she's like, thank you for your help tonight. Want a job? And he's like, thanks, but I've already got one. And, yeah, he tells her that, like, he can get the Daily Planet on this, like, investigating the possible arsonry. And there's a little bit of Bendis speak going on, a little bit of banter between them, where she's just like, am I taller than Wonder Woman? And he's like, yeah, actually. She's like, I knew it. And, again, I like to think that this is another moment where Superman's actually being sarcastic, because there's no way this woman is actually taller than Wonder Woman. I like to imagine Wonder Woman as being quite a tall woman, like, above 6 feet. And, so Superman decides to leave because he's like, I've got to go, you know, pass this information onto the Daily Planet so they can start investigating this mysterious fire. And she's like, nice to meet you, Superman. And he kind of looks back at her. And then she's kind of, like, embarrassed. And she's like, super hearing, stupid. And then she covers her mouth and is like, stupid. And so it's kind of like, just a funny little moment of, you know, It's kind of fun whenever civilians interact with Superman, and he kind of like use his like powers as like a little way to convey like humor. Because he does have super hearing, so it would be hard to say anything about Superman without him hearing you. So we go back in time again. We're jumping back to not long after Rogol Zar went and spoke to the Guardians. He's just killing some kind of alien beast. Just stabs his sword through it. It's like, you're my first visitor here. Ever. And it turns out that Upper Aliapsa, a member of the Guardians, has come to visit Rogol Zar, and he's like, we thought about your proposition, and we've decided not to go along with it, because the Kryptonians have shown no level of aggression, so we don't see it worth attacking them. Like, they don't deserve it. And Rogol Zar is like, please, you gotta listen to me. Like, I swear, like, it's a problem. Like, something bad is going to happen. Like, we have to deal with them. He's like, thank you for your service, Rogol Zar. See ya. And just teleports away, and he's like, but... And then Rogol Zar is just kind of like, and like smashes the ground. He's just like, why won't they listen to me? I'm trying to warn them. And so we head back to the present, where Clark is writing up his new report. Perry comes in and is like, any new interesting stories? And Clark is like, yeah, we got arson. And Perry's like, really? Arson? Like, I was hoping you were going to get something like a little bit more like deeper, dark, mysterious story. And Clark is like, well, I heard Superman was there. And Perry's like, fine, that'll be good enough. Alright. And so as Clark is like writing his story, he looks over at a picture of Lois and John. And that's when we get to see a flashback of John trying on like his new costume. He's recently gone through a growth spurt. He's never had a growth spurt before, and Clark has to kind of explain to him that like his costume is fitting differently because he's grown older. Lois is currently investigating something going on with Star Labs, and then all of a sudden this weird light shines into the room, and John is just like, Dad, what is... And then Lois is like, Clark? Which is obviously a throwback to what Clark was thinking about earlier, and this light just keeps growing brighter, and it just envelops the three of them, and we're left on that little cliffhanger. Yeah. That's where the issue ends. It ends with that little cliffhanger of Clark, Lois, and John in a flashback being consumed by a mysterious light, and that light was probably responsible for John and Lois seemingly being MIA at the moment. And so now we move on to issue 2, which is with art by Doc Shaner for the first 13 pages, Steve Rude for pages 16 through 24, and Jay Fabok for pages 14 and 15. Okay, so the next issue begins with the destruction of Krypton, or right after its destruction. Apparaliapsa is met by Lord Gandello, who is another member of their little group that looks over the universe, and he's suspicious of Upper, that he might have had something to do with the destruction of Krypton, but Upper insists that he didn't, and that the city just was here one day, and then the next day it was gone. And Gandello is just like, well, it's very suspicious that you went and spoke to Rogol Zar, and then the next day the planet was destroyed. And Upper is like, what are you insinuating? And he's like, well, obviously I'm insinuating that Rogol Zar destroyed Krypton. And this is where I find a little bit of a problem with like Brian Michael Bendis and like how he has characters interact. Like sometimes sometimes he just doesn't, like, his speech doesn't sound like a natural person talking. Like, there's one part where Guardian is just like, if Rogol, this legendary creature of war who is bathed in the blood of millions of souls to fight for what he believes in, if he took it upon himself to betray the Galactic Circle he has sworn to serve and protect, if he went behind our backs and rid the universe of an entire species, what do you think he'll do to you and your 42 star systems if you keep going on with this line of inquiry? And it's like, why did he have to say that first part? Like, why did he have to go like, oh, if Rogel, this legendary creature of war who is bathed in the blood of millions of souls, like, why did Brian have to add that in? Like, it kind of, it makes things way too bloated, and no one talks like that. Like, not even the Guardians talk like that. No one says, like, oh, that Rogulzar, like, the guy who's, like, killed millions of people and, like, bathed in their blood. Like, no one talks like that. Like, so that is one problem that I have. So, like, most of the time, Brian's dialogue is good, but every now and then he slips up and his dialogue is that. Where it's just, like, too bloated. It's like, how many words are you trying to fit into one single speech bubble? You know, there's, like, 30 words in that one speech bubble. And, yeah, so the Guardian is basically just, like, if you're insinuating that Rogulzar is the one who destroyed the planet Krypton, like, I had no idea he would have done that, and it just means that we didn't see it coming, and that was just how Krypton was going to be destroyed, and there's not really anything we can do about that. And Gandello is like, I'm going to go and talk to the rest of the Guardians, and we're going to investigate and see what we're going to do next. Because if Rogulzar was behind this, then we'll have to do something about him, because what's going to stop him from doing this to another planet? Like, if he is capable of destroying one planet, that means he's capable of destroying other planets too. So Upper goes to visit Rogel and finds that he's missing, and comes to the conclusion that, like, maybe Rogel really did destroy Krypton. And this is a thing that a lot of people have a problem with the Bendis run, is the immediate retcons of, like, how Krypton was destroyed. And personally, from my personal standpoint, I do think that it is an unnecessary retcon, and I don't like the retcon. I think it's much more interesting if the Kryptonians were responsible for their own destruction, and it wasn't an outside source that destroyed their planet. So if the case, I'm not going to make a full, because I don't even know exactly what's going on yet, so I'm not going to make a full judgment yet. I'm not going to make a full judgment yet on, like, the retconning of Krypton yet, because I don't know the full story of whether or not Rogulzar did destroy it. But if it turns out that he did, it is not a retcon that I like. But anyway, we move on to the present, where at the Daily Planet, where Robinson Good is trying to find out what happened to Lois. She's trying to get information out of Trish Q, who is the, like, gossip girl in the office, about it. And Trish is just like, if you want to learn what happened to Lois, go and talk to her husband, you know. You're a reporter and he has a secret. And she's like, so there is a secret. And Perry comes out of his office and is just telling people to get their button gear and stuff. He's been very angry lately, and it's not just to do with Lois. He's also taking it out on Jimmy, which I really don't like. It's really unfortunate. He kind of says, like, he accuses Jimmy of not even being a real writer. He's like, if you want an office like Lois, then you gotta be like her, because she was a real writer. Back to work. And I'm like, man, stop being so mean to Jimmy. Like, I stand with Jimmy. Like, don't be mean to him, Perry. And so Robinson is like, where's Kent? And Trish is like, that's the thing. Lois and Clark, even on a normal day, they don't live by the same rules as the rest of us. And we find that Clark is out busy being Superman. He's in Coast City because the Toyman, who is in a giant robot monkey, like a giant robot monkey, is in Coast City because he thought if he went to Coast City, he'd get away from Superman. But Superman just followed him there because he keeps tabs on villains. So Superman grabs the robot monkey, he throws it on the ground, he rips off one of its hands, and then he rips off the head, revealing the Toyman. And Superman's just like, what is wrong with you? And the Toyman is just like, I'm sure it had something to do with my mother. He's like, I don't understand your plan here. And the Toyman's like, it all made sense a minute ago. So we notice that Superman is being, like, super snarky lately. He's being extra sarcastic, and there's reasons for that. he's not just doing that because Brian wanted to write him that way. He at least came up with a reason why Superman was going to be extra snarky, extra sarcastic. It's because he's currently dealing with the disappearance of Lois and John. And Hal confirms this when he shows up, because he says that Superman, because obviously they're in Coast City, so Hal shows up. He's like, hey, Superman, we haven't seen you in a while. Like, you haven't shown up to any Justice League meetings in a while. And Superman just kind of ignores him and, like, is just like, it's fine, like, I'm all good. There's no problems here. I'll see you soon, promise. And Hal's just like, Superman? No one asked you. As Superman just leaves. And as he flies off, he thinks back to when this mysterious thing appeared in front of him, Lois, and John. This thing responsible for them disappearing. It's this weird alien-looking device just showed up in front of them. And he was like, get behind me! And then they were presumably, either vaporized or taken away somewhere. So Superman, in frustration, smashes into the moon and creates a crater where he just, kneels on his knees and is just like, Aah! And he's, clearly, depressed or something. Because he's lost his wife and son, so it's, understandable that he's going through a lot at this moment. Meanwhile, at Taffy's West, which is, I think, it's a bar owned by Ambush Bug, who is the Deadpool of the DC Universe, breaks the fourth wall and stuff. At this bar, Rogulzar is having a drink, and the bar lady notices that he's wearing a necklace with a Kryptonian symbol on it. She's like, that's a nice necklace. He's like, yeah, it's Kryptonian. He's like, that reminds me of, that's the same symbol that guy Superman wears on planet Earth. And he's like, Superman? He's like, yeah, he was, the last Kryptonian. He survived, he landed on Earth, and he became a superhero. And Rogue Lazar is just like, interesting. And, continues having a drink. And, so Superman is done, being on the moon, and he heads back to Earth, and he's continuing just flying, looking around for any trouble, and trouble comes in the form of a massive explosion that happens in another building, because this has been happening a lot lately. He saves everybody from the explosion and manages to stop the building from toppling onto anyone, and then he heads straight back to the Daily Planet to hand him a story about more of the art and stuff going on. And it turns out, this is when we find out what's going on with Perry and why he's been so depressed lately. It's because we're living in a new age of technology. Everyone has a phone, and so they're able to film everything. So Perry has been pushed to breaking point trying to find stories that no one else is covering. But how do you find a story to cover that nobody else knows about when everybody has phones and they're all filming everything and putting it on social media? So Brian is kind of dealing with this interesting story of, how would the Daily Planet deal with social media? And realistically, social media does make things a lot harder for newspapers. And Perry is saying that, the Daily Planet is being sold off to someone and they don't know what the future of the paper is going to be at the moment. So that's why he's been so depressed. That's why he's been, acting out against people. And then Trish enters and probably does one of the worst things that somebody probably could do at this moment is just you want a story to write? Why not write a story about Lois Lane? Nobody has that story because only Clark knows what happened to her. Just get it out of him. Get the information. Clark's right there when she says this. She's just incredibly rude. And Perry is just like, Trish, that's wildly inappropriate. He's like, want to keep the lights on a week longer? Get him to talk. And then behind him on the TV, the Joker is currently going around killing people. And Perry's just like, see, look now. How can we compete with this? Live. That guy's going to kill someone on live TV. Is that... And then before he can finish his sentence, Clark just disappears from the room. And Trish is just like, where did Kent go? And Perry's just like, where do you think he went? You were, insulting him. Being incredibly inappropriate, saying all sorts of offensive stuff. So he left. And he's like, Lois and Clark aren't the story. There is a story out there that will put us back in the game. It's out there. I can feel it. And as he says this, we see a shot a shot of Rogolzar on a motorcycle traveling to Earth, and it's this one shot of him on a motorcycle that made me think he looks a lot like Lobo. And then I just thought, if Brian wanted to come up with a different way for Krypton being destroyed, he wanted to blame it on somebody else and have like this really overpowered character who is kind of a badass be the reason why Krypton was destroyed, why didn't he pick Lobo? Because right now, like, Rogolzar is basically just a pale imitation of Lobo, and the only difference between them is that Lobo is a mercenary, and that's it. Like, they look different, and Lobo's a mercenary. But other than that, they're pretty much the same character in terms of, like, powers and abilities and stuff. So he could have just made it Lobo. And that would have been, you know, more interesting than Rogolzar, who doesn't really have a lot to him yet. It would have been extra interesting if it was like Lobo was doing a job for somebody, Krypton just happened to be in the way, and because Lobo is so incompetent sometimes and just doesn't give a shit, he just drove through Krypton and destroyed it, and just to get to his target. And that would have been way more interesting than creating this new character and saying that they destroyed Krypton and trying to add some kind of, like, thing to it where it was like, oh, like, the Kryptonians were diseasing the universe, like, are a disease to the universe, so I had to destroy them. Just have Lobo be the one that did it. And, like, but it wasn't even his goal. They were in his way, and he destroyed Krypton just to get to his goal. I still wouldn't have preferred that over, that still wouldn't have been as good as just Krypton being responsible for their own destruction. But if you are going to retcon it and have somebody else destroy it, just make it Lobo. Because Lobo already has a connection to Superman, and it would also give Lobo something to do. I don't know, it would make him interesting. Like, it would make him a part of an interesting, an interesting story for once. But yeah, that's the end of that issue. We end on that cliffhanger. And the next issue, for some reason, they don't actually lay out exactly who drew issue 3 entirely. It says here that Ryan Sook and Jason Fabok did page 16, and Wade Von Grawbadger did pages 12 through 13 and 15. So I actually had to go into the wiki page to make a little bit more sense out of it. Ryan Sook drew the whole thing, and Jason Fabok did page 16. That's it. I don't know. It would have been less confusing if they just said Ryan Sook did pages, like, every page except for 16. Yeah, I had to look it up just to make sure. So yeah, it's drawn mostly by Ryan Sook, with Jason Fabok doing page 16 and Wade Von Grawbadger doing inks for 12, 13, and 15. So issue 3 begins with Rogolzar crashing into the middle of the Arctic, and he just happens to know exactly where the Fortress of Solitude is. Yeah, he only recently just found out who Clark Kent, like, that Superman exists, or that a Kryptonian exists on Earth, and he's called Superman, and he somehow just knows where the Fortress of Solitude is. Like, he just knew exactly where to land first try, and then he finds it, this place that's supposed to be a secret that only Clark knows about, and the only other people that know about it are the people that he's told about it. I don't know, it just feels like a bit of a stretch. It feels like it's just like he happens to, like, Rogolzar just happens to know everything that he needs to know to just get things rolling right away. So, like, we don't really establish Rogolzar, like, doing any kind of investigation or, like, studying of Earth and, like, you know, looking to even see if there really is a Kryptonian on Earth. He just assumes there is as soon as a lady at a bar tells him there is one. And then he goes straight to Earth, because he just knows where Earth is. So he just flies there, and then lands exactly where he needs to be. Like, I know there is a suspension, like, of disbelief when it comes to comic books, but you gotta at least come up with, like, explain some things, because right now this is just like, oh, he just happens to know everything. And it's like, can't we at least see how Rogolzar found out about the Fortress of Solitude, found out its location? Like, who knows? Maybe later on he'll explain, but like right now it just kind of seems like, I've read this whole issue and he just knew where it was. And so he lands where the Fortress of Solitude was, and he enters the Fortress of Solitude. And by enter, I mean he just blasts the wall open and just enters it. And, he immediately gets attacked by Kellex, who is Superman's little guard robot that tries to keep the Fortress of Solitude safe. And he just destroys Kellex with ease. And then he sees a couple of statues of Jor-El and Lara, Clark's parents, his biological parents. And obviously he's hinted at knowing Jor-El in the past. We don't really know their exact relationship, but we know that he knew Jor-El personally. He's even said in those flash forwards that we saw of Clark fighting him that Jor-El told him to do this. So yeah, he enters the fortress, he destroys Kellex, and then he finds the bottled city of Kandor, because he knows what that is. And he knew that it was in the Fortress of Solitude somehow. Even though, as far as we know, this is the first time he's ever been there or known about it, because he only just learnt about Superman. So there's no way that he would know what the Fortress of Solitude is, what the bottled city of Kandor is, and the fact that it's in the Fortress of Solitude. Like, this just doesn't make sense. I feel like it's a reasonable criticism to be like, why does he know all this stuff? Why does he know the bottled city of Kandor is in there? Why does he know where the Fortress of Solitude is? Like, explain, Brian. Like, tell me these things. Don't just do it. Like, just be like, I hope he explains later, because if he doesn't, it's like, whatever. We move on to Metropolis, which has been currently being attacked. Multiple buildings have been having, like, fires. Like, they've just been engulfed in flames. And originally they were kind of just like, oh, like, it's just a coincidence. But now Superman and, like, the authorities within Metropolis are starting to think that these fires are planned and that they're all connected. So Superman has actually been working with one of these firefighters, Chief Moore, to figure out what's going on with these fires. Because it's in his hometown, and so he feels this compulsion to focus on this more than anything else. Because, like, he could be off saving other places, but, like, right now he's got to focus on Metropolis. So he meets with Moore, and he accidentally scares her. And then she's like, geez. And he's like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Oh, by the way, I brought Batman with me. And she turns around and Batman's right there, and she's like, ah! And, like, Superman's like, I accidentally scared her. You did that on purpose, didn't you? And Batman's just like, I'm Batman. And he's like, well, you could have just, like, greeted her without jumping. Like, making her jump. So, Superman has hired Batman to help investigate the fires because he needs Batman's help to do this. Superman's smart, but I guess this is just, like, out of his realm, and, like, he needs help of somebody who is just as smart as he is. I'm not gonna say Batman's smarter than Superman, because that's gonna spark all sorts of arguments. It really changes depending on what comic book you read. So, Batman asks more about the public safety director Hunt, who is currently trying to run for mayor of Metropolis. And he points out that these because Hunt said that it's something that's like, Hunt believes that this is planned. that this is all planned out. All of these fires are connected. And then he tells more through his investigations of the remains of this building that Hunt's, like, what Hunt thinks, like, he doesn't really have any evidence because whoever's doing this, whoever is burning all these buildings, is covering up their tracks by burning all evidence. So right now, you know, Hunt is saying it's a, like, conspiracy and that people, like, somebody is doing this on purpose, but there's no evidence to support that because they keep burning all the evidence. And then Superman hears, he says it in his head, he hears an alarm that only he can hear, or someone with his hearing can hear, and so he just heads off. And Moira's just like, why did Superman just leave? And Batman's like, look, if the most polite man in the world leaves without saying goodbye, there's a good reason. It's a good line, I like that. And so, yeah, Superman heads off to the Fortress of Solitude, because it makes sense that Superman has, like, an alarm in the fortress that would let him know where it is when it gets destroyed. That makes sense. So Clark arrives at the fortress to see it just completely destroyed. There's a really great shot of him landing, like, hovering in the air, and then you just get, like, a close-up on his face with his eyes just, like, in horror. The fortress has been completely destroyed by Rogol Zaar, but, you know, and Clark is sad to see that Kellex has been destroyed because he's a little robot friend. But what really upsets Clark is that the bottle city of Kandor has been destroyed. And it's assumed that everyone in the city is dead. Like, we don't know, we haven't gotten a confirmation that everyone that was in the bottle city of Kandor is dead, but it's assumed that they are. So yeah, Rogol Zaar just came in, destroyed the fortress, killed a lot of people, killed an entire city. Kara shows up because she heard the alarm too, and Clark won't tell her, like, kind of like, he doesn't want to tell her exactly what's possibly going on, but he kind of shows her anyway. Like, he doesn't want to tell her what happened to Kandor, but he has to because it's her right to know. And so now Superman and Kara, they're both determined to find out who was responsible for not only destroying Kandor, but the Fortress of Solitude. And Superman is afraid that they're going to go after more people that he loves. And there's still this mystery around what happened to Lois and John, because as we've been getting throughout the series, we've got, like, these little flashbacks, little crumbs of Lois and John the night that they disappeared. We get a little bit more of that. We get a little bit more context. The last flashback we got, a weird alien ship arrived in front of them, and we get a little bit more. The ship opens up, and a man is inside it, and we don't get to see who that man is. But this man has no hair. It's very clear that this person is bald. So your first thought is, oh, it's probably Lex Luthor, right? But we'll have to find out. So Clark is going to go investigating to see if he can find who is responsible, and he's going to, like, go look out for everyone that he is close to him, because he has a feeling that whoever did this is going to go after them next. He tells, like, Kara wants to go with him, but he tells Kara that she needs to go back to her hometown to make sure that she gets her family to safety, because this thing, like, whoever did this, whether it be Lex Luthor or Metallo or whatever, might come after her too, and her family. So Clark goes to Metropolis, and he knows immediately, like, he senses that there are invisible aliens in Metropolis that are hiding, and so he doesn't want them to know that he's there, because he thinks that they might be responsible. We don't really get much of an explanation. We just, like, Superman just says that, like, he senses life forms in Metropolis that are invisible, and he assumes that they might be responsible, and so he has to carefully look around Metropolis to keep an eye on everyone that he loves to make sure that they're safe. And he goes to the Daily Planet, and everyone's safe there. And then all of a sudden, he just gets blasted out of the sky by something. Like, something just hits him, like a huge bolt of energy, which sends him flying. Jimmy sees Superman fly past a nearby window that he's looking out of, so he grabs his camera to, like, you know, catch this on camera, this huge explosion. Superman gets hit by another explosion, which sends him flying again, and Kara manages to catch him. And Superman's just like, Kara, what are you doing here? And Kara is just like, my life doesn't matter enough. I don't actually have a life. She literally says, she's like, I don't have a life, really. Like, I don't really have a life outside of this. So there wasn't really much of a life for me worth saving. And it's like, okay, that's a bit rough, Bendis. That's kind of rough on Kara, like saying that, making her say that she just has no life. And then they see the one responsible, or the one that they assume was responsible for hitting Clark with that energy. Rogol Zar is just standing on top of a building. Kind of hard to miss a giant, sinister-looking dude with grey skin and an axe. That doesn't have a sword on the end of it anymore. See, the axe kind of changes design depending on who's drawing it. So, like, when Jim Lee was drawing it, it was like an axe on one end and a sword on the other, but with it being drawn here, it's an axe with no sword on the end. It's just got a pointy end. So it's kind of inconsistent, like, what his weapon looks like. But yeah, I don't normally say that you should judge people by appearance, but if you see a giant guy with, like, a giant axe surrounded by energy, it's pretty safe to assume that he might be the guy that's trying to kill you. So yeah, Superman and Kara decide to instigate a fight with him, and we know how that's going to play out. So, issue 4 has art by Kevin Maguire and Jason Fabok. Love Kevin Maguire's art, most famously known for doing the art for JLI, a lot of JLI stuff. Incredible, known for doing, like, really great facial expressions, very realistic facial expressions, lots of variation. Yeah, incredible art in this. Probably my favorite art in this book so far. I just love Kevin Maguire's art. It's so good. So this issue is basically, it's mostly the fight between Clark, Kara, and Rogol Zar, that, like, the half of the fight that we didn't get to see. Like, in this issue, we get to see the half of the fight that we didn't get to see in Action Comics issue 1000, and then what we don't see is what happened in Action Comics 1000, and then we get, like, the aftermath of that. So Clark and Kara just start beating on Rogol Zar. He actually, like, takes a swipe at Kara. She dodges out of the way, and he chops off, like, the top of a building, which starts falling towards another building with a woman inside it, and it smashes through the window, and she falls out the window. And Clark is like, I gotta focus on fighting Rogol Zar, but also I gotta focus on saving people too. He's like, because Cyborg once told me, you know, that if somebody is coming down this hard and this fast, they're counting on emotion, so I've got to keep myself reserved and not let him get to me. And also save this person. So, I guess Clark saving this person kind of helps keep him together, as long as he's not focusing too hard on Rogol Zar. Superman also has to hold back his punches, because he knows that if he goes too far out with his punches, he'll cause Metropolis to flip upside down by accident. Flip on its ass. He's going to say flip on its ass, but he doesn't say ass because Clark doesn't say rude words, I guess, because ass is considered a rude word to him. So instead he gives Rogol Zar a reserved punch across the face, which sends Rogol Zar falling on top of another building. It doesn't really do much to him. But Clark does realize that Rogol Zar is kind of, like, holding back a little bit, or, like, it seems like he's holding back a little bit, and he comes to the conclusion that Rogol is studying him more than just fighting him, trying to figure out his weaknesses. And so Clark just kind of looks at Rogolzar a bit. Like, I'm not joking, this is what he does. He looks at Rogolzar and then figures out what Rogolzar's weakness is. He just looks at him long enough that he's like, I've figured out that Rogolzar is powered by the sun as well. I'm just going to assume that. And that if I get him away from Earth, it'll weaken him. And because he's not used to Earth and the sun, he's not used to getting the power from the sun, which is why he's like a little bit rigidy. You know, like he's really strong, but he's kind of not used to being so strong. While I've been on Earth a lot longer than him, so I'm used to being powered up by the sun. Jimmy is still, you know, taking photos and like filming, you know, what's the fight between Rogolzar and Superman and Kara. And, you know, Perry White goes up and he's just like, he's not worried at all about Jimmy being on top of the roof. One of the other workers at the Daily Planet is like, why is this kid just like on the roof? And Perry's just like, it's Jimmy. He's allowed up here. He can hold himself. So he like goes from one moment he's saying that Jimmy is the worst writer that they've got in the office and that he's got a long way to, like, that he's a shit writer and that he's got a long way to go before he's anything like Lois. And then the next second he's like, no, Jimmy is like a great writer. Like, he's up here on the roof because he's Jimmy Olsen and he's great. And it's like, way to flip-flop, Perry. Like, I know you're going through a lot, but like, you know, you can't just be treating Jimmy like shit and then praising him the next. So, Rogolzar takes a huge hit at Superman, blasting him with a huge blast of energy from his spear, like his axe spear, which sends Superman flying, but he manages to gain control, and he launches himself back at Rogolzar, putting his arms in front of his face so that he can block Rogolzar's beams. But then he starts thinking about Lois and Lois and John's disappearance, and that catches him off guard, and Superman gets hit by the blast, gets sent flying. And then he gets back up again, and Rogolzar is gone. And Kara arrives, and she's like, where did he go? Like, why would he be hiding? He's really strong. And Clark's like, he's not hiding. I don't think he's hiding because he's scared. I think he's hiding because he's trying to figure us out and figure out our weaknesses. Like, he's watching us. He's playing with us. And so Clark kind of just looks around, trying to look for him. And again, he starts thinking about Lois and John, and he gets caught off guard again by Rogolzar, who just blasts him in the back. Like, you'd think at this point in time, Clark would be not thinking about that stuff, because it, you know, if he's that determined to defeat Rogolzar, you would think that he would try and block that out of his mind, especially when he, you know, talked about how Cyborg was like, don't let your emotions get to you, and yet Clark is immediately not listening to Cyborg's, like, recommendations, his lesson, I guess. So Kara tries to face Rogolzar, and he just backhands her. He's like, not yet. And as we know, eventually she would come back, and he would just backhand her again. Like, Kara gets treated terribly in this fight. Like, she just gets her ass handed to her, and she doesn't get to do anything. You know, Superman at least gets to, like, throw in a couple of punches and stuff, but it's like every time Kara tries to throw in a punch, she gets backhanded by him. I think the most she does is she pounds on his head a little bit, and, like, hits him with heat vision that does nothing. And Rogolzar just goes, eh! So, yeah, he just backhands Superman again. Multiple times. He hits him once, and then he hits him again, sending him flying. And that's the last time that's where the fight ends, because the rest of the fight is in Action Comics 1000. So, yeah, Rogolzar announces to Superman that he's cleansing all Kryptonians, and then he plunges his staff into his chest, which was supposed to be like a cliffhanger of like, whoa, did Rogolzar just like really badly hurt Superman and like kill him possibly? No, he actually didn't hurt Superman at all because Hal Jordan arrives, Green Lantern, and he finds Superman, and like he's fine. Like even his suit is fine. Like he's just completely fine. He's got no scuffs, no bruises. Like he's all good. He's completely fine. So we get some more flashbacks where this alien ship has appeared in front of Clark, Lois, and John, and it opened up, and there's a mysterious person inside, and it's revealed that the person is Jor-El. So Jor-El has shown up, and Clark is just like, it's a bit rude to come crashing in here, Dad. Like, he's just like so chill that like his dead dad has showed up. He's just like, hey, Dad, what are you doing here? Like, could you not crash into my living room? Like, that's literally what he says. He's like, could you not crash into my living room, Dad? Like, that's real rude. And then Jor-El, first thing he says when he shows up is just like, hey, son, I want your son. Give him to me. And Clark's just like, what? And so that's where that flashback ends, on that little cliffhanger of Jor-El wanting John and just like barging into their house and being like, give me your son. Give me my grandson. So Hal asks Clark, what the deal is with Rogol Zaar, and Clark explains to him everything about how Kandor was destroyed and that this guy is trying to cleanse all Kryptonians, and that includes him, Kara, and anyone else that lives on the planet. And so Hal's just like, well, we're gonna have to find every Kryptonian that we can so that we can make sure that they're all safe. We're gonna kind of try and like get them together, get them somewhere safe away from this guy. And then he asks Clark where his son is, John, and that makes Clark decide to just head off to the Fortress of Solitude. As soon as he asks him where John is, Clark is just like, see ya, and he just leaves. He doesn't even say anything, he just leaves. So he heads off to the Fortress of Solitude, or what's left of it, and he finds a piece of crystal that he tries to use to communicate with someone, presumably, possibly his son, or a digital version of his dad, or his actual dad. We don't know. He was just going to try and talk to somebody. And Rogol Zaar just shows up. Like, just chill. Like, he just shows up and is just like, hey, did you have sex when you came to Earth? Do you have a son? Did you procreate with any of Earth women? Like, with any Earth women? And it's like, whoa. Like, Rogol Zaar, you barely know each other. Like, it's kind of weird to walk up to a guy and be like, hey, did you have sex with a woman and have a kid with her? Like, because I want to kill that kid. And Clark's just like, I was just going to call someone, but you broke the only way I can get a hold of them. And then Clark starts talking about, he's like, this entire time, I've been wondering, like, if you are even telling the truth. Like, if you really did destroy Krypton, or if you're just saying that to make me mad. But because you've been so so determined to kill me, I'm starting to think, like, that you might be telling the truth. And then he starts kind of, like, going, like building up all this energy in his body, and then a massive explosion erupts, presumably from Clark. Clark just causes a huge explosion. And that's where the issue ends, on that little cliffhanger. And so we'll find out what happens next in issue 5. So, issue 5, with art by Adam Hughes and Jason Fabok and Alex Sinclair. I like the art in this one, it's pretty good. I don't like it as much as the Kevin Maguire issue, but I think the art in this one's pretty good. We begin with Superman wondering whether or not Rogol Zaar tortured Kandor or gave them a mercy kill by doing it swiftly. There's this kind of very creepy shot of like Rogol Zaar's eye peering into Kandor as everyone in Kandor is just like looking up in the sky. It's pretty haunting, the moment before he killed them. And then we cut to Superman just grabbed Rogol Zaar after he blew up. Like, because at the end of the last issue, he, like, blew up in a massive ball of energy. Turns out he grabbed Rogol Zaar and pulled him into space to fight him on the moon so that he would be away from Earth, so that everyone on Earth would be protected and safe. And Superman just gets the crap beaten out of him. Like, he fights back. Like, he headbutts Rogol Zaar and stuff, but Rogol Zaar has the upper hand and just beats the crap out of Superman. And while he's beating the crap out of Superman, Clark is just wondering to himself, why haven't I ever heard of this guy? You know, if he's trying to cleanse the Kryptonians and he knew my father, why isn't he in any, like, Kryptonian books or history or anything? And it's kind of like, you're asking the same questions I am, Superman, because I don't know who he is either, and I want to know that too. Because right now, we know nothing about him, so we're in the kind of the same situation as Clark. So, yeah. Clark tries to punch Rogol Zaar, and Rogol Zaar just grabs his hand and then just smacks him with his axe, and he sees a symbol on Rogol Zaar's axe just as he's about to be hit by it. He gets smacked by his axe into the ground, and then Rogol Zaar looks at planet Earth and then leaves Clark buried in the moon. And then we get a bit of another flashback to the moment Jor-El arrived, and he showed up at the Kent house and was just like, hey Clark, Lois, I don't show up very often, especially unannounced, because I'm supposed to be dead, but I want your son. And they're like, why do you want our son? And he's like, because I want your son to come with me so I can show him the truths of the universe and the answers to everything, so that he can grow to be my future heir, because that's who he is. Like, he's eventually going to be the heir to the L household, and so, or like the L royalty, and so, you know, I need to teach him everything. And Lois is like, no, hell no, like, we're not gonna send our son to go hang out with a complete stranger. Like, you might be the father of my husband, but we don't know you. Like, yesterday you were dead, and now you're here. So no, you're not taking my son. And Jor-El is just like, I don't care what you think. I don't care what you or my son think. This is John's decision. This is my grandson's decision. If he wants to come, then you have to let him come. And I'm reading this and I'm kind of just like, but like, there's no way that like they're actually gonna let John go, right? Like, they have the authority to say, no, John is not going. And I'm also wondering, like, what would Jor-El do if they were like, no, and they didn't let him go? Because John wants to go. John is like, I'm going. And he's like, do I have to bring, like, my undies and stuff? And Jor-El's just like, no. And then John's just like, and are you going to get me back, like, home before school tomorrow? And Lois is just like, no, like, you're not going, John. And John's like, I know, because, like, he's a stranger and it's complicated. And Lois is like, no, not just because of that, because I don't want you going with this man. Because it's probably dangerous, and like you said, we don't know him. He's a stranger. And John is like, I'm going. And then Clark just kind of, like, looks at him, and then he gets, like, a really, like, serious look on his face, and Lois is just like, Clark? And then, like, he just looks at Jor-El, and Jor-El just has the smuggest look on his face. He's just like, screw you, son. I'm about to take your son away. And we don't really get the answer as to whether or not John actually ended up going with him. If I had to make an assumption as to what's going to happen next, I'm assuming that Clark will say, let's see if I predict this correctly. Clark's going to say, John can go, but only on one condition. Lois has to be there with him. We're not letting him go alone with you. He needs to be with one of us. And Lois, like, maybe Clark is like, I'll go with him, and then Lois is like, no, you're not going, I'm going. And then she goes with him, and that's why they're both missing. That's where they are. They're off with Jor-El. That's what I'm assuming is going to happen. Let's see if I'm right later. I'm sure we'll find out. So, meanwhile, Chief Moore of the firefighters is looking at all the placements that the fires have happened throughout the city, trying to see if there's a pattern. And she's asking, like, her squad, like, is there a pattern? Can you see anything? And one of the guys is just like, maybe it's just, like, random. Like, maybe some random guys just did it. And I'm like, that's fair. Fair. Like, it doesn't have to be some kind of organization. There is a possibility that it is just a couple of random people just doing it for fun. So you should probably keep that in mind more, because that could be it. That could be the answer. It doesn't have to mean something. But obviously Moore believes that it does mean something. But they hear of another fire going on in the city, so they have to head off and go deal with that. And when they get there, Supergirl, Kara, has already taken care of it. The fire is still going, but she saved everyone from the building. She meets with Moore, and she tells Moore that Superman is currently gone somewhere. She's not exactly sure where, but she assumes he's gone to go deal with Rogol Zaar. And that's when the Justice League shows up. They finally show up. They were on the cover of the first issue, but they don't actually show up until the 5th issue, which they're not on the cover for. They show up, and so they're finally here to help find Clark and deal with Rogol Zaar. Barry Allen is a part of the team at the moment, because he's back. And he's like, I put out the fire, it's all good. And then, Kara's worried about Clark and dealing with Rogol Zaar. She's frustrated over the destruction of Kandor. And Diana's like, you gotta, reserve your frustrations and save them for our enemy. Like, save your rage for the one who deserves it. And then Kara just kind of looks up into the sky and is like, where's Superman? I wonder if he's on the moon. And then she just, goes to the moon. Like, she just assumes he's on the moon. Like, she kind of just knows. She's like, where could Clark possibly have taken Rogol Zaar? He probably took him to the moon. And then she just goes to the moon, and she's right, obviously. He went to the moon. It feels like there are a lot of plot points in this where characters just know things. And it's kind of hard to believe, where they just happen to know exactly where to go, what they need to do. There's no attempt at trying to come up with a realistic way of a character being like, no, he's on, Rogol Zaar finding out where the Fortress of Solitude is, or Kara just finding out that Superman's on the moon. Like, she just knows that he's on the moon. So yeah, she goes to the moon, she digs up his body from the moon. She finds Clark's body and pulls it out of the ground, and then takes him back to the Hall of Justice, where the Justice League start talking about this Rogol Zaar guy and why he's trying to kill Kryptonians. And Batman is like, does Krypton have any history of religious zealots? And then Clark wakes up and he grabs a nearby bedpan or a tray, and he uses his heat vision to that symbol that he saw earlier on Rogol Zaar's axe / staff / sword. He inscribes it into the tray, he burns it into the tray, and they're just like, "What is this?" And it's like, some weird circle thing. That's literally what they say. They're just like, some weird circle thing. Also, there's a line in this that doesn't really have anything to do with anything, but I just thought it was a weird line. Flash says that, Barry is just like, what, why did Rogol Zaar, go away? Where did he go? And, Barry is just like, maybe he's full of caca poo-poo. He's like, I meant caca poo-poo on some level. And it's like, what? Why is Barry talking like that? He's not a child. I've seen other examples of Brian writing Barry, and it seems that he often writes Barry similar to Bart Allen for some reason. This is a 40-year-old man, a man who is probably in his late 30s, possibly 40, saying caca poo poo. What? So yeah, Batman is just like, if Rogolzar believes that cleansing is the answer, if he destroyed your planet to make it, you know, that then it dawns on Clark. He's like, he knows exactly what Rogolzar is probably doing. The moment Bruce was like, well, if he destroyed Krypton to cleanse Krypton, then that means that he's probably going to destroy Earth to cleanse Earth. So Clark flies off without Kara. He doesn't want to take Kara with him because it'll put her in danger, and he doesn't want her to be in danger. He doesn't say that, but that's, what everyone's assuming. He flies off, and then he plunges into the depth of the Earth and just flies straight to the core, where he just finds Rogolzar chilling there waiting for him. Rogolzar's just like, kept you waiting, huh? Or at least, I guess Superman's the one that says that he shows up and he's like, kept you waiting, huh? And so we end on this shot of Superman arriving at the core of the planet, where there's this weird object on the inside. And yeah, we're gonna have Rogolzar and Superman are gonna fight again in the Earth's core, presumably. So, issue 6, the final issue of The Man of Steel. This one is fully, the art is done completely by Jason Fabok. So, there are 2 story threads that go throughout this issue. The main one being the flashbacks. That's what we're mostly going to be focusing on today. Because the other story is Clark goes to the center of the Earth. He finds Rogolzar there with the device that he's going to use to blow up the planet. And so all that really happens between them is they fight each other. So a big fight between them breaks out. And while they're fighting, because Clark grabs the device and he takes it out of the core, the planet's core, and into space so that he can figure out a way to destroy it. But Rogolzar obviously chases after him, and they fight over the device. So while they're fighting, we get to see flashbacks of Clark and Lois making the decision of whether or not they're going to send John off with Jor-El, because Jor-El has shown up. He wants to take John with him on a journey throughout the galaxy to teach him what he needs to know to become his heir. And I think Bendis isn't doing a very good job at selling this to me, of the reasons why John would want to leave, because John wants to leave, and the reason why John wants to leave is because Clark says oh, you can be a hero here, you don't need to go with my dad, you can just join the Teen Titans. And John says that the Titans didn't let him join, and that's why he wants to go with Jor-El, because if he's not, because he says that the Titans told him that he needs to wait a few years before he joins them. Now, as far as I know, this is just something that Bendis came up with in this story to give John a reason to want to leave, because John didn't appear in enough Titans issues at this time. He appeared in one issue, and I'm pretty sure that issue didn't involve them saying that he couldn't be a part of the team. He just wasn't a part of the team. So Bendis has kind of invented that reason to, have John want to leave. Because I don't think there's any way that Damian... Because John and Damian are very close at this point in time. They are the Super Sons. And I don't think there's any reason why Damian would be no, you can't join us. I just think John wasn't on the Titans because he just wasn't chosen to be on the lineup by the editors and stuff. But I guess Bendis just wanted to add that into the reason of oh, John wants to leave because the Titans won't let him join because they think he's too immature or something, and that he's just not worthy of joining them yet, which is a sad thing, because it means that Damian is the leader of the Titans at this point in time. So it means that Damian was the one that made the decision to not let John join, because he was no, wait a few years. And I feel like that's a bit rough for Damien. I feel like Damien wouldn't do that to John. I feel like at this point in time, Damien would have been open to John joining the Titans. So John eventually whittles Lois and Clark down to a point where they come to... I was correct about them coming to, like, a conclusion of either we both go, or one of us goes, or John doesn't go. And so then it becomes an argument over who should go with John. Because for some reason, Clark and Lois are just like, well, we can't stop John from going. And it's like, well, but you can. Like, you can stop him from going. Because they try to bring up the point of, like, oh, well, John's got powers. So if we try to stop him from going, like, he'll probably use his powers. But, like, I don't think he would. Like, John... Like, the moment John realizes that him wanting to go is making his parents sad, he kind of second guesses it. And he only ends up going because Clark and Lois decide that he should go. So, if they eventually, like, if they planted their foot down and said, no, John, you're not going, John probably wouldn't have gone because he doesn't want to upset his parents because he cares about them and he doesn't care that much about going. Because, like, at the start of this issue, it's kind of like, John wants to go. And then halfway through the issue, it becomes, John doesn't want to go if his parents are going to be upset. But now his parents are the ones that want him to go. And they're the ones that are making him go. Also, another reason why John wants to go with Jor-El, I almost forgot to mention. So apparently, there is an evil version of John Kent in an alternate timeline. And John doesn't want to become evil, and he believes that if he doesn't go with his father into space to see the galaxy, he'll end up like the alternate timeline John Kent, because that's a very reasonable, presumption to come to, is that, like, oh, if I don't spend time with my granddad, I'll become like that John Kent that is an alternate timeline version of me, who killed a lot of people. I tried doing, like, some research, looking up this John Kent. As far as I know, this evil John Kent, who became Superman and killed a lot of people, as far as I know, he doesn't exist. As far as I know, this is a thing that Bendis made up as another reason for John to leave. The only Jonathan Kent who was evil that I could find was the one from the New 52, who was a member of the Teen Titans, who had replaced the Superboy at the time, but he was Superboy, he wasn't Superman. And Bendis specifically says that it is a John Kent who became an adult and became Superman, and then he became evil. But I can find zero information about this John Kent. I don't think he exists. I think Bendis invented him for this, to give another reason for John to leave. So it makes it less believable, where, like, you can't even draw from... Because I doubt he's talking about the Teen Titans version. If he's talking about the Teen Titans, John, then he's gotten all sorts of information wrong. But yeah, those are the reasons why John wants to leave. Clark and Lois talk it through. Clark decides that he can't leave. He needs to be on Earth. And also he doesn't want to leave, because I don't think he wants to spend time with his dead dad. Especially when his dad wants to take his son away from him. So Lois ends up being the one who agrees to go, because she says that it would be a great opportunity to write a book. Like, she's just gonna write a book by traveling through the galaxy. She tells Perry this, and Perry fires her, which sucks. That's unfortunate. That really sucks. I don't think she told Perry what she was doing, because obviously that's supposed to be a secret. She just told Perry that she's going to be going and writing a book, and so he fired her. And that's why Perry, earlier on, said that she was off writing a book or something, because that's legitimately what he thought she was doing. And so Lois and John go off with Jor-El into his little alien ship to go to a bigger ship that they're going to be living on, And they leave. And Clark, the first thing he does... Oh, before they leave, Clark and Lois actually have a little moment together. Clark tells Lois how he just really doesn't want John to leave. He's really against it, but he goes with it anyway. And he gives... We actually get an explanation as to why Clark is wearing his classic costume again. Clark gives Lois his Rebirth costume that he got at the beginning of Rebirth, the one that just has like a red belt. He gives that to her. He says it will protect her, and he says that like there's like a little button on it, and if she presses it, it'll fit to her body. And so that's how they... And then Lois is like, then what are you gonna wear? And Clark is like, I'll find something. And so that's our little explanation as to like, he gave that suit to her, and then he went and got like one of his old suits, and that's why he's got the red undies again. So it was cool that Bendis at least explained that. I appreciate that. He can go through the trouble of explaining how Clark got his old costume back, but when it comes to explaining how Rogol Zar knew where the Fortress of Solitude was, no, we can't explain that. That's too much. Too much detail. Yeah, so Lois and John go off with Jor-El on their grand space journey, and the first thing Clark does when they leave is he heads to John's room to just sit by the door. It's really depressing. He just sits by the door and he's just like sad. Like he's just sad. And because he's alone now, like he doesn't have his wife or son with him anymore, and obviously he's worried about them. His father promises that he'll bring them back soon, like sooner rather than later, and Clark, part of him just doesn't believe him. Like, Clark, part of him's just worried that something's going to go wrong while he's not there. Because I think there's this part of Clark that feels like he always needs to be around to be able to protect them, so he's having a really hard time dealing with the idea of him not being there with them. And so after all those flashbacks, we finally get to see all of the truth behind Lois and John's MIA status and Jor-El. Clark and Rogol Zar are continuing their fight. Kara shows up mid-fight and just headbutts Rogol Zar, and then she pulls out the Phantom Zone device that she has. She brought one with her, and she turns it on, and she sends Rogol Zar into the Phantom Zone without his spear. And Clark takes the spear, they turn off the device, or at least Green Lantern shows up, like Hal Jordan shows up, and keeps the device in like his little lantern bubble so they can take it away and turn it off. And Clark takes the staff with him to investigate what's going on. And Clark says that, like, we're not normally supposed to just send people into the Phantom Zone unless they deserve it. But Kara is like, this man destroyed all of Krypton, supposedly, and destroyed Kandor and killed a lot of people. So if Kandor's council was still around, they probably would have sent him, for life in the in the Phantom Zone. And if Rogol Zar being in the Phantom Zone means that we don't have to deal with Rogol Zar anymore, I'm completely fine with that, because I don't think I can't really say I hate Rogol Zar, because I'm just indifferent, because there's just nothing about him that I really care about, because there's not really much to him other than just being a big brute evil guy. Who knows, maybe that'll change later on. And so the story ends, like this little mini-series ends with Clark and Kara. It's a pretty great moment. Clark and Kara create a bunch of like little memorial lights for Kandor. So they create like these little glass globes that float up into the sky, lit up by their heat vision and stuff, in memory of Kandor. And the Justice League is there with them, and they kind of like there's this awesome shot of them floating in the sky with all of these little like globes flying off around them into space. It's kind of like a funeral for for everyone that died in Kandor. It's a pretty beautiful moment, I will admit. And then we get a final moment in this book. We learn a little bit more about the fires, because there's been this mystery with the fires going on in Metropolis, who's behind them. Moore is, kind of giving up on her investigation. She's starting to get to she's getting to some dead ends, struggling to figure out who's doing this. And then a little kid shows up, and he's like, "I know who did it." And she's like, "What are you talking about? Like, who?" He's like, "I saw him do it. Superman. Superman was the one who destroyed the fires, started the fires. I don't know why he would, but I swear it was him. I saw him do it." And we end on that little cliffhanger. So this kid is saying that Clark Kent, Superman, is responsible for starting all of these fires. And so that's the end of the Man of Steel miniseries, which leads directly into Brian Michael Bendis' main Superman series, which we will be talking about next. But before we do, I do want to say one specific thing, which is about John Kent leaving with Jor-El, which is, I talked about earlier about the interview that Bendis had with Time, where he talked about how lucky he was to be handed the Lois and Clark marriage and, John Kent, and he was excited to tell interesting stories of and interactions between Clark and John, and how many stories you can tell with that. And the first thing he did was he immediately separated Clark from Lois and John. It just feels like a weird thing to do, where you're talking up this relationship of oh, I can't wait to write the dynamic between Lois and Clark and John and the relationship between them, and then the first thing you do is just separate the characters, and it's they're not even John and Lois are off on the other side of the galaxy. It's it feels a little hypocritical to do that. I don't know what Bendis is doing. I'm sure we'll learn more as time goes on. I don't want to judge it too early, but it kind of got on my nerves a bit when I watched that interview of him talking so highly about wanting to write stories about Clark and John and Clark and Lois, and then just doing the exact opposite of that, of making it pretty much impossible for him to do that, at least until they come back. But yeah, that's the end of the Man of Steel, the miniseries that started off Bendis' run, and we're not going to stall any longer. We're going to get straight on to Bendis' Superman run, Superman Issue 1. So before we continue into the first issue, I felt like I needed to go back, and because the stuff with John just wasn't sitting right with me, the stuff about the Teen Titans and the stuff about Evil John, because I tried researching it and I couldn't find anything, so I was like, I'll dig a little bit deeper and research some more to see if I can find out what Bendis was talking about. And eventually I did find out that I was wrong when I said before that there wasn't stuff with the Teen Titans and Evil John. Turns out that in the Super Sons series, there was a whole story about, in an alternate timeline, John did become evil, and that a future version of Tim Drake came back to try and kill John to stop it from happening, and Damian John teamed up with him in order to stop that future from happening, and they succeeded in doing that, and so that future wasn't going to happen. And at around the same time, Damian did try to get John to join the Teen Titans, but the rest of the Titans didn't want John to join. And so, yeah, it turns out those things did actually happen. And so, yeah, Bendis didn't create that stuff just for the story. But I also learned that the problem there is that alternate future was fixed. So John wasn't going to become evil because they stopped it from happening, and they made it impossible for him to become evil because the future version of Tim Drake from the alternate future because basically the way it started was that John used his solar flare attack to kill a lot of people, and the future Tim Drake took that solar flare ability from him, so he can't even do it. So Bendis just didn't like read it properly, or just went against it, because John can't even become evil. So it still makes this reason for John leaving with Jor-El not make any sense, because that future isn't going to happen, and it's impossible for John to become evil now. But yeah, just wanted to rectify that and say that I'd made a mistake, and that this is the actual, this is the fact of the stuff with John, and that it's still stupid that John leaves with Jor-El, because it still goes against the pre-established canon of John. So with that out of the way, now we can move on to Superman issue 1. Wait, I just realized that I didn't explain why Jor-El is even alive to begin with. Because this isn't a thing that was established in the Bendis run. This isn't the grand reveal that Jor-El is alive. No, this is a thing that was established before the Bendis run. And when I was reading this, I didn't even know that this was a thing that had been established before this run. And I had to go back and I had to do a bunch of research, because I read it and I was like, wait, so Jor-El's alive, but it's not explained why he's alive. I assumed that they were going to explain it later, but then I did my research and I found out that there's a bunch of stuff that happened before this, where there was this mysterious character known as Mr. Oz, who was this guy in a green robe whose identity was a mystery for a really long time, and eventually Mr. Oz was revealed to be Jor-El, and for a while Clark didn't believe him for obvious reasons. He thought that he was a copy of his father, pretending to be his father, but eventually it was proven to Clark that this was the real Jor-El. And back then, this Jor-El had gone insane. He had been under his mind was broken or something, and eventually he regained his sanity, and that was when he was able to finally tell Clark that he really is the real Jor-El. And so as Clark and Jor-El kind of reunited, that's when Jor-El was sucked into a mysterious portal. Because the thing with Mr. Oz is that his whole thing was that he was going around grabbing different people from points in time and taking them away to another dimension, and then putting them in these cages, just a bunch of characters from throughout the DC universe. And so when he and Clark finally reunited, and Clark finally realized that it was actually his dad, Jor-El was then taken away by a mysterious force, sucked into a portal, and it was never that story was never finished. It was assumed, there were theories that the one responsible for taking Jor-El away was Dr. Manhattan, who had been established in DC at the time as the god of the DC universe, pretty much. He was the one that created the New 52, and then he was the one that ended up he tried to destroy the universe again and recreate it again, because he failed the first time when he tried doing it with the New 52, and so he tried again, and Superman stopped him, and that's how Rebirth was created, the new universe that we're currently in. And so yeah, that story was supposed to be continued on by Jeff Johns, but Jeff Johns was taken, stepped down as he was no longer the biggest power at DC. So a lot of his stories that he was doing at the time didn't really get finished, including that one. And so when Bendis took over doing Superman, he just brought back Jor-El without any explanation. So when Jor-El shows up at the Kent house, that is the next time you see him after he gets sucked away into that mysterious portal at the end of the Mr. Oz saga. So again, it's like Bendis just ignoring continuity to bring back Jor-El without any explanation, and this isn't the first time that Bendis would just ignore continuity or just have not read a previous comic and bring back characters without any explanation. It happens again in the run, and I'll talk about it later. But yeah, I had to explain this because I'm sure that you were probably wondering, why is Jor-El alive? And I was too, and so yeah, I was told that the Bendis run was a good jumping on point. But it doesn't seem to be a very good jumping on point unless you ignore prior continuity. Like, because I wasn't expecting to have to be doing all this research for these things that aren't explained in this run. I was told that I was led to believe that this is a good jumping on point for Superman, but I don't think it is. I think it seems like the best jumping on point is Rebirth, and then you go into this, but you don't start with this unless you want to be confused over a couple of details. But yeah, now that the Jor-El explanation is out of the way, I'm pretty sure I've covered everything that needs to be explained that wasn't explained by Bendis. So I think now we're all caught up on everything, and we can move on to the main Superman title now. Finally, for real this time. We're starting with issue 1. This is it. This is issue 1 right now. I'm not stalling anymore. No more things to uncover. No more twists or anything, or things I had to research. This is it. So, Superman, issue 1, with art by Ivan Reyes. After everything that happened in The Man of Steel, Superman immediately is like, I gotta find my family. I gotta find out where Lois and John are, because the people he was trying to communicate on the crystal that Rogol Zod destroyed was Lois and John, and so because he couldn't contact them, he's now gonna try and look for them. But while he's flying through space, he realizes the universe is pretty big, and it's going to take him a long time to search for them. And then he sees the Dominators coming to invade Earth, and then he's like, oh, I guess I'd better stop them. So he quickly stops the Dominators, and he's like, maybe me stopping them will make them think twice this time. But, wouldn't the previously failed attempt at invading Earth already cause them to change their mind? Also, aren't all the Dominators are all dead? There aren't any left. Invasion ended with them all dying except for one, and then in JLI, Justice League International, there was one remaining Dominator working for Queen Bee, and then she killed him. And then for some reason, occasionally a Dominator will show up, even though it doesn't make any sense. They're supposed to be completely extinct. I don't know, maybe New 52 brought them back, and without any real explanation, or because it was a reboot, and then Bendis was just like, oh, the Dominators are here, let's go, let's have them attack Earth, even though it doesn't make sense for them to want to attack Earth, especially since Invasion is, I think, still canon now that Rebirth happened. I don't know. He stops the invasion and is like, this is why I should stay on Earth, so that the Dominators can't come and take over Earth. Even though the previous time they invaded Earth, I had nothing to do with them being stopped. In fact, I barely did anything. It was most of the other heroes that stopped the Dominators. In fact, it was actually Deadman was the one who mainly stopped the invaders. But whatever, Superman has to be on Earth. Superman's the only one who can stop an alien invasion. Then Clark starts having flashbacks to Lois and John, and it's basically just Bendis giving us moments that, we could have had if he hadn't have sent them away into space. I don't know why Bendis decided to do what he did, but, because there are flashbacks where Clark and John are talking to each other about John having to go to school, and John's complaining about it because he doesn't want to go to school, and he says it's deadly torture to go to school. And I'm like, Bendis, like, what? You're really good at writing Clark and John. So why did you send John halfway across the universe and have the only moments between them being flashbacks? Like, why are you so good at writing them, and yet for some reason you don't want to? Like, you clearly do not want to write the father-son relationship, and yet, like, here we are having great moments in a flashback. It's like, why did you send him away? This is good. I want more of this. This is what I want. I don't want John halfway across the universe. I want him to be here. So Clark then heads off to the Fortress of Solitude to meet with Barry, Hal, and Diana, because the fortress has been completely destroyed. And Hal is like, "Are you, like, did you manage to move out all of your stuff?" And Superman was like, "Yeah, I had time to do that. At some point, Superman had time to move a lot of his artifacts. I don't know when he was able to do that, because a lot happened in the miniseries. Like, Clark was pretty much doing stuff, like, non-stop, but I guess he's Superman, so it probably took him a split second anyway to grab all his stuff. And they ask him if he's going to find a new place to stay, and Superman is like, "Stand back," and he punches the ground and pulls forth a crystal, which he flies off to the Bermuda Triangle with, and he throws it into the ocean, and he creates a new Fortress of Solitude. So Bendis destroyed the Fortress of Solitude, which was like this huge moment of like, wow, the Fortress of Solitude is destroyed. But then immediately after, Superman goes and he makes another Fortress of Solitude that is exactly the same, except now it's in the middle of the ocean. Like, why? Why destroy the Fortress of Solitude? Why do such a huge thing like destroy the Fortress of Solitude just to bring it back right away? Like, another one. I was hoping that there was going to be like... I was hoping that Bendis was going to be like, oh no, Superman's going to go back to like the cave that he had in the mountain. Like the old Fortress of Solitude that he had that wasn't like all of the crystals and stuff. Like, it was literally just a cave guarded by a polar bear. I thought Bendis was going to do that. I thought that would have been a really fun idea. If it was like, until he found like a new Fortress of Solitude that was better, he would go back to that cave. But no, he just creates a new one. Because apparently Clark can just do that. You can just grab a crystal and just throw it in the ocean. Got a new fortress. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. At least we had like some lasting consequences with the bottle city of Kandor being destroyed. Though I'm sure that will probably, they'll get brought back to life or something. Because nothing really stays in comic books. So after creating his new Fortress of Solitude, Clark heads back to work, where he starts writing about himself. These are moments that I really enjoy in this, is Clark writing about himself, and like he kind of glorifies Superman, and then he's just like, ego, and like has to get his ego back in check, and so he quickly deletes what he was writing and starts over again. I kind of like that. I like this idea of like Clark has this not a need, but like a tendency to sometimes write himself a little bit too like let his ego a little bit too much into his work, and he has to dial it back. It makes sense to me that like if you're writing about yourself, you're gonna have a tendency to kind of make your actions a little bit more grandiose than they might actually be. And it kind of shows how grounded Clark is. That he's not about being like largely praised and stuff. If he cared about that, then he would be, writing as himself as like, some kind of legendary hero. So Clark is going to contact Melody Moore, the chief of the firefighters. I think she's the chief. Because there's still fires going on in Metropolis, mysterious fires. But then he gets a mind call from Martian Manhunter, John Johns, to go and talk to John. This is one of those examples of, like, John first shows up, and immediately I'm like, wow, Bendis gets John. Because the way he introduces John is that he's the heart and soul of the Justice League, which is immediately like, man, Bendis gets it. That is John's role. Like, he is the heart and soul of the Justice League. But then he kind of goes completely against that. Like, he calls him the heart and soul. But the reason why John wants to talk to Clark is because he wants Clark to take over the world and become its leader. He literally says, take over and become the leader to lead Earth in a better direction because, and I quote, Martian Manhunter believes that the Earth that the humans live on is garbage, that they've turned it into garbage. And this is one of the most out of character things I've ever seen someone write for John, other than like New 52. Like, it feels like Martian Manhunter is still like suffering from the New 52. There is no way. First of all, Martian Manhunter would never call Earth garbage. And second of all, he would never tell Clark to use his powers to take over Earth and become its leader. Even if he says to do it in like just a commanding way that isn't like brute force, it's still not something that John would tell Clark to do. If anything, the person that would come up with that idea would be Clark in his early years. You know, if Clark had been Superman for not very long, he would probably go to John and he'd be like, hey, John, what do you think about me just like kind of taking leadership of Earth and using my powers to like steer us in a better direction? And John would be like, that isn't right. That isn't what you should use your powers for. You should use them to help people in other ways and stay out of like politics because that isn't that isn't where we need to be. But instead, no, he tells Clark, hey, you should take over the world and like use your powers to lead the Earth because the humans can't do it. They need a strong hand like yours to do it. One fun thing about this conversation, you know, character assassination aside, Clark is like during the conversation at certain moments, Clark is like, oh, I gotta go quick, and like he would quickly zip off and he'd go like stop a giant dinosaur monster or save people from a burning building or take care of a monkey trying to board a shuttle. Is it Gorilla Grodd? I don't know. There's just a shot of Superman punching a monkey in space. Those were fun, but the actual conversation is a little jarring. I don't like it. And it kind of ends with like Clark kind of giving John the cold shoulder. He's like, I love you, John, but he's like, think about it, sit with it. If not you, who? He's like, it was really good to see you. And he's like, of course, I knew this would be a hard sell. And so Clark just leaves, and John is just like watching him leave. And it's like, okay, cool. That was a great conversation. Great characterization. Superman continues just flying through Metropolis, thinking about his dad taking his son and wife away from him, and then a massive explosion happens behind him that he doesn't notice, and then until it's too late, because he realizes that something feels off within the city, and then he starts looking around and he starts seeing that the sky looks real weird, and then Clark realizes that somehow planet Earth has ended up inside the Phantom Zone, where all of Clark's greatest villains and criminals reside. So Earth is now within the Phantom Zone. So, issue 3 begins with Bendis once again trying to show us how cool Rogol Zar is. It turns out that he fought alongside the Thanagarians against the Tamaranians, and because he's Rogol Zar, the Tamaranians, some of the fiercest warriors in the entire galaxy, are afraid of Rogol Zar. Like, the king is literally like, Rogol Zar? They have Rogol Zar? run! And then he just, like, jumps into battle and starts killing Tamaranians and Thanagarians because Rogolzar's really cool, guys. Like, he's dangerous. Everyone knows who he is. The Tamaranians, the Thanagarians, like, everyone's afraid of him. They always have been. There's just a reason why Starfire has never, ever mentioned a Rogolzar ever in her entire life. If he was really that bad, it's like, why didn't she tell anyone about him? I feel like if you're going to introduce a really powerful character into continuity, you can't really say that everyone knew who he was, because then you're just kind of messing up continuity. The only real way you can get away with it is if you have it be like, well, this guy existed, but, like, somehow everyone forgot. Or, like, he's just been gone so long that people forgot he existed, which could be the case. I guess you could kind of, like, throw it off that way, of being like, oh, real reason Starfire never mentioned him is because it was long before her time, and Rogolzar was long forgotten by then. So, Earth is in the Phantom Zone, for unknown reasons, though we have a feeling it has something to do with Rogolzar. Superman has a massive monologue to himself where he explained to Green Arrow, because Green Arrow was like, do you live in hell? And Superman's like, what do you mean? And Oliver's like, you have to hear everyone and see everything, and you can't turn it off. Like, that must be hell. And Superman thinks to himself, and he's like, I can turn it off. I can turn it off whenever I want. I don't. I choose not to, because I was taught a whole bunch of lessons by, like, Lois and John and stuff about always listening in and listening to, and instead of listening to everything that, like, instead of just listening to everything that's bad, instead just choosing to focus on listening to everyone trying. That's what he says. He's like, I listen to billions and billions of people trying every day, no matter what it is they're trying to do, just trying in general. Living, breathing, and that's what keeps me going. And that's why I don't live in hell. That's why I love, my life and the way that I live. And, using my powers and stuff doesn't bother me. So, Clark tells John to create a psychic link between the entire Justice League, because they need to work together to figure out how to get out of the Phantom Zone. Plastic Man and Hawkman are both included here as members of the Justice League, even though, because in the 2018 series that Scott Snyder wrote, Plastic Man and Hawkman are technically members of the Justice League. They appear in the first issue, but they don't really serve as proper members until much later into the run. But Bendis just decided to include them here anyway, even though Plastic Man would be too busy with the Terrifics at the moment, and Hawkman would be busy doing his own thing, starring in his own series at the time. We get a little bit of a monologue from Rogolzar about how, like, he thinks that being sent to the Phantom Zone was, like, some kind of God message to him, because he's used to being sent to mysterious places that he's not used to. Like, he's taken part in war after war on planets that he's never been on, and so the Phantom Zone is just another place he's never been to before that he's ready to become acclimated to. And the second he arrives in the Phantom Zone, he meets Radioactive Man. Now, if you don't know who Radioactive Man is not the character from The Simpsons. He is a villain that was invented for the fourth Superman movie, Quest for Peace, as a evil version of Superman that isn't Superman, but he's like a Superman knockoff, like, made by Lex Luthor with radioactive powers. And the only reason he shows up in this issue is because a fan dared Bendis, like, basically said, you can't, like, I bet you can't use Radioactive Man in an interesting way. Like, I bet you can't include Radioactive Man in the story in any kind of interesting way. And Bendis was like, alright, I'll take that bet. And so Radioactive Man shows up, and he fights Rogol-Zar for a bit. Radioactive Man punches him in the face and actually draws quite a bit of blood out of Rogol-Zar's face before Rogol-Zar just claps his hands across, like he crushes Radioactive Man's head in one like clap. He like claps his head and blows his head up. And yeah, Radioactive Man is dead. So I wouldn't say, I don't know if Bendis won the bet. Like, yeah, he used Radioactive Man, but I wouldn't really call it interesting. He just killed him off immediately. I don't know, not very imaginative. But whatever, Radioactive Man is dead, we don't care about him, we're moving on. Rogol-Zar wants to get revenge on Superman for sending him to the Phantom Zone, and he believes the best way to do it would be to bring Clark to him. But then he looks at Earth and is like, wait a minute, maybe I should bring Earth to the Phantom Zone instead. They don't say that that's what he's thinking, but it's pretty obvious that's what he's thinking. And so Clark heads to the Fortress of Solitude with Barry Allen, but more like Bart Allen because of the way that Bendis writes him. He writes Barry Allen, so Barry's supposed to be like late 30s, possibly even like 40 at this point, and yet he acts like a teenager. He's just like, I'm super smart, Superman, see, I'm a scientist, and like he just says stuff like that. Like he gets into the Fortress of Solitude, and like literally the first thing he says is he's like, I just ran all the way from Antarctica because you told me to. I'm freezing and I have to pee. So you got that, and then the last, like, one of the other issues where he said cuckoo pa, like, is it like poo-poo caca? Whatever. Yeah, I don't like the way that Bendis writes Barry. So they're trying to figure out who brought the planet Earth into the Phantom Zone, even though Superman just doesn't think about, like, the fact that it's like, well, I just sent Rogol-Zar to the Phantom Zone, and then immediately after I sent Rogol-Zar to the Phantom Zone, Earth got pulled into the Phantom Zone. So maybe I should just, like, put two and two together? Like, what are the chances? I think it's pretty likely that maybe Rogol-Zar might be behind this, because it happened right after you sent him to the Phantom Zone. But no, Superman doesn't think that. Maybe he does, and he just doesn't want to admit that it's Rogol-Zar. I don't know. I'm kind of just... I'm trying to come up with reasons to save this. I don't think it makes any sense why Superman just doesn't assume it's Rogol-Zar right off the bat. Like, he's not dumb. But then Barry starts like having like he starts like passing out, and it turns out that the telepathic link between the Justice League harms them if it's left on for too long. And John was like, you told me to leave it open. And Superman's just like, yeah, that might have been a mistake. We really need to figure out how to get out of here now. Otherwise, you know, my friends are at risk of dying. And I'm at risk of dying too because I'm away from the yellow sun, so I'm slowly losing my powers. And so that's where the third issue ends. Oh, did I say issue 3? I meant issue 2. Sorry. We were talking about issue 2. Now we're talking about issue 3. So, it turns out Rogol-Zar wasn't the one responsible for bringing Earth into the Phantom Zone. It was Star Labs. So yeah, I was wrong. I thought it was Rogol-Zar. It wasn't Rogol-Zar. It was Star Labs. 3 Star Labs technicians accidentally brought themselves into the Phantom, like brought Earth into the Phantom Zone while doing one of their experiments. We learned this because Livewire decided to go to Star Labs not knowing what has happened. Like, she went there to, like, steal kryptonite and stuff so that she could, you know, fight Superman or do crimes, and then if Superman came to stop her, she'd have kryptonite to stop him or something. Livewire is a character who's constantly back and forth on being rehabilitated. Superman shows up and questions whether or not he wants to try and rehabilitate her, but he says that he can't unless she wants to, and he doesn't sense any will from her to change. Superman actually arrives, and at first he assumes that Livewire was responsible for bringing the Phantom Earth into the Phantom Zone. But then he talks to the scientists and realizes that it was an accident and that they did it, and they think that they've only brought their Star Labs into the Phantom Zone, but Superman has to tell them that it's actually the entire planet, and that they're going to need to, get it together or we're all gonna die. Meanwhile, Rogol-Zar makes a fire in the Phantom Zone and chills at it, and he is approached by Jax-Ur. Jax-Ur is a Kryptonian scientist and a villain of Superman. He is one of the most dangerous Kryptonians in the entire galaxy. Rogol-Zar says he's not as dangerous as Zod. Jax-Ur arrives, and he realizes that Rogol-Zar has started wearing a piece of Superman's cape, around his neck, as part of his scarf. He's got the Superman symbol on it. It's kind of similar to that one alien from Panic in the Sky who started wearing a shirt of Superman after Superman beat the crap out of him. It's like Rogol-Zar has started doing that ever since Superman beat him. So Rogol-Zar asks Jax-Ur who he is and why he's in the Phantom Zone. And then Jax-Ur is like, I'm innocent. And then Rogol-Zar is like, bullcrap, I know exactly who you are and I know why you're here. And Jax-Ur is like, why did you ask me then? And Rogol-Zar is like, doesn't matter. I'm here to tell you that I am going to destroy Superman. Rogol-Zar doesn't really make it clear exactly what he wants to do to with Jax-Ur. He's just kind of like, I have plans, and you can be a part of those plans or not. Depends on what kind of move you make next. But it has to do with the fact that planet Earth is now in the Phantom Zone. And Jax-Ur is like, do you know how it ended up here? And Rogol-Zar is like, no. But what I do know is that if we band together, me and your guys, we can take over the Earth. Or we can attack the Earth, find the device that can get us out of the Phantom Zone, and then leave the Earth in the Phantom Zone while we escape. And then Jax-Ur just tells all of his cronies to attack Rogol-Zar, and Rogol-Zar has a big fight with them. He beats the crap out of them to the point where they are all they're beaten to near death. And through that, he forces them all to start obeying him, and he becomes their leader. And then he starts to enact his plan to invade Earth to find the Phantom Zone device so that he can get out of the Phantom Zone and leave Earth inside of it. Clark is busy going around different parts of Earth, saving people. He stops a plane from crashing, which is missing a piece of it. They casually mention that the plane isn't on fire, it was just missing, it didn't catch fire, it's just missing a piece. I don't know what that's about. Maybe it will be something to do with something later. But the rest of the Justice League are getting really, really sick because the Phantom Zone's atmosphere is mixing with Earth's atmosphere, and so it's starting to make everyone sick, except for Superman. There's a weird joke. So all of the Justice League are communicating with each other, giving situations on who they're saving on different parts of Earth. And then there's just one page of Adam Strange just in the middle of space, guys, hey, it's Adam Strange, all the way from Ron. And he's just not funny. It's what? Okay. That was weird. I don't know if that joke really hit. It's kind of confusing. I know I had to kind of think about it for a second. I was like, oh, okay, I get it. It's because they're all telekinetically, or telepathically linked, and Adam Strange isn't even on Earth, so he thought it would be funny to just kind of be like, hey guys, I'm not on Earth, but hey. So Rogolzar also manages to finally convince Jax-Ur to work with him to escape from the Phantom Zone. He's like, if we work together, we'll be able to succeed. People have started rioting on Earth ever since stuff started falling apart thanks to the Phantom Zone, so Superman has to go and sort out these riots and stop people from stealing things. Meanwhile, the smartest people on Earth all gather, or not the smartest, but the smartest heroes, like Mr. Terrific and Ray Palmer and Will Magnus, Ted Kord, Ryan Choi. Ray Palmer just chooses to not listen to Mr. Terrific because Ray Palmer's like, it's the end of the, like, because Ray Palmer is like, the Earth cannot survive this immediate situation. And Mr. Terrific is like, actually, technically, none of us actually know that, Ray. And Ray's just like, shut up, Mr. Terrific. And it's like, bro, Mr. Terrific is smarter than you, Ray. So, like, he's probably... I mean, within the context of the story, it doesn't make sense for Mr. Terrific to be the one that goes like, oh, well, like, maybe we won't die. It's like, no, out of all of these characters, Mr. Terrific would be the one that would be like, no, like, guys, we're actually gonna die. Like, I know that for a fact because I'm one of the smartest men on the planet. I think Mr. Terrific is the smartest man on the planet. Like, the smartest human. He's smarter than Lex Luthor. Superman shows up just to tell them that the Earth is going to die, and that Star Labs was responsible, because they're trying to figure out how they ended up in the Phantom Zone. So Superman shows up and he's like, it was Star Labs, and it was an accident. And then they tell Superman to go out and figure out a way to get the Phantom Zone out of here, and also save people, because Superman isn't helping by being with them. He needs to be out there saving people, helping people, figuring out a way to get Earth out of the Phantom Zone somehow. And that's when Superman suddenly senses that Rogolzar is nearby, so he flies off to face Rogolzar and his army of Jax-Ur's minions, and that's where the issue ends. It ends with Rogolzar riding into battle on this weird alien monster thing, surrounded by, like, Jax-Ur and all of the criminals that are obeying his command in the Phantom Zone. And so Superman and Rogolzar are going to clash once again, and we're going to see what happens in the next issue. So, issue 4, Rogolzar and his army, or Jax-Ur's army of alien criminals face Superman in the spaces of the Phantom Void, or the Phantom Zone, sorry. And Clark says that he can't face Rogolzar in hand-to-hand combat because Rogolzar will best him. So instead he tries just using his heat vision and stuff. And this army that Clark is fighting is basically just trying to stall for time, because Rogolzar's goal is to just destroy planet Earth and then kill all the Kryptons, like the Kryptonians, because he just wants to, you know, kill all of Superman's foster family and all of his friends and everyone that took him in, including, like, he considers planet Earth as, like, having taken him in, so he wants to get rid of them and then kill Superman and everyone else. And obviously that would include Jax-Ur as well, because Jax-Ur is Kryptonian, which is why Clark is confused that Jax-Ur and Rogolzar are working together. There's a moment where Jax-Ur has a gun that I guess can kill Kryptonians, because he wants Rogolzar to hold Superman still so he can shoot him. So I would assume the gun probably hurts him. But when he blasts Superman with it, it doesn't really do anything to him. Like, not really. Rogolzar makes fun of Superman's name. He says that the name Super is stupid, and that he thinks Superman is a fool for getting Earth to believe that he is a superior being. Which is funny, because Rogolzar... Like, it's funny that Rogolzar is making fun of people with silly names, because His name is probably one of the stupidest ones. But yeah, he punches Superman, sending him flying into like all of these alien criminals who start swarming Superman, and so he sets off his solar flare to get all of them off of him. And then, even though not that long ago he said that he couldn't beat Rogol Zaar in hand-to-hand combat, for some reason Clark tries punching him anyway, and Rogol just grabs his arm and then just punches him and sends him falling down onto Earth. And then Rogol Zaar is like, right, now let's go onto Earth and let's destroy it. Like, let's have fun, because Superman's probably going to be out of commission for a while. This is our chance. And then we get some flashbacks between Clark and John, because even though Bendis sent John away, he still wants to do flashbacks of John, and it's like, why didn't you just keep him around? Like, these flashbacks are pretty good, except this one has some weird dialogue in it, because John is really upset that people are spreading misinformation about the Kents, specifically about Clark and John. Like, the people that hate aliens are saying nasty things about them, and John is just like, why can't we go and, like, kick their asses and stuff? And Clark says a really weird thing that feels very out of character for him to say this, but he says that he basically says that Batman gets on his nerves, and he's just like, and it would be so easy for me to just, like, pop his head off. Like, I should just pop his head off and kill him, you know? Like, wouldn't that be easy, John? Like, I could just go pop his head off and kill him. And he's trying to teach some kind of lesson to John, but it doesn't feel like this is the way that Clark would do it. I don't think Clark would ever joke about killing somebody. It just doesn't feel right for him to do that, especially someone like Batman, who he's very close to. Like, Clark wouldn't even joke about killing Lex Luthor. Like, that's just not the kind of guy that he is. Like, dark jokes aren't really a thing that Clark is known for. Like, Bendis tries to kind of spin off as, like, oh, it's Clark and he's doing, like, dad jokes. But, like, a dad joke about killing one of your best friends, like, that's not really, like, I don't know. It kind of feels like Bendis is kind of like, I'm not saying Bendis doesn't like Batman, but it kind of feels like it's Bendis kind of like his, like, him kind of being like, oh, well, you know, I like Batman, but I kind of, like, there are times where I don't really like him, and it's kind of bleeding through Clark. Yeah, it feels more like Bendis is talking through Clark instead of, you know, having Clark speak as a character. Yeah, because when he says he's gonna pop Batman's head off, like, there is a funny panel of John, his face just being like, ugh. Like, he's just got, like, this really funny face. It's like, it's funny, but, like, is it in character? Not really. It's just a weird joke to have Clark say multiple times. Like, he says it over and over again. And then he's like, yeah, but I don't. Because then I remember that he's Batman, and that he's my friend. And it's like, well, then why are you even thinking of it in the first place? So that's basically all that flashback is. It's eventually he says to John, like, we just gotta kind of put up with the people that are saying bad things and just continue what we're doing, because their opinions don't matter. So the plan to get planet Earth out of the Phantom Zone is for Ray Palmer to shrink it somehow. Using his scientific expertise, he is going to shrink the Earth, because he's at the lab of the scientists that accidentally sent planet Earth into the Phantom Zone. So he's just going to use his scientific voodoo know-how to shrink the Earth, and then the Flash is going to use, like, Barry Allen is going to use the Phantom Zone projector to pull the Earth out of the Phantom Zone when it's shrunk, and then they will regrow it again once it's out of the Phantom Zone. But before they can do that, Superman has to get Rogol Zaar and Jax-Ur and all of the criminals off of Earth so they don't accidentally bring them with them. And it's during this time that Superman and Jaxa have a bit of a confrontation, and Superman's like, why are you working with Rogol Zar? And Jaxa's like, because we're criminals and we're both trying to kill you. And Superman's like, yeah, but he's trying to cleanse all Kryptonians, which includes you. Like, I know that you, even though you are a terrorist, Jaxa, like, I know that you were trying to save Krypton in your own weird, twisted way. So why are you helping a guy that not only destroyed Krypton, but is trying to kill Kryptonians? And Jaxa is like, you're lying to me! And Superman's like, Jaxa, I never lie. Even though he said, like, technically the joke about him popping Batman's head is a lie. I guess Superman didn't consider it a lie, then he leaves. He's like, I never lied, Jaxa. See ya. And he runs off. And then Rogol Zar just appears out of nowhere and just like punches him in the back, sending him crashing into a nearby road. And then he flies down and he punches Superman again. He just goes skatoom. And then while he's getting the crap beaten out of him by Rogol Zar, that's when he's talking to Ray Palmer about like shrinking the planet. So he's like, okay, just wait a minute, wait for me to say like my wait for me to give the go ahead, and then shrink the planet. All right, like gets hit by Rogol Zar. And so Barry runs across the Earth with the Phantom Zone projector. We don't even know how Ray even shrinks the planet. He just does. There's no explanation as to how he does it. He just knew how to do it. Like, okay, I guess Ray Palmer just like figured out how to shrink the planet in 5 seconds, or like 5 minutes. So Superman grabs Rogol Zar. He creates like well, before he does that, he creates like a tornado and like sucks all of the criminals out of Earth and throws them back into the Phantom Zone, like away from Earth. And then he grabs Rogol Zar, and with all his strength, he pulls Rogol Zar away from Earth, and then Earth disappears because Ray Palmer successfully shrunk it, and Barry Allen successfully transported it out of the Phantom Zone. We don't know what the rest of the Justice League were doing at this time. It's assumed that they were just really sick because the Phantom Zone was making everyone sick. They were probably saving people and stuff. But now Superman is stuck in the Phantom Zone with Rogol Zar, but he's happy because he's like, I'd rather be stuck in here with you than have you out there on planet Earth. And then we have a page of the, I guess it's a running joke now, where Adam Strange is like communicating to the Justice League through a satellite, and he's just like, this is Adam Strange, I need to report a missing planet, the Earth, Terra, Earth, EAR, and then that's it. And it's like, okay, so I guess Adam Strange is like late on the whole thing of like, he's just now telling them that Earth is missing, and it's like, they already know. I guess it's, I don't know. I don't think the joke hits. It's supposed to, I get it. It's supposed to be like a joke, but it just kind of makes Adam Strange look stupid. I don't know. It didn't really hit. So, that's the end of that issue. So, issue 5 begins with Zod, General Zod. He actually has a family at the moment. Ursa, his right-hand woman for many years, is now his wife. And he has a son whose name is Law. And so Zod has a nightmare of a brand... I say a nightmare for a reason. Of a brand new Krypton on the planet Jakul. And, like, the Kal-El, like, the L family with, like, Superman, Lois... like Clark, Lois, and John are there, and like a bunch of the other families are all there. And the idea is that they are going to unite. And Batman and Cyborg are there for some reason. I don't know why they're there. And the idea is that Zod is welcoming them to unite and become one planet. And then the planet is attacked by Rogol Zar and his army of alien criminals. And Zod's family is killed in front of his eyes. Their blood spurts across his face as, you know, they get cut to pieces. And Rogolzar appears in front of Zod after having killed everyone except for Zod. And he just says, like, Zod? And then Zod just goes like, ah! And he wakes up from his nightmare. And Ursa's just like, you must stop drinking that Jakul spirit. It's making you see things, Zod. And he's like, it does. It shows me hope. She's like, what happened to you? And that's when Law comes in. He's like, Father. And he's like, not now, Law. And he's like, no, you have to see this. Planet Earth has gone missing. And meanwhile, in the Phantom Zone, Clark is just he's just out of it at the moment. He's dripping blood. Like, he's just gotten the crap beaten out of him by Rogolzar and Jaxer and all of these alien criminals. And Rogolzar is just like, rise, Superman, and face my wrath. And Clark flies it out of there. Like, he just gets out of there. And Jaxer is like, if you knew Superman, like, you would know that this kind of move isn't normal for him, running away. Like, should we go after him? And Rogolzar is like, there's not really any reason to, because he's stuck in here with us, and he'll end up coming back to us eventually. But let's go after him anyway. And so Rogolzar, like, jumps off to go chase after Clark. Meanwhile, Adam Strange is, like, on the hotline to, like the planetary hotline, I guess, like, calling customer service about planet Earth, having to recite his name, where he's like, yes, Strange is my last name. I'm trying to call about planet Earth missing. Could you please come here right now? And then Zod appears behind him. He's like, my name is Zod. He's like, of the Kryptonian Zods? He's like, where is the Earth? He's like, wow, this is really strange. And my name is actually... And then Zod's like, what is that? And they find the shrunken Earth, and they come really close to it. And you'd think that if they got so close to... getting so close to the shrunken Earth would probably, like, cause all sorts of problems within the atmosphere. Like, if you have Zod and Adam Strange just, like, breathing over planet Earth, or just covering it, they'd be, like, blocking out, like, there'd be, like, eclipse over an entire part of, like, half of a planet. And, Adam Strange is just bewildered by the fact that the Earth has been shrunken, and then all of a sudden, it begins growing, and Adam Strange is just like, what the shit? And then the Earth just, like, grows in front of him, and he's just like, ah! And then gets, like, hit by trees and stuff. He's just like, ah! And Zod, like, falls into the oceans as they grow. And, Adam Strange just gets hit by, like, a massive building as it grows. He's just like, ah! It turns out he's on top of the Daily Planet, and he's just like, oh, Metropolis. I guess it's at normal size again. And, Ray Palmer wakes up from a dream that he's having about, Kristen Bell. He's just like, Kristen Bell! And then Zod appears behind him and is like, send me to the Phantom Zone now. And Ray just, like, without hesitation, just turns on the Phantom Zone device and sends Zod to the Phantom Zone. And then he's just like, that was the right choice, right, guys? Like, that was the right choice. Are we back to full size? In the Phantom Zone, Clark thinks about Rogolzar, and he's just, like, real mad. Because, like, this guy apparently destroyed his planet. And he gets so mad. That, like, he's thinking of, like, he's like, I could just kill this guy for destroying my planet. I could just rip him limb from limb. And then the Kents appear in front of him and are like, Clark, don't. Nah. Hush. Stop it. Stop. They, like, squirt him with a little water gun. They're just like, stop it. And Clark's just like, thanks. I was almost gonna do it. I was almost gonna kill him, but I'm glad that, you know, I have parents that can stop me from doing stuff like that. And then Clark kind of thinks a moment about Rogolzar, because he still doesn't really get why Rogolzar hates Kryptonians, but then he kind of thinks about it for a second, and he's like, I think I kind of have an idea on why Rogolzar is doing this. So I'm just going to assume something and see how he reacts. And so he goes and visits Rogolzar, just to talk to him. And for some reason, Rogolzar just, like, is always open to just having a conversation with Clark. I never get it. It's like, his goal is to kill Clark. Why isn't he trying to kill him right now? Why is he just having a conversation with him? And so, Clark basically assumes that Rogolzar is doing what he's doing because of this, like, he's in the same kind of situation that Clark is, where his entire race and his entire planet was destroyed by somebody else, presumably a Kryptonian, and that is why Rogolzar is trying to get revenge, to kill all the Kryptonians, because he doesn't know, like, he pretty much admits that that's what he's doing, that Rogolzar, like, somebody destroyed his race, his planet, etc., but he doesn't know, because he says, if I knew who destroyed my, because he's saying this to Clark, he's like, if I were in your place and I knew who killed my race and my planet and stuff, so it's almost like he's kind of admitting that that's what's happened to him, I would be filled with such murderous rage, and I would be doing whatever I can to destroy those people. So it's like, does Rogolzar, like, we don't exactly know for sure, but did Rogolzar's entire race get destroyed by Kryptonians, and is that what he's saying, and that, like, the reason he's trying to kill Kryptonians is because they were responsible for the death of his planet, though he's not exactly sure exactly who was responsible, he's just assuming it was the Kryptonians. I don't know, it's kind of confusing, like, we don't really get any kind of solid answer as to why Rogolzar is doing this. It's kind of left up in the air on, like, how the reader kind of determines to interpret it. But Rogolzar says, what I've learned is that you don't have the balls to kill me. And then a streak of red just goes right next to Rogolzar, just decimating all of the alien criminals around Rogolzar and Clark. And a voice booms and is like, you're very right, creature. Kal-El is above revenge. But I am Zod. And so Zod appears in front of Rogolzar and Superman and Clark Kent. And he, unlike Clark, seems like he doesn't really have a problem with killing Rogolzar. And also, I forgot to mention, but, like, Zod, it's just a fun little thing to note. Zod has a Z on his chest now. Like, he has his own crest with a Z on it. It stands for Superman. Alright, issue 6. So, Zod is determined to kill Rogolzar, but Superman has this need to break up the fight, almost. He's very conflicted. He's kind of like, I don't want to be the one that kills Rogolzar. And I know Zod wants to kill Rogolzar, so I could just let him do it. But if Zod kills Zod, then I won't find out the truth behind everything. Like, I need to know what happened, and Rogolzar might be the only one that can tell me. But also my dad knows, so maybe it isn't too much of a problem if Zod, you know, beats up Zod. But do I really want Zod to get all the glory? Like, do I really want Zod to be the one who, with the satisfaction of defeating Zod? Like, I might not want to kill Zod, but I do want to beat the crap out of him. And it's not even really for Krypton. Like, I've moved on from Krypton. The reason I want to beat the crap out of Zod is for Kandor. And he says that. He's like, for Kandor! And he just punches Rogolzar in the face. And he's like, I didn't say that for Zod. As like a middle finger to him. I said that for Zod. Because for some reason, part of me feels this need to make Zod feel okay, because part of me believes that Zod isn't doing this for his own well-being. He is doing this for our race, and that he is doing this to prove that he really is the champion of the Kryptonians. At least that's what I want to believe. Obviously, he could be doing this because he has some other kind of agenda, like Rogol knows something that Zod doesn't want him to know, like doesn't want to get out, so he's trying to kill Zod for that reason. But I want to believe that Zod is doing this for the right reason, so because he chose to come here. He chose to come to the Phantom Zone. He chose to side himself with me and not Zar. Instead of watching me and Zar rip each other apart, he decided to get dirty instead. Get his own hands dirty. And so he's like, this is it. This is the battle that decide. Like, this is the battle for Krypton. The battle for the fate of Krypton. Like, and like the aftermath of the death of Krypton begins now. And as he's like, and here I come, Zar, like, I'm gonna get you. And as he like goes to like punch Zar, Clark finds himself in Star Lamps because Ray Palmer has pulled him out of the Phantom Zone. Clark was finally going to get his chance to beat the crap out of Zar, and he was blue-balled by the other heroes. And you would think that Clark would be, like, angry, but he's not. He's just like, send me back in, please. And Strange is like, no. The bad guys are in the Phantom Zone. You're here. This is where you're needed, on Earth. And Clark's like, you're right. You're right. And then he heads off and he starts saving people. He goes back to just being regular old Superman. But while he's saving people, he thinks to himself, he's like, it sucks that I got pulled out of the Phantom Zone. Like, they're still in there. I want to know what happened, but the only one who's going to tell me what happened to Krypton and like is my dad. Like, my dad has some kind of connection to Rogol Zar, so I need to ask him who Rogol Zar is, because my dad also is the only one who knows where my son is and my wife. And when Clark mentions Rogol Zar, Adam Strange, of course, knows who Rogol Zar is, because everybody knows who Rogol Zar is, because everybody cares about Rogol Zar. And it's also kind of funny that Adam Strange is like, at the same time, Adam Strange is like, don't worry about Rogol Zar, he's in the Phantom Zone. It's like, nobody cares about Rogol Zar, just leave him in there. Like, maybe he'll never show up again. Wouldn't that be great? In the Phantom Zone, Rogol Zar beats Zod. We don't get to see the fight, but he beats Zod. He wins. And all of his alien criminals are like, Zar, 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 Zar. And Rogol Zar is like, no, you shouldn't be chanting for me. You should be chanting for all of us, because we are all one. Together. And that's when they start screaming like, we together, we together, we together, yeah! So they've all decided to unite. Rogol Zar has more friends than Clark does, apparently. And while Clark is flying through the city, thinking about wanting to find his son, find his dad, get answers, that's when the biggest shock in his life appears in front of his eyes in the form of John. But he's no longer the 10-year-old that he once knew. No, John is now appearing before Clark in the form of a young man, a teenager. Yeah. John's a teenager now. He's been aged up. How did he get aged up? Well, we'll find out in the coming issues. But I think this is a moment that I want to take away from this, because this is probably the most controversial part of the entire run, is the aging up of John, because he never goes back to being 10 years old after this. Like, this is it. Like, John is now 17 years old. He's older than Damian Wayne. So not only is the friendship between Damian Wayne and John pretty much completely ruined, they try to keep it going, but a 14-year-old and a 17-year-old hanging out is weird. Like, it's kind of weird. Unless you're, like, directly connected as family, it's weird for a 17-year-old and a 14-year-old to be hanging out as friends. Super Son's gone. There was a Super Son series that was going on at the time, cancelled because John has been aged up, so you can't really do that anymore. Any hopes of ever doing any stories about young 10-year-old John? Gone. Just completely gone. Any writers who are hoping to write a young John is just completely gone. And, that in itself is a problem, but the biggest problem is how much of a hypocrite Bendis was, or makes himself look. He gave himself a very bad look while making this decision. It would be bad enough if he did this, like, if he just did this and, like, that was it. But what makes this worse is if we go back to the Time interview, like the interview that he did for Time magazine before his run began, when he was talking about Superman and Lois and John, the stuff I talked about at the beginning of the video. Bendis talks about how lucky he was to be handed Lois and John and a family like the Kents, and how lucky he is to have an opportunity to write Clark Kent and John Kent, a father and son dynamic. A Clark Kent looking after his young son because he himself has his own children, most of them very young. So he's looking forward to being able to implement his own life into these stories, because he himself has children, so he knows how to, like, he's excited to kind of write that dynamic between a character that he grew up with and his own son. And then he just didn't do that. He said all that stuff, and then immediately he sends John and Lois away. He breaks up the family. And then he ages John up. Like, that's not a good look, to be saying all of that crap. It basically shows that, like, Bendis was just talking bullshit. Like, he was literally just saying anything in that interview. Like, he was lying his ass off. Because none of the stuff that he said in that interview was true at all to what he was going to, like, to what he wanted. Like, if he was so lucky to be handed the family of Lois, Clark, and John, and so excited to tell stories about John and Clark and their father and son relationship, then he wouldn't have aged up John the way he did, therefore basically ruining any kind of actual childhood and father and son. Like, because Clark can't raise John anymore because John's 17. He's 1 year away from, being able to make choices for himself. I don't know. This whole choice, it's like, on the surface, it's already a bad choice. But when you know the stuff and you do your research and you see Bendis talk about the series before he started, it just makes things so much worse. And it's why I will never... It's why I think this will always be a looming shadow on this run. It's the hypocritical nature of Bendis and the choices that he made that really disappoint me. But yeah, that's what I really wanted to say about this. I knew this moment was coming. I was waiting for it, and waiting for my opportunity to say what I needed to say. And so with that done, we'll move on to issue 7 and just see what kind of explanation Bendis had for this kind of decision. Because apparently, according to him, editorial did not mandate this. This was a thing that Bendis wanted to do, and editorial just let him do it. So, issue 7, while some of the art is still done by Ivan Reyes, most of the art in this one is done by Brandon Peterson and Jason Fabok. So, issue 7 begins exactly where issue 6 left off, with Clark Kent reuniting with John Kent, who is now 17 years old. Obviously, Clark is elated to see his son again, because he hasn't seen him in 3 weeks, so he refuses to stop hugging him. Eventually, he lets go, and he's kind of like, what happened to you? Like, why are you 17? It's been 3 weeks. Was it, like, kryptonite, indigo, gold? And John's like, nope, not kryptonite. Just time. It took me 7 years to get back to you. He's like, but it's only been 3 weeks. It's like, yes, but it's been 7 years for me. Like, it's been years. So it's like, even though he wasn't aged up instantly, it's almost worse, because it's like, there's 7 years of, like, John's life that I guess the reader isn't going to get to see, unless Bendis somehow recollects all of those years within, a couple of issues. So John wants to explain to Clark exactly how this happened to him, but before he can do that, Clark is like, well, we gotta take you back to your mum, because off-panel, Lois came back at some point in between the period of time where Clark had saved Earth from the Phantom Zone, and now Lois had come back and they'd been living together, and then John came back afterward. Like, it just feels a bit weird, like, it feels a bit disjointed, like, reading this, where you're just like, wait, Lois is back? Like, when did that happen? Like, last time we ended off with Clark being like, I need to go and look for my wife and son, and then all of a sudden we find out that, like, she just came back, and Clark was like, oh, cool, now I just gotta wait for my son to come back. It's like, okay. So they had to see Lois. Lois doesn't know that John is with Clark, so she's dressed, ready to have sex with him. She wearing a very revealing, what would you say, like a robe? And then John pokes his head over Clark's shoulder, and Clark, like, quickly covers his eyes. It's a cute moment. And Lois is just like, oh, and, like, quickly covers herself up. And then she's just like, what? John? Like, holy crap. Like, what happened to you? And John's like, it all happened after you left. I'll be able to tell you everything that happened. So in order to get to this moment, we need to start at the very beginning. Dad showed up. He wanted to take me on a grand universe adventure. I thought he meant growing up spiritually, but it turns out he meant growing up physically as well, as you can see. He came with what we thought was a ship. Turns out it wasn't a ship. It was actually the shuttle for his actual ship. So Mum came with us. We headed off to his ship, which is this giant, massive, disc-shaped ship. And then we went inside it, and we just started living in there. Mum ended up putting on your old costume, your rebirth costume, to protect her from space. And then the Dominators showed up, because Bendis seems to just really love the Dominators. And so they show up, and John and Jor-El team up together to defeat them. This is kind of the moment, like the first moment where Lois realizes that maybe the space travel stuff isn't for her. For some reason, there's, like, Bendis is trying to make a point here where he's like, oh, like, it's a good thing we stopped the Dominators before they could get to Earth and attack it. And it's like, Brian, like, there was a whole event about that, like, and the Earth was fine. Like, they beat the Dominators. Why are you trying to make it out like, only Superman and, like, his family can beat the Dominators? Like, why are you acting like they're doing a favor for Earth? Like, did you not read Invasion? He has to have, right? Because, like, how would you even know who the Dominators are if you didn't read Invasion? Because that's, like, their main story. So they end up flying to this, like, alien city in order to get some food. John's really excited to try something that isn't human, so he's asking for whatever alien stuff they have. And then Jor-El is just like, we'll just get some tater tots. And John's like, yeah, I love tater tots. I don't know what kid these days would want tater tots, but John loves tater tots. And then Lobo just shows up out of nowhere. Like, it's so random. Like, Lobo just shows up and it's just like, he literally just shows up to be like, hey, John, the way you become an adult, like the way you become a man, is you decide when you want to be a man. And that's when you become a man. You decide it. And then he leaves. Like, that's the only reason he should... It's so out of place. Like, it's just so out of place. It's out of nowhere. It's like, why? Why? What was even the point of Lobo just showing up and being like, you want to be a man? You gotta decide when you're a man. Alright, see ya. And, Jor-El doesn't like what Lobo just said to John. It's weird that John is kind of like, at the moment, except for Lois, obviously, Lobo was kind of like a good role model for John just then. It's like, it was very out of character for Lobo to be a good role model for somebody. All of a sudden, the alien citizens start swarming around Lois because she's married to Clark, and people throughout the galaxy praise Superman and his family like royalty. And so they all start crowding around Lois, and they're asking her for help against this warlord who's been stealing children. There's the Khund have come, who are also from Invasion, and they've been, stealing children and getting them to, making them into slaves. So John and Jor-El and Lois go off to find the Khund and save these children, or John and Jor-El do. And then at that point, Lois is just like, man, Jor-El and John don't really need me here. So I'm just gonna leave. Like, why did I even come on this trip? It's like, yeah. Bendis, why did you have Lois accompany Jor-El and John if you're just gonna make her decide to leave right afterward? Because that's it. She just leaves on a ship. She heads back to Clark. And then John and Jor-El continue off going throughout the galaxy. I guess he needed to get rid of Lois for the next part of the story to play out, which is when John reveals to Clark and Lois that once Lois left, that's when everything went south, and John realized that his grandfather is insane. But I just think it's real weird that Lois was just like, I'm just gonna leave John. You know, she made such a massive deal about, like, the whole reason she went with him is because she didn't trust Jor-El, and she was like, I need to look out for John, and then she decided to do the opposite of that and leave him? Like, why? Just such a weird decision for her to make. It just felt very out of character for Lois to do that. It was like she only did that just to move the plot forward. Didn't matter if it made sense or not. So yeah, John's like, grandfather's insane. And I wish you hadn't left, Mum. And so that's where that issue ends. And so we'll find out in the next issue how Jor-El is insane. I mean, it's pretty insane to ask your kid to come on a trip with you across the galaxy, so I can't imagine how it escalates from there. So issue 8 begins with John on Jor-El's ship watching TV. What he's watching on TV is Titan's Burning Rage. Like, they used the cover of Titan's Burning Rage and put it on the TV, so I guess that miniseries is a TV series within the DC universe, canonically now. That's it, it's canon now. Titan's Burning Rage is a TV show within the DC canon. John's just kind of, like, depressed. He's just like, I don't want to be stuck with my granddad anymore, especially when Jor-El starts talking about the fact that, like, he straight up calls Jor-El, he straight up calls John an accident. He's like, you were an accident, you know, being the son of... In fact, John even calls himself that, you know, he's like, I'm the son of a Kryptonian and a Metropolis person, like, that doesn't make any sense, or, like, and that shouldn't even be, and it's like, and then Jor-El calls him an accident, and it's like, but he's not an accident, because the way John was conceived was, it was his New Earth parents had a kid, they were expecting it wasn't an accident, they had a kid, and then the newer versions of Clark and Lois fused with the New 52 versions of Clark and Lois, and John was transferred over, and so their lives were fused together, and so it was like, oh, it was like they had John all along, you know? So he was born the conventional way, and he exists, and it wasn't an accident, but Jor-El kind of puts it into John's head that he is an accident, and he's like, if you want to know the truth to everything, and, like, what you are meant to be, I don't think that even exists. I don't think there is any truth. I don't think there is any meaning to who you are meant to be as a person. Like, he just starts speaking a bunch of gibberish, and John is like, Granddad's crazy. I need to get the hell out of here. But he doesn't. He says he needs to get out. In fact, the way it leaves off is that, like, he's like, I need to get out, but the universe is vast, and I don't even know where I am. It's, like, much bigger than I expected. So, leaving off from here, you assume, oh, John leaves, and then it just takes him forever to get back to Earth. But that's not the case. In the present day, John is being scanned by Kelex to figure out if he's actually a 17-year-old or not. He is. Lois is obviously upset at first, but she very quickly moves on once John is like, it's okay. I made it back home. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter the fact that, you know, I'm 7 years older and you've lost your child, and I'm pretty much like, I might as well just be a stranger. It's fine. And she's like, yeah, you know what? You're right. It's fine. Let's hug, and then I'll probably move on quickly after this. Luckily, Clark doesn't move on right away. I was afraid that it was going to be a case of like, well, Clark is okay with it, and he just moves on. Now, he's actually really pissed that he's missed out on his son's childhood, and it makes it worse knowing that, like, Bendis is just like, like, he's just like, yeah, like, I aged up John, deal with it. Clark has to deal with it. Yeah, Clark gets really pissed. It's like, I missed out on my son. Like, Zod gets to raise a child. I don't get to raise my son. He's already 17 years old. I need to take my frustrations out on something. And so Mongol just happens to show up at the Fortress of Solitude, the old one that got destroyed. And Clark is like, oh, perfect. I can beat the crap out of Mongol and get my frustrations out. So he flies over to Mongol and he just beats the crap out of him. It's actually kind of funny. Like, Mongol just shows up, he's just like, eh. and then Clark just flies in and it's just like, BAM! And Mongol's just like, oh, what the hell? Ah! Because he's a scrub. And then he comes back and Lois is like, oh, what were you doing? And Clark was just like, oh, I was just beating my frustrations out. And Lois was like, did you bring someone for me to beat my frustrations out on? And Clark was like, it was Mongol. And Lois was like, okay, like, do you have any worthy stories that I can bring to the Daily Planet? Because I gotta go get my job back after I quit. And Clark's just like, nah, I just beat the crap out of him and we're just gonna move on. Like, I'm assuming that he just took Mongol to jail. Like, he just took him to the slab. We don't see what happens to Mongol. Just beat him off panel. And then Kelex comes to the conclusion that this is John, that he is 17 years old, that there's no radiation or anything in his body that made him like this. He aged naturally in another part of the universe. And then John reveals to them that he stayed with his granddad a lot longer than they realized. He stayed with him pretty much the entire time as he aged up. John also realized that the universe has a lot more problems in it than he thought. He thought that the universe was just pockets of emptiness, but there was always something going on, and he began getting tired of it. Like, he just really wanted to go home. And so while he was on one planet with his granddad, Arisia and Kilowog show up. It's sad to see Arisia again because she's one of those characters that has had a very unfortunate history. She dated Hal Jordan when she was still a teenager. It's this thing that people love to bring up about Hal Jordan, to say like, oh, Hal Jordan is a shitty character because he dated a teenager when he was in his 30s or whatever. And it's like, acting like that wasn't out of character even then. You know, like, people back then were reading Green Lantern and were like, what the hell? Why is Hal doing this? Like, Hal wouldn't do this. It's just weird. But yeah, they show up and John asks them if he can go home with them. And then Jor-El is just really upset that his son... He's, like, sad that his son doesn't want to spend time with him. He's like, I'm sorry, grandson. I'm sorry, John. I can take you home if you want. And then John just says no, because he feels bad for his granddad. He's just like, it's okay. Like, I'll stay with you, even though I don't want to, and I think you're crazy, and I don't like you. I'll stay with you. And so John and Jor-El head back to Jor-El's ship, and that's when they hit a black hole, and John gets sucked into the black hole and separated from his granddad, who manages to get away from the black hole in time. And after getting sucked into the black hole, John wakes up on what I assume is Earth 3, because he wakes up to find the Crime Syndicate of America standing in front of him. So Ultraman, Owlman, Power Ring, Deathstorm, Superwoman, and is it Johnny Quick? Yeah, that's his name, Johnny Quick. This wouldn't normally be a problem, but the problem with this is that continuity-wise, it doesn't make any sense that they're back, because quick lore catch-up, the Crime Syndicate all died, or like most of them died in Darkseid War. Not all of them. I think Superwoman survived, and maybe Owlman? I know most of them died in Darkseid War, but now they're all back, because Bendis didn't read Darkseid War, so he didn't know that the Crime Syndicate were dead. So he just brings them back. We'll find out if Bendis does come up with an explanation for them being back. But from my understanding, he did not read Darkseid War, and he just brings them back without any explanation. So we'll see what happens with them next. Alright, so issue 9 begins with Clark having that dream that I mentioned about earlier, where it was all of the different families from Krypton and other things from around the universe, like the Green Lantern Corps, all meeting up on New Krypton to create a new peace treaty, and then it gets attacked by Rogol Zar and his army of aliens. Clark is quickly woken from his daydreaming by Lois, who is basically just like, Clark, our son was in the middle of telling a story, so can you please focus and listen to him? Obviously you're thinking about something, but I'm just not going to ask you what that is, and I'm just going to be like, hey, John was talking. Listen to your son. Because he's about to tell us how he, got aged up and stuff. It's, a really weird moment. She literally just says that. She's like, okay, honey, our son is back home on Earth after a few weeks away with his grandfather, but a few years older, and he is right in the middle of telling us how that could possibly be, so I really kind of need you front and center. And so it's almost it feels very, it's just kind of, weird dialogue of just being, saying to the reader, oh, this is what happened in the last issue. It just feels weird. That's not how people talk. People don't talk like that. So yeah, John continues his story. He ended up on Earth 3, where the Crime Syndicate are there, and it doesn't make any sense. I did go back and check out Darkseid War, do some research again, and it was all of them that were killed. They were all killed. They're all dead. All of the Crime Syndicate, or at least they're supposed to be. But Bendis brought them back without any explanation. Superman also, because you could kind of be like, oh, well, maybe they did come back off panel. But my counter to that is that Clark acts as if they are alive. He knows they're alive. He wouldn't know that they're alive, because he knows that they're dead. But in this, he's just like, oh, you saw the Crime Syndicate, right? On Earth 3. He just assumes that that's where John ended up, and John's like, yep, that's exactly right. It's why would Clark assume that? He thinks they're dead. And So yeah, John ends up on Earth 3. The Crime Syndicate immediately try to kill him, but Ultraman grabs him and takes him away for some reason. Or for a reason, it's just a weird one. Um, to give you an idea on like how Bendis writes the Crime Syndicate, you know the show The Boys and the Seven, like on that show, how they're like a parody of the Justice League. That's exactly how Bendis writes the Crime Syndicate. They swear all the time, just saying all sorts of profanities, and they're just really weird, like versions of like they are parodies. Like Bendis writes them as if they are parodies of their main counterparts instead of them just being evil, ruthless versions. Like Ultraman in this is written like a crybaby wimp who doesn't shut up about his life problems. Like he just spends this entire issue, like he would talk to John for a bit and then he'd leave and then he'd come back and talk to him. And it's almost like Bendis is becoming a little self-aware because he has John saying like Ultraman would come back and then he would start talking and he just wouldn't shut up. And he was just talking and talking and telling all these stories about Luther and all of his problems, and he'd just start having like a tantrum and then he'd leave and then he'd come back and he'd have another tantrum. And I thought, next time he has a tantrum, that might be my best excuse to get away. It's just a weird way of writing Ultraman. Like, he's like, what is even happening? Like, he's just showing up. He's just like, oh, boo-hoo, my life sucks, where? And he just refuses to kill John for some reason because he's like, needs John to talk to. Like, what happened? Like, isn't Ultraman supposed to be just like this ruthless, murderous piece of crap who in actuality would probably have just killed John and would not be doing all this? Like, it feels out of character, I guess, for Ultraman to be like this. Like, there's no way he would have left John alive all this time. He hits John. He thinks that John is there for a reason, and that's why he's keeping him alive. Like, John is, like, this is part of John's life purpose. And Ultraman is like, you're here to be the person that I can talk to about all my problems, and you just gotta deal with it. So John is there for an unknown amount of time. Assumedly, like, at least a year or two. Ultraman, like, brings him, like, food. And by food, I mean live pigs that he uses his heat vision to cook for John. It's kind of horrific. So, Ultraman leaves at one point. John keeps trying to leave the volcano, but he can't fly. Eventually, Ultraman comes back and keeps yapping his head off and then leaves again. And during this time, John continuously tries to escape from the volcano. And eventually he causes a... he runs into part of the volcano, breaking a hole in it, which causes lava to come out of it. And so he just keeps hitting it with a rock, which causes the lava to explode out the side of the volcano. And John catches a ride on the lava and it spurts him out of the volcano. And that's how he escapes. And then he goes and he explores Earth 3 Metropolis. He eventually finds the Crime Syndicate's base. Somehow, he just finds it. He, like, goes looking for it and he finds it. And then he goes inside it and he starts, like, accessing their systems, even though he's never been there. And Ultraman, not Ultraman, sorry, I almost said Ultraman. Superwoman shows up because she finds him and he's like, Ma? And she's just like, what the fuck? I am Superwoman of the Crime Syndicate of, oh, I remember you. You're that super kid from Planet My husband didn't have the guts to do it. Like, she's swearing and stuff. Obviously, I'm trying not to swear because that can, YouTube doesn't like swearing. YouTube is weird with swearing. Try not to risk it. But yeah, she's like swearing her head off. John mistakes her for his mum, even though... Because the idea with Superwoman in the New 52, the Crime Syndicate version, like the New 52 version of her, which is what this is supposed to be, her name is Lois Lane, but she's not Lois Lane. She's not even Kryptonian. She's an Amazon. Like, she's an Amazonian who became Superwoman. She has a lasso. She doesn't have heat vision, which she uses against John in this. She doesn't have heat vision. She never uses it. She doesn't have it. So it's kind of like, how did she get it? Oh, because Bendis doesn't know anything about the New 52 Crime Syndicate because he didn't read any of the New 52 stuff. He didn't read Darkseid War. Otherwise, he would have known that Superwoman was... Last time we saw her, she was turned to ashes by a character named Grail. But yeah, she shows up and she's gonna kill John, and that's where the issue ends. Yeah, I'm not digging the Crime Syndicate stuff. It's way too ridiculous. It's like they are caricatures of the Crime Syndicate. Like, they're just swearing their heads off. Literally every speech bubble, they are like swearing, and they're just parodies. Like I said, they are the boys. Like, they are the Seven from the boys in terms of characterization. It's so weird. Alright, Superman issue 10. At the end of the last issue, John Kent ended up in the base of the Injustice Syndicate, where he met Superwoman, who is not his mom, but Bendis thinks that she's John's mom, and so he tries to write this whole thing between them where it's like, oh, like, John is being chased by his mom, and that makes it extra traumatizing for him. But if you know the history of Superwoman, this doesn't work. Yeah, John gets saved by Jor-El. He's being chased throughout the city by Superwoman, and Jor-El just shows up out of nowhere with a massive cannon that he shoots at Superwoman. And he's also got like a bunch of robots with him. Apparently, he's around 10 years older than the last time John saw him. Because John's still trying to piece together like how long he's been away. So yeah, he saves John from Superwoman, and they leave. Superwoman is distracted destroying the robots that Jor-El owns, and then she just screams. And it's kind of hard to tell in the panel exactly what happened. Either she screamed because they got away, or she's screaming because something has hit her head, has affected her mind or something, causing her to scream in pain. I can't tell which is which. I'm just going to presume it's they got away. They head back to Jor-El's ship, and Superboy is John is way too happy about what's just happened. Like, you would think he would be traumatized because he was kept in a volcano by Ultraman, and Ultraman just, had a breakdown in front of him multiple times, and then he almost got killed by Superwoman, who reminds him of his mum, even though it's not his mum, and has nothing to do with his mum, other than her name. But no, he's really happy. He's just like, that was awesome! That was great! That was so cool! And then Jor-El was like, don't you see the problem? Grandson, I've been searching for you all this time. You know, I've done all sorts of things. I'm not going to say what I did, but I did some pretty terrible things. Or at least he doesn't say he did terrible things, but he says he's done things, which you presume would mean that he's done some terrible things in search for his own grandson. And John's just like, what are you talking about? And Jor-El's like, I finally figured out what happened to you, because you said you weren't going to leave. You said you weren't going to leave me. And John was like, yeah, I didn't want to leave you. I just wanted to go home. And Jor-El was like, well, what happened was you got sucked into a black hole, which sent you back in time. And you spent, years back then. In time. He doesn't say exactly when he was sent back to, but he was sent back in time. I guess that's the explanation for the Syndicate still being alive. But then did they go back, like, did they go forward in time then? I guess so. I guess Jor-El transported them. If if John was supposed to be back in time when he faced the Syndicate and when Jor-El showed up, then that means that when they went back to Jor-El's ship, Jor-El brought them back to the present, I guess. Or maybe they're still in the past at the moment. I don't know. It's confusing. Jor-El doesn't explain it very well. He just says, you went back in time, and that's where you've been spending all your time. But then he does say here in the present, so it means that they are currently in the present. Yeah. Like I said, it's confusing as hell. When you start doing time travel stuff alongside, like, aging up characters, things gets confusing. So, apparently in the present, only 3 weeks have gone by since John went missing. So he spent, like, 10 years in the past, or 7 years in the past, while only 3 weeks have gone by in the present. Because time is confusing and it doesn't make any sense, I guess. So the ship just gets attacked by an unseen, like, something that rips a hole open in the side of the ship, and then it's revealed that this thing that is attacking the ship is Rogol-Zar. Rogol-Zar is back. We wanted more Rogol-Zar, didn't we? Like, so here he is. He's attacking the ship. He rips it open. John is going to get sucked out of the ship, and so in order to save him, Jor-El uses his little magic. He's got like a magic wand, like a little magic rod, and he shoots it at John, and it transports John back to Earth, where he lands in a swimming pool in Wisconsin. He's like, where am I? And a guy's like filming it happen, and he's like, you're in Wisconsin. And John's just like, whew, yeah, I've only been gone 3 weeks. Oh no. And then, and then he saw Clark again, and now we're back to the present where John is recounting everything to Clark and Lois in the new Fortress of Solitude. And Clark is like, what is this monster that you saw? And John is like, oh, he's pale. And instead of just straight up telling John who it is, Clark just decides not to. He doesn't say, like, oh, that's Rogol-Zar. I know exactly who Rogol-Zar is. Like, instead of being honest with his family, he just doesn't say anything for some reason. I don't know why. And Clark is like, you've been away for a long time, a lot has happened, or like, you've been away for some time, a lot has happened, clearly. Do you want to stay on Earth, or are you happy to come with me to go and find this monster, I guess, that attacked the ship and try and find my dad? And John's like, I'm ready to suit up, sir. And Clark says goodbye to Lois. Lois says she's not okay with what's happened to John, but she's also very happy when she says it. He's just like, are you okay? And she's like, I'm not okay, but you're still you, and that's all that matters. And it's like, kind of like Bendis being like, hey guys, like, I know you're upset about me aging up John, but like, he's still John, so it doesn't matter. Like, it's all good. Like, we're all friends here. Like, it's still John, by having the characters be like, yeah, it's still John. John's suit starts activating by itself, and a massive blast of energy blasts out of John's suit, and it takes it takes Clark and John with it. And they're just like, we don't know where this is taking us, but wherever it's taking us, we're going to be ready. And they find themselves transported in the middle of a galactic battle taking place around Jor-El's ship, where there's just a ton of, like, aliens riding dragons. It's presumed that they are Rogol-Zar's army that he met in the Phantom Zone. So it looks like the next issue we're going to be having John and Clark trying to find Jor-El to face and like save him from Rogol-Zar's army. One thing I will say about this issue is that, like, the cover of the issue just straight up lies. On the cover, it has Clark fighting Jor-El on the cover of this issue, and that doesn't happen at all. It's like, what? The cover has nothing to do with this at all. There isn't even a figurative fight between them. But anyway, let's move on to the next issue. Issue 11. So, Clark and John are in the middle of space, specifically a battle taking place around Jor-El's ship, and we realize that the alien races that are attacking Jor-El's ship are the Khund, who are just barbarians who live for battle, the Thanagarians, which is Hawkman and Hawkwoman and Hawkgirl's race, and then another race that is called the King Koi. Oh, no, wait, sorry. That's the name of the Empress. The Trillium Collective is apparently the name of this other alien race that are a little bit more tranquil. So them being here means that Jor-El must have done something to warrant them attacking his ship. The way it's framed is that, like, it seems to be an assassination attempt on Jor-El disguised as just a battle that he's caught in the middle of. So Clark doesn't know what to believe. He's kind of just like, is it just a battle that my dad is caught in? Or is this actually, like, are they trying to kill him? And he sees Jor-El in the midst of the battle. So he's like, well, I can assume that he is a part of this, because why else would he be taking part in the fight if it had nothing to do with him? So Clark and John start helping Jor-El, and then Clark says something interesting. He's like, let's see if I can teach my son how to shut down a multi-species intergalactic space battle without losing one single life. And it's a cool line, but at the same time, it's very unrealistic. It's kind of just like, there's a lot of explosions going on in this battle. There's no way that someone hasn't died, and if someone hasn't died, then this is like A-team level of stuff where it's like people getting clearly shot, but like there's no blood, and they get up afterward and kind of like just dust themselves off. It seems like one of those situations, so I guess they must be really lucky, because apparently no one has died, or at least Clark is in denial and is like, no one's gonna die. So he goes to the Thanagarian leader and he tells him to stop, and the Thanagarian leader is basically just like, we'll stop if they stop. Like, we'll stop if they stop. Like, if you tell them to stop, then yeah, we'll stop. We'll cease fire. So he goes, like, Clark goes to see the Khunds, and he just orders them to stop, and the Khunds are afraid of Superman, so they do cease fire. And then he goes to the Trillium Collective, and he asks them to stop, and the Trillium Collective are like, we respect you, Clark, but we have to do this. Like, you don't know what, like, this man has done. And so Clark has to go and talk to his father and be like, what did you do? And this is kind of cool, because when he talks to Jor-El, they're talking at super speed because they don't have time to have a proper length conversation, so they have to do it at super speed, which is kind of cool. So Clark's basically just like, what did you do? Like, why are they attacking you? And Jor-El's just kind of like, I might have done something, but I'm not gonna really tell you because I'm clearly hiding things. You know, they attacked me. You know, and I'm just trying to, you know, survive against them. He admits to Clark that Rogolzar and Zod showed up to kill him because at the beginning of this issue, we flash back to the day before where we got to see what happened after Rogolzar beat Zod in a fight. And he's basically just like, you can try and fight me again, but there's no point because I beat the crap out of you. Meet my boyfriend, Jack Sir. We were thinking that the three of us could team up. You know how to get out of here. You know how to get out of the Phantom Zone, which was created by Jor-El. If you help us get out, we can all get revenge on Jor-El for putting us all here. But Jor-El doesn't tell Clark that. He just says, like, Zod and Rogolzar showed up and tried to kill me for no reason. Like, they're just trying to kill me. And when they showed up, that's when the Khund and the Thanagarians and the Collective showed up And that's why Rogol-Zar left. Because when Superman and Superboy showed up, Rogol-Zar was there for a brief moment, and Clark saw him, and Rogol-Zar was just like, oh shit, and then he left. Like, he, opened up a wormhole and got the heck out of there. So Superman thought that he scared Rogol-Zar off, but it turns out that Rogol-Zar left because these other alien races showed up to attack Jor-El. At least that's what we presume. But that turns out not to be true. Because Jor-El tries to turn the ship on so that they can get out of there. And as he's doing that, a massive explosion happens. And Rogol-Zar blasts his way through one of the walls on the ship because he's back. Turns out he wasn't retreating. He was planning for a re-entry. He left and so that he could come back and catch them by surprise. And he's there with Zod as well. So, Superman immediately just fights Rogol-Zar, and Zod appears behind Superboy, and Superboy punches him in the face, and has a fight with Zod, which Zod very quickly overpowers John, and goes to kill John. But there's kind of a moment where Zod just kind of, places his hand on John's chest, where he's got the symbol of L, the symbol that they wear. So it's almost like, does Zod actually want to kill John, or is he kind of signaling to John that he is a member of the House of L? Because Bendis has been putting real emphasis on this House of L idea. And we've seen in those flash forwards that the Zod family might eventually unite with the L family and create a new Krypton. So maybe we're seeing Zod's true colors coming out of that he isn't actually a bad guy. But yeah, seeing his son at the hands of Zod, possibly, going to die, causes Clark to scream out to John. He's just like, no! And Clark's in danger because Rogol-Zar is really strong, and so, he's got Clark in a chokehold. And that's when Clark realizes, at first he thinks they have no hope. But then he realizes that there might actually be hope, because he actually says, we are the House of L. And that's when Supergirl and Krypto, the super dog, show up. And Supergirl is holding what looks like a asteroid attached to a stone pillar that she's holding. It's a long piece of stone attached to an asteroid that she's holding like a hammer. And she comes flying in, ready to join the fight. And that's where the issue ends, on that little cliffhanger of Supergirl showing up to presumably save the day, possibly smack Rogol-Zar around the head with this giant asteroid, or Zod, one or the other. So, the next issue begins with another flashback to Rogol-Zar and Jaxa convincing Zod to help them take down Jor-El, and the best way they're going to do that is if they get the jump on him. They know that the Khund and the Thanagarians and stuff are going to attack Jor-El, and they'll use that as an opportunity to get him. So yeah, we learn about that. We learned that they planned on those alien races attacking Jor-El. And then we return to the present, where Supergirl has shown up with Krypto. Turns out the thing that she was holding on to was actually Rogol-Zar's, they call it his scepter, but it's very clearly a giant axe. It's stabbed into a giant rock asteroid pillar that she slams against one of the Thanagarian ships, destroying it. And that gives Clark the confidence he needs to continue, fighting Rogol-Zar. And then Supergirl, beats up a couple of Thanagarians, and Rogol-Zar goes straight for her because she's got his scepter and he wants it back. And he flies straight at her, and Clark knows that she's going to be fine, and he's right, because Kara just punches Rogol straight in the face, And then there's a nice moment where Crypto reunites with John and starts licking his face, and he's like, "Oh, Crypto, stop! Now go beat up some guys because we were in the middle of a fight. We can't be cuddling right now." Clark is like, this makes seeing them cuddle makes this war almost seem worth it, which is a weird thing for Clark to say, where he's just like, yeah, this war was almost worth it because my son and my dog, have a nice moment. It feels a bit weird that Clark would say that about a situation where there's possibly, a lot of people dying. But before he can finish his sentence, he sees Zod and is like, alright, I almost forgot about Zod. We gotta fight. And so he goes in and he, fights Zod. Or, they don't fight, they just grab each other's hands and they're just holding each other's hands, having a little dance. And then there's a moment where they blink out of existence and then they blink back in. So there's a point in time where they went into super speed. And we'll find out what happened later. But whatever happened caused Clark to just let go of Zod, immediately go back to his father and be like, we gotta get out of here. And so Jor-El sets off jigs with the computers on the he rigs the computers on the ship and teleports them out of there. And then Rogol Zar tries to get him, and Kara, John, and Clark and Crypto shoot Rogol Zar with their heat vision all at the same time, sending him flying backwards so that they can get away. And then there's a nice moment where Clark, Kara, John, and Crypto all just hug each other because it's the first time they've been together, all four of them, in a while. The entire House of L in one place. Or the entire House of L that is alive, I guess. Screw Connor Ken, I guess he doesn't count as a member of the House of L. Even though I think he does? Because, he's family, he's Superman's clone. I think he counts as, a House of L member. But Bendis doesn't care about Connor, or at least he forgot about him. So Kara's been gone for a while, because she went searching for Rogol's scepter, because she thinks that the scepter would reveal the truth about Rogol Zar and, the destruction of Krypton. And she says it did. Rogol Zar did destroy Krypton, which is a thing that we pretty much knew, but it took us 12 issues to get to this point where we're finally confirmed that Rogol Zar did destroy Krypto. We don't know why he did, we just know that he did. And we know that the group known as the Circle, which are a bunch of, higher up beings, the smartest beings in the galaxy, I guess, covered up the destruction of Krypton. One of the members is one of the Guardians. And another member of the Circle was Jor-El. He doesn't say it right away. Clark has to ask him a couple of times if he was a member of the Circle and if he knew about the destruction of Krypton happening. And Jor-El eventually finally admits that he was a member of the Circle, and that's how he knew, and that's why he was able to get Clark off the planet. Or at least that's what you would assume, because Clark asks him that. He's like, did you send me away because you were a part of the Circle and you knew that Krypton was going to be destroyed? And Jor-El doesn't say yes, but that's pretty much the reason. He then asks Jor-El why the Circle was attacking him, because Jor-El hasn't done anything wrong from what we can understand. And Jor-El's like, the reason they attacked me is because I stand for unity and peace, and the Circle doesn't like unity and peace. Clark is like, what are you talking about? And Jor-El's like, not everyone is nice, Clark. Some people just want war, and that's what the Circle wants. Except for that one Guardian. He seemed like he seemed like the one member of the Circle that wasn't chill with, Krypton being destroyed and covering it up and stuff. He seemed like the good one. But all the other members of the Circle, apparently they're all insane. And one of the members of the Circle was at that battle. The battle that we just saw where they were trying to kill Jor-El. One of them was there. Gordania, I think her name is. Or Gordina. she's a member of the Circle, and so she would know the truth behind the destruction of Krypton and like why they kept it a secret and the Circle's involvement in it, why they destroyed Krypton. So Kara wants to go and find her to get the answers that they need, and John decides to go with her so that we can get John out of the book for a little while. Like, maybe we'll see him in like a B plot, but like John will no longer be a part of the main plot anymore, because the main plot is going to focus on Clark and Jor-El going somewhere, and it's apparently a place where Clark will learn the truth behind Krypton's destruction, why it was destroyed by Rogol-Zar, why they wanted to destroy the Kryptonians. So yeah, they head to this place. We don't know where it is, but Jor-El just says, this is where all the answers to your questions are. And yeah, John and Kara go off to find Gordina, like the member of the Circle, in order to get more answers out of her as to what's going on. Jor-El also asks Clark what Zod said to him, and that's when we find out that moment when Clark and Zod blipped out in the middle of the battle, it's because Zod grabbed Clark and brought him into super speed mode to talk to him. And he basically said to Clark, he was like, I'm not actually working with Rogol-Zar, I'm using Rogol-Zar. I used him to get out of the Phantom Zone to find Jor-El, and then you showed up. And I basically want to say to you that, like, your father isn't telling you the truth, and that he was directly involved in destroying Krypton in some way, and I want to find out the truth. And I know you do too. Just don't trust what your father is saying, because he's lying to you. Like, he's not telling you everything. And so now Clark is kind of stuck in between Zod and Jor-El of, like, who does he believe? Like, does he believe his father, or does he believe Zod? Or does he believe either of them? Because they could both be lying. And so we're left on that little bit of a cliffhanger, but it seems like Jor-El is insistent on proving to Clark that he is the one to trust, and not Zod. While Zod is trying to get it through to Clark that he's actually trying to be a good guy, and he just wants to know the truth about Krypton and avenge their people. The same thing that Clark wants. And so yeah, that's where it ends. It ends with Clark and Jor-El going to the origins of where Clark will learn the answers that he seeks. And we'll find out what happens in the next issue. Issue 13. Alright, so issue 13 of Superman, Bendis' Superman, the Unity Saga, the House of El Part 7. It's basically just a retelling of Jor-El's final moments on Krypton, like a young Jor-El. If you've ever seen Superman the Animated Series, the very first episode of that focuses heavily on Jor-El trying to convince, the Science Council that Krypton is going to be destroyed, and they don't believe him. It's basically just exactly the same as that. Like, it's pretty much the same as that. Like, Bendis took a lot of inspiration from that episode, I think, when he was writing this issue. The only differences being that the Guardians of the Universe are involved in this as well. Like, the cabal of, like, geniuses that Jor-El was revealed to be a member of. They have a part in this. Rogol-Zar is obviously mentioned. He doesn't appear, but he is mentioned in this. And the other major difference is that Brainiac has nothing to do with this version of Krypton being destroyed, unlike the animated series version. So basically, a young Jor-El is certain that the planet is going to be destroyed, and he keeps going to the Cabal in order to convince them to help them, and the Cabal just doesn't believe him. And there's a moment where Alyapsa actually asks Jor-El, he's like, hey, do you know Rogol-Zar? And Jor-El's like, yeah, but what does this have to do with him? And he's just like, well, nothing. Just ask him. And so Jor-El goes down to the lower parts of Krypton, because he's, part of the Science Council, so he's like the elves are like royal family, so they live above everyone. So he goes down to the lower part of the city where they're kind of like, oh, what are you doing here? Like, you're supposed to be up there. And he's like, he goes and visits this woman named Keto, who kind of looks like Lana Lang. I don't know if that was on purpose or not, but goes and visits this woman Keto, asks her about Rogul Zar, and he says like, you met Rogul Zar when you were a lot younger, and she just refuses to talk to Jor-El. She's like, no, I'm not talking about it or anything, especially not talking to you, especially because, like, aren't you supposed to be helping us right now instead of being down here talking to me? And she's like, look around you, and you see, like, there's a lot of people in the lower city that are just kind of, like, worse off than the people that are living in the higher places, in the higher parts of the city. And so, Jor-El continues trying to convince the Cabal what is happening to Krypton, and then he heads home to his wife and son, and then a massive earthquake happens. And this is like more proof that Jor-El was right, that the planet is going to be destroyed. But apparently, this still isn't enough to convince the Cabal. It was just like, we just don't have enough proof that you're right. And so we're not going to do anything. Because Jor-El says, like, can you help, like, a bunch of refugees, Kryptonian refugees, move to other planets so that they can prosper? And the Cabal was like, no, we're not going to do that. Long live Krypton. Which obviously, Krypton would be destroyed mere days later. And so, after this flashback with young Jor-El, we flash forward to the present day, where Clark is basically just like, why are you bringing us to the remnants of Krypton? Especially because, like, you were a member of this Cabal, right? So, I would say that you're partly to blame for the destruction of Krypton. And also, you survived while my mother did not. So, like, how can I even trust you? Why did you survive and she didn't? And why are we even here? And Jor-El's like, well, that's because we're both going to discover the truth behind the destruction of Krypton. Because apparently even Jor-El doesn't really know the truth. And if he does, he's just preparing to reveal it to Clark. And then the other thing that happens in this issue is Lois Lane is writing on her computer, and a mysterious robot drone flies through her window and collapses on the ground, and a hologram of Lex Luthor appears from it. And at this point in time, Lex Luthor is thought to be dead. So Lois is shocked to see him, like a hologram of him. And Lex Luthor says that he has a proposal for Lois and a gift to give her. And he hands the gift to her, and she doesn't want it. And Lex is also looking a little weird in this. He looks a little alien. He doesn't look like a regular human at this point in time. I don't know if they'll ever explain that. He doesn't really explain how he's still alive. He just is, because he's Lex Luthor. And so Lois receives this parcel. It's like a box. And she opens the mysterious box up, and a glowing blue energy shines in her face, and she's just kind of like, ah! And then it ends. That's where it ends. It ends with Lois opening up this mysterious box and a mysterious light appearing out of the box. I also forgot to mention that during the flashback, Jor-El actually gets attacked by a Thanagarian. When he goes and talks to Keto, a Thanagarian just comes out of nowhere and tries to kill him, and actually manages to, like, hurt him. So he realizes that there's more going on, that, like, there are people after him, and as we would later find out in the future, or in the present, there are a lot of people hunting after Jor-El, like the Thanagarians and stuff. So we know that it's been happening for a very long time, or at least that was the first time that someone tried to kill Jor-El for various reasons. Alright. Issue 14. The Unity Saga, House of L, the conclusion, part 1. I think this is an example of when the climactic ending to a story doesn't hit the way that it should. It feels rushed. And you'll see why when I explain what happens in this issue. So much happens in this issue. It feels like Bendis is just trying to end this, or like he just doesn't have time to pad it out a little bit more. I don't know, make it feel a little bit like, allow us to breathe a little bit more. I don't know, it feels a little rushed. So it begins in what is the present day, which is the Els and the Zods arrive to talk to pretty much every single species in the galaxy, because they've discovered the secret behind Krypton's destruction, and now they need to talk to these species about something very important. And then we flash back to the day before, when Clark and Jor-El are in the ruins of Krypton, and then Zod and Rogozar and Daxter all show up. The reason why they're in the ruins of Krypton is because Jor-El knew that Rogozar would come, right? He was drawing them there. And he knew that Zod was with Rogozar. And he knew that the moment Zod realized where they were, which is the ruins of Krypton, like, he knew that that would piss Zod off. And that's exactly what happens. Like, Rogozar and Zod and Daxter all arrive, and Zod realizes where they are. And he's like, Krypton? Like, we're in Krypton! Krypton! And then he just, like, goes insane. Like, he just goes batshit crazy and just starts, like, beating the absolute shit out of Rogozar. Like, he just starts beating him, and it just comes out of nowhere. I guess he's got all this pent-up anger that he just starts wrecking Rogozar's shit. He destroys the entire ship, and so Rogozar, Daxter, and Zod, and everyone else that's on this ship is just floating in space. And because it's the ruins of Krypton, there's kryptonite everywhere, so the kryptonite starts, like, hurting them and poisoning them. And Jor-El is just gonna let them die. He's just like, this is what we're here to do. This is how we get rid of Rogozar. And Clark wants to at least save Zod. Like, he refuses to allow Zod to die out in there. So Jor-El gives him a device that will allow him to go out. It'll protect him from the radiation. But he says, like, you gotta go out there, and then you gotta come back, like, right now. And then that's it, alright? And so Clark heads out to get Zod, and as he does so, he realizes that Rogozar has kryptonite poisoning, and that's when Clark is just like, you're a Kryptonian? And nothing really comes from that. Clark kind of discovers that Rogozar is apparently Kryptonian as well, and then Rogozar goes to attack Zod and Clark, and Jor-El is like, you gotta get back, and, like, don't fight him. But Clark, being Clark, decides that he's gonna fight Rogozar alongside Zod. But as Rogozar goes to use his giant axe, it gets knocked out of his hand by Supergirl and John, who arrive out of nowhere from a portal alongside Krypto. And then Clark and Zod just beat the crap out of Rogozar. They slash his face open with his axe, like Supergirl does. And then that's when the Thanagarians show up. Like, while they're beating the shit out of Rogozar, the Thanagarians show up to arrest the Els, specifically Jor-El, and that's how Clark, John, Kara, and Krypto all end up on Thanagar. Clark wants to go see his father, but they say, like, your father's been arrested, you know, but we're not going to arrest you because you finally took down Rogozar. Like, Rogozar is defeated. And that's one of the things that I felt was a little bit rushed about this, was that, like, Rogozar's just done. Like, we had all this build-up with Rogozar, and we had all these fights, and then the actual fight is so short and kind of bad. Like, it's not very good. It doesn't feel like a very, it doesn't feel like an actual moment that, like, it doesn't feel good, you know? It doesn't feel earned. Especially because it doesn't even seem like they actually beat him. Like, I didn't know the fight had ended until it did. I was like, oh, it's over. Oh, they beat him. Okay. Like, Rogozar is always touted as being, like, this super powerful dude, but I feel like he was only ever displayed as super powerful during, like, his first fight. And then after that, he just got his shit rocked every single time he fought Clark. And then for some reason, Clark would always let him go. So it's just like, oh, he just beat him really easily. Then the Khund arrive and just start attacking Thanagar. But that doesn't matter because we don't get to see... Like, Clark is like, oh, the Thanagarian city is being attacked by Khund. But we don't get to see him save them or anything. It just... That stuff all gets cut out. because we actually skip to the future, or the present, which is Clark, Zod. It's how this issue began, which is Clark, Zod, Kara, John, and Crypto all meeting with all of the different species. I was really disappointed that they skipped over Clark and Zod and Nat all helping save Thanagar from the Khund. It just feels like a moment where, Bendis just didn't have enough page. He didn't have enough pages to be able to put in, them saving Thanagar from the Khund, so we just skipped it over entirely, and they saved them off panel. So they go and visit all of the alien species, and again, this is where it feels kind of rushed, where, the Khund attack Thanagar, they take them out off panel, they go and see all these alien species from throughout the galaxy, and Clark is basically just hey guys, the Khund attacked Thanagar, I have an idea to fix everything. Why don't we create the United Planets? Or actually, it's not Clark who comes up with that, it's John. John is we have this thing called the United Nations back on our planet. So why don't we do the same with the planets, where all the planets become united, and we're the United Planets. And the species don't, all of these different species, they don't say anything. And Clark is I don't speak their languages. Do you think they agreed with us? Are they gonna join together? And then just as he says that, just as he questions whether or not the United Planets is even gonna be a thing, the Legion of Superheroes just show up out of nowhere from the 31st century. They're just hey guys, we're here to confirm that yes, the United Planets do become a thing. Today is a tremendous day. We call it United Day, which is the day that you united the planets. It just feels like such a weird turn of events in this book, where it's just they go and ask all the species if they want to do the United Planets, and then the Legion of Superheroes show up and they're yeah, the United Planets are a thing. It just feels so rushed. And then, not only do the Legion of Superheroes show up in order to confirm that the United Planets are a thing now, but then they also say that, they want to commend, they want to celebrate this by inviting one of the L's to join the Legion of Superheroes. And Clark thinks that it's him. And he's oh, no thank you. I don't have time to go to the future and be with the Legion of Superheroes. And that's when they're just no, we're not asking you. We're asking John, because he came up with the United Planets. So we were wondering if John wanted to come and join the Legion of Superheroes. And so we're left on that cliffhanger. And it just feels this should have happened over 2 issues, not just one. So much happened in this. We had the final confrontation with Rogolzar. We had, an attack on Thanagar that lasted 5 seconds. We had the speech to the United Planets, which just felt very rushed, where it was just it feels like everything is just going Superman's way, and he's not really having to try to do anything, because he's just oh yeah, I just asked them about the United Planets, and they immediately agreed. There was no pushback by anyone. They were just yeah, sure, alright. And the Legion of Superheroes showing up felt very random. It felt pretty forced, where it was oh, because Brian Michael Bendis would go on to write Legion of Superheroes after this, where John would be a member of that, and so it just feels they're just trying to sell this new Legion of Superheroes series. It just feels like setup instead of actual, an actual story that's being told, where it's just oh, check out this new Legion of Superheroes series starring, John Kent, because he came up with the United Planets. I don't know. It just felt rushed to me. I'm not saying it's bad or anything, but I do think that this, we still got another part to this conclusion. The next issue is going to be all about John deciding whether or not he wants to join a Legion of Superheroes, but it definitely felt like this could have been a 3-part conclusion, and it probably would have, there would have been more room to breathe. It probably would have ended up being better. It would have felt less rushed. But I guess we'll just see what happens when we see the conclusion to the Unity Saga in issue 15. All right, the House of L, the conclusion, part 2 begins with Clark Kent, Superman, watching over Rogolzar as Rogolzar is kept in some sort of containment field. He's then visited by Adam Strange because I guess Bendis just really likes Adam Strange, because the reason why Adam's here is because Adam needs to tell Superman something really important, and the Justice League believed that a friend should tell him. Don't know why they picked Adam Strange out of all of his friends, because I wouldn't say that Adam and Superman were close friends until this run. They didn't interact super often. Like, Superman interacted with Adam Strange just as much as any of the other JLA did. You know, it would make more sense for somebody like Bruce or even John to do this. Especially, like, remember that moment earlier on in the run when John came along and was talking to Clark about, like, this whole United Planets thing and how, like, because it was essentially John's idea first, really, right? Like, because even though John Kent was the one who came up with it, John Johns was the one that kind of brought the idea of it up to Clark, at least, or what would eventually be the United Planets, which is everyone kind of coming together. Clark representing Earth as its not its leader, but like its representative, you know, because that's what happens with Clark is when the United Planets officially unite, Clark decides to represent Earth, which is exactly what John Johns was talking about earlier. So why isn't he the one that comes and tells Clark this important news? Because Clark and Adam talk about the United Planets, but it's kind of like, why? Like, shouldn't John be the one who's here talking about the United Planets with Clark, since it's a thing that they'd been talking about previously? Like, it would directly connect to the last conversation that they had together. It would also bridge their relationship again after their last conversation didn't end so well. It felt like Bendis just picked Adam Strange because he liked him more, even though narratively it would have made more sense for John Johns to be the one that shows up. But, so they start talking to each other, and then we get a bit of a flashback about the United Planets coming together. Last issue we left off with the Legion of Superheroes just showing up at the end and being like, hey, like, John, why don't you join us? And when I first read that, I had a little bit of an issue with it, because it just felt so random. But my issue with it is lessened thanks to this issue, because it's played off like they did just randomly show up, and they weren't supposed to show up at this moment, which I found kind of funny. They showed up a little bit too early. They got a little bit ahead of themselves. There's a moment where Brainiac 5 is like, I'm pretty sure this is the day that, like, United Planets are supposed to be uniting, but apparently they're not united yet. I think we were, like, 4 minutes early, and everyone's just like, oh my god, Brainiac, like, this is so embarrassing. Like, I can't believe we just showed up out, like, random like this. You know, everyone's so confused, and they're gonna remember this. Like, this is a part of history now. We're gonna be, like, this is just an embarrassing part of our history. So I thought that was kind of funny. And because the Legion of Superheroes shows up and is like, hey, United Planets is a thing in the future, and it works out pretty well, it causes all the planets to be like, alright, sure, let's unite, since it apparently 1,000 years in the future it's still going strong, so hey, why don't we just unite all the planets? Sounds like a good idea. And so yeah, Superman decides to represent Earth, and then John, because he came up with the idea of the United Planets, decides to call this grand day Unity Day, and so there's like a big splash page of everyone just being like, Unity Day, woo! And then, you know, the Legion of Superheroes try to convince John to join them, and John doesn't really know what he wants to do yet. He needs to think about it, and so they're like, alright, cool, we're not going to force anything on you. We'll see you, you know, in the future. It's played off as a joke, but I do find it a bit of a problem that Saturn Girl just so easily just, like, goes into people's minds without asking them. Like, she does it to John in this, and she's like, I'm so sorry, I'm a psychic, I didn't mean to, like, go into your mind like this, but I just wanted to talk to you inside your mind and just tell you that, like, we're not going to push you into this. You know, it's like, you could have at least asked him before you just went ahead and did it, Saturn Girl. Like, it's just kind of, like, played off as a joke, but it's like, yeah, but, like, she still did a shitty thing. Like, you shouldn't do that. There's no real excuse for it. And And so Adam Strange confirms to Clark what's happened to Jor-El, because there's a moment where, this is one of my favorite moments, Zod goes up to Superman and is like, so what happened to the monster? And Superman's like, what, Rogol-Zar? He's like, no, Jor-El. And then we get confirmation from Adam Strange that Jor-El was arrested. I don't like how Jor-El is pictured as being the bad guy, like he's a villain in this. I don't know. Like, he should be like the misunderstood Kryptonian who tried to warn his planet about its destruction. But now he's become this character who is directly responsible for the destruction of his own planet, making him the villain. Because according to Adam Strange, Jor-El created Rogol-Zar. That is the big reveal. He created Rogol-Zar, he set him out on the universe, and eventually that led to the destruction of Krypton because Rogol-Zar destroyed Krypton. And yeah, not really a fan of that twist. And it's just really sad. Like, Jor-El doesn't get a happy ending. You know, he dies on Krypton, but then he manages to displace himself within the timeline and get a chance to meet his son at a much older age, only to then be arrested for everything that he's done and sent back to the day Krypton was destroyed, where he sees himself hugging his wife, and he says to himself, he looks at himself and he says, your son did it. He united everyone. And then Krypton explodes, and Jor-El crying dies alongside it. And so it's like, it's a very beautiful moment, but at the same time, I just feel really bad for Jor-El because he doesn't get a happy ending. His ending sucks because he dies either way. And like, originally it's like, oh, he just died, you know, and he died trying to prevent his planet from being destroyed. But then the next time he died, the real time he actually dies, he dies as a villain. Like, he dies known as the bad guy. He dies as a criminal, you know, a wanted criminal. And it's just really sad. So Zod then says to Superman, he's like, let's try rebuilding a new Krypton. You know, we'll start small, we'll start with an outpost, and then we'll just build up until we get a new Krypton, you know, and we'll let bygones be bygones, we'll put our disagreements aside, we're not going to fight each other anymore. You know, because Supergirl is like, we never really wanted to fight you. You kind of forced us to. But fighting you was never something that we actually wanted to do. So if you promise to be good people, you know. And Superman looks at Zod, and he's like, don't abuse it. And Zod's like, your trust? And Superman's like, the name of Krypton. Thank you. Let's both do better than our fathers. And then John just cuts into the conversation and is like, I need to go take a pee, because even though he's 17, he's still written like a 8-year-old. And so they head back to planet Earth, where we get another example of Bendis writing a joke that ends up making the characters seem pretty shitty. Because, like, he makes a joke about how, like, John has to go and talk to Lois about the fact that he's considering, you know, going to the future and joining the Legion of Superheroes. But instead, cause John is like, yeah, I should probably talk to them. And Superman's like, what, your mum? And John is like, no, I'm going to talk to Damian. So it's like, it's a joke, but at the same time, it comes off as like John just doesn't give a shit about talking to his mum about it and is more occupied with talking to Damian about it, when it's like, you should talk to your mum. Or maybe it's just because, you know, Lois did leave him in the middle of space with his granddad that he didn't even know, who was crazy. So maybe that's why John doesn't want to talk to her. I'd understand that, you know. It's a bizarre decision for Lois to make. But that's where it ends. It ends with Superman, John, Supergirl, and Krypto all heading back to Earth, where John has to notify the people close to him that he is probably going to join the Legion of Superheroes and head into the future. And so, yeah, that's the end of the Unity Saga. A very long, multi-part story, but the Bendis run isn't over as we move on to issue 16 and the start of a new era within the Bendis, within Bendis' run. Alright, issue 16. This one actually has art by David LaFont, so it's very different to Ivan Reyes' art. It's a lot more cartoony, in a good way. I think it fits with what this story, like this issue, is about, which is about John reuniting with Damian, the Super Sons reuniting, and this issue is essentially just John going and showing Damian what's happened to him and trying to explain to him that he's going to be leaving Earth and joining the Legion of Superheroes. So at the very beginning, we get to see the young John as he leaves Earth, as it's revealed that while he was leaving Earth, he told Damian, he asked to send a message to Damian just to tell him that, he's going to be gone for a while, and that he promises to be back. And when he comes back, Damian is in the middle of a fight with Leviathan, an organization that we will see a long time from now, because I'm not going to be covering any of that shit yet. But Damian's fighting Leviathan, and they teleport away because they get too afraid of Damian because he's kind of insane for for a young teen. He's pretty crazy. So they're like, oh, this kid sucks. This kid's scary. Let's get out of here. And so they teleport away, and Damian's like, ugh, I knew you would do that. Well, at least I've got your boat. And then all of a sudden, the boat just explodes, and Damian brushes a bunch of debris off of himself. And then he hears a voice coming from off panel that's like, I thought that weird explosion might be you, and it was. And then Damian's just like, yeah. And John's like, chill. Hi, Damian. It's me. It's real. Take it in. I'll wait. So Damian has no idea how to really answer this, because he's seeing a 17-year-old John in front of him, and the last time he saw John was 10 years old. I think, last issue, I was a little bit, peeved with the whole thing of, John being 17 but still acting like a 10-year-old, but, I get that he's still 10 on the inside. Even though he's 17 on the outside, he's still, I guess, 10 on the inside, and that's why he's acting like a 10-year-old. But that doesn't make, at least that's what I tried to think in order to try and make it make sense, but that doesn't make sense because John lived those years in real time. He became 17 in real time. It's not like he went from 10 to 17 instantly and so he's still 10 on the inside. It's no, he lived several years away from everyone, stuck in time. So that doesn't make any sense. So yeah, him acting like a 10-year-old just doesn't make any sense. So yeah, Damian is upset at John for being older than him and taller than him. He's jealous of him. There's even a moment where apparently Damian is jealous that John might have had sex before him, because he's like, wait, you had puberty before me, and wait, did you have... No! He doesn't say it outright, but you know what he's talking about. And I'm like, okay, it's a bit weird for a 14-year-old to be caring about sex at that age, but whatever. Damian is also convinced that John might be a Leviathan decoy or something, trying to trick him. But John convinces him that it's him. He's just like, stop fighting because you need this as much as I do. And he just grabs Damian and hugs him. Damian's like, this is not fair. No! But eventually, John finally gets through to him. He's just Damian's like, either you're Leviathan, or John, and John's just like, or, it took years to get back, and I'm back, and that's as simple as it is, even though it's not simple. And so, they get over this weird argument that they're having, and decide to go and have gargoyle dogs, which is apparently a thing that Damian and John do often, where they get Olsen's dogs, which I guess Jimmy Olsen makes hot dogs now. So they go and get his hot dogs, and then they go and eat them on top of a gargoyle. And then John just talks about, how he was on a planet where the food was great, but it was, illegal to eat, stuff like hot dogs, so he had to eat, alien food. And he talks about how he was stuck in a volcanic prison, which was when Ultraman had him held captive. And it's really weird, because the way he talks about it is that, it wasn't a huge deal, or it didn't suck that much, but, Ultraman tortured him. He pretty much, he tried to force him to eat a live pig. And, he was letting John starve. Why is John talking about it like it wasn't a huge deal, or, in such of, a humorous way, or he's like, oh yeah, I was stuck in, a volcanic prison, it broke me mentally and was a pretty horrible time in my life, but, whatever. The food was great. So Damien and John decide to go and be the Super Sons for the night because there's stuff going on, there's crimes going on, so they decide to go and take care of those. And so you get to see them talking to each other as they're taking down different supervillains and stuff. And John is explaining to Damien that the Legion of Superheroes showed up and that they wanted him to join him in the future. And Damien's like, so what are you going to do? Like, are you going to go with them? Because if it were me, I would definitely go with them. Because no parents, like, that sounds awesome. Like, you should totally go. And also, if you do go, like, can you tell them about me and just make sure that, like, they have a space for, like, a bat-themed superhero? Because, like, that way I can join the Legion of Superheroes in the future. Like, Damien's really hung up on the idea of him going as well. And, eventually, you know, we get past all of the bright humor and stuff. As much as, you know, I enjoy it, it's nice when we kind of let things cool down and actually take a serious moment to consider exactly what's going on here, which is that John is leaving Earth, and he's not going to be seeing Damien possibly for a long time. So Damien just kind of looks at him and is like, hey, all that crap you went through, you got home. You did that. And John's like, yeah. Like, seriously, if you go to the future, save me a space. If you don't, I don't know, come back here and buy me a bunch of beer or something. You don't drink. It just feels like we're wasting an opportunity here. You have a bat cave. Hey, this felt great. Like, nothing's changed. And then Damien just, like, quickly hugs John and then leaves. And then John just, like, stays there floating, smiling. It's a very nice moment, and it's, I think the last time, sadly, like, this is the last time you'll ever see John and Damien properly hang out like this. Like, after this, their characters just continuously drift apart because of the age difference and because of, you know, John being on the Legion of Superheroes for so long meant that he couldn't be used in anything with Damien, so eventually writers just stopped pairing them together much at all. So John returns to the Fortress of Solitude where he reunites with his father and tells his father that he's made his decision. The thing I was kind of annoyed at reading this was I find out that, like, John went and told Lois that he was going to join the Legion of Superheroes, but it happened off-panel. And it's like, we spent a whole issue, you know, showing John hanging out with Damien and telling Damien about it, but what I really wanted to see was I wanted to see him tell Lois and see her reaction and stuff. But no, we skip over that. We skip over Clark talking to her about it, and we also skip over John talking to her about it. Even though I would think that that would be a much more important conversation than John and Damien, you know. Like, you would think that him talking to Lois about it would be an entire issue, you know, while the Damien thing would be, like, off-panel or, like, a small part of an issue. But apparently, like, weirdly, they did it the other way around. So, Saturn Girl shows up randomly in the Fortress of Solitude because she's from the future. She's like, don't even ask about it. I'm from the future. I promised I'd come back, so here I am. I'm here to take you to the Legion of Superheroes in the future. First of all, I'll show you what the future looks like. And she uses her powers on John, and he sees the future through his eyes. He's like, wow, like, I can't believe I was hesitating going. Like, the future looks so cool. And Saturn Girl gives Superman a device and is like, you can use this to call John back whenever you want. And he's like, I'll call him back on special occasions only. Because John's like, oh, he's going to call me back here in 10 minutes. And Clark's like, no, I'll call you back on special occasions. And then John and Clark have their last moment together, where he's like, you know, and you'll come home for special occasions, and to answer you before, if I were you, I would do this. I've gotten a peek at the future. I think you need to see it. And so the big portal opens up, and John and Saturn Girl go into the portal. He's like, love you, Dad. Love you more. That's completely impossible. And then the portal closes, and Superman's just kind of left sad. And he opens up his hand, and he looks at the device that Saturn Girl gave him, and it's a bit of a sad ending, you know. I mean, it's happy for John, because he's getting to join the Legion of Superheroes, but it's kind of sad for Clark, because, like, he had to say goodbye to his son again, you know. He recently said goodbye to his son, and he missed out on years of his son's life. And then when he finally gets to see him again, his son quickly goes away again, and it's probably going to be a while before he sees him again. Like, you can't really catch a break. But overall, I think I enjoyed that issue. There are a couple of things, like, I think there's just, like, some lines of dialogue I'm just not a huge fan of when it comes to, like, Bendis's dialogue style. Some of his jokes and stuff just don't hit with me. But overall, I think I enjoyed it. I just would have preferred if there was an issue that focused on Lois and John than John and Damien. But whatever, there's not really anything I can do about that. So instead, we're going to move on to issue 17, The Truth Prologue, with art by Kevin Maguire, who I love Kevin Maguire's art. Known for doing the art of the Justice League International. Alright, so the issue begins with Superman in between two aliens who are about to start a trade war, and because he's the representative of Earth, and he's just like, there's fair trades, in this part of the galaxy, so guys, calm down, I'm Superman, let's just calm down, let's have a talk, and not start a war. And then, Lois is trying to do her work, but she's kind of having writer's block. And at the same time, she's thinking about what Lex did when he showed up in one of the previous issues. He showed up and he gave her a mysterious black box, and when she opened it, there was a mysterious light inside, and we don't know what it is. But she does. And she's adamant about the fact that she needs to tell the world about it. But she can't tell Superman or Clark what it is, because Clark shows up, and their relationship with each other in this is a bit weird, because Lois has always been a little snarky, but in this it just feels like she's unnecessarily snarky to the point where it feels a little bit bad for their relationship to be it's more necessarily the fact that they're not really communicating at all. Because Clark asks her about the box and what's in it, and Lois just refuses to tell him for some reason. I don't know why. I guess I'll find out. But she says she can't tell him what it is, and that she has to publish it in a story, whatever it is, and yeah, she just can't tell Clark. And it's you're married. Shouldn't you be sharing this stuff with each other? If I've read a lot of comic books, and the one thing that you shouldn't do in a marriage is keep secrets from each other. As a Flash fan, I've seen how bad it can get when you marry someone and you don't tell them everything. Wally and Linda had to go through that entire development until they finally stopped keeping secrets from each other. And then here you have Superman and Lois, who are supposed to be the golden example of a DC relationship. And yet, unlike Wally and Linda, they're still keeping secrets from each other, even though they've been married for much longer. And they have a 17-year-old son, you would think that they'd kind of be over that whole thing of, keeping secrets and stuff for no real reason. So they decide to just kind of put it aside and stop talking about it. And Clark is like, do you want to come fly with me? And Lois is like, I really got work to do, but okay, let's go fly. And so her and Clark fly off. There is a bit of a sweet moment where before, Superman was saying that, he's been dealing with stuff for a story for Clark to write, and Lois acts jealous and is like, oh, that Clark guy, I hate him. But then she confirms to Superman that she was just joking. She was just being snarky about hating Clark, because she's like, oh, well, because I married the guy, of course I was joking. And so she flies off with Superman. And I think Lois not telling Clark what it was kind of got on his nerves a little bit. Superman then goes to, he finds a secret Star Labs base where they've been experimenting on children and also experimenting with multiversal technology, doing evil stuff. So he just shows up at their secret base, they see him outside on their cameras, and he just shuts down their entire operations just by being there. He doesn't even do anything. He just shows, it's pretty great. He just shows up floating in the sky, and they're all just oh my god, it's Superman, we're fucked, holy shit. And then they just shut down their entire system, and the leader, whose name is Dr. Glory, she gets away through a portal, but everyone else gets, taken away to prison and stuff. And the reason Clark was able to find out about this facility is because Young Justice, which is another series written by Brian Michael Bendis at this time, was dealing with Constellation, which is the name of this Star Lab's secret lab, and they told Clark where they were, and so he went and took them down. And so it's another secret that he's been dealing with that was pretty tremendously bad, and it gets on Clark's nerves. You know, these secrets are really starting to mess with him. I think he's starting to become a little bit more. He's thinking to himself about how important the truth is. Like, his opinions on the truth are beginning to shift, and so he calls Supergirl to come to the Fortress of Solitude, and he basically says to her, he's like, I got something I want to talk to you about, but I don't want to do it here. I want to do it somewhere else. I want to take you somewhere. And so she agrees to go with him, and Clark takes her to New Krypton, because apparently New Krypton is, like, almost finished being built, like, already. They go there, and, like, Zod shows up, and he's like, hey, you want to have dinner with me and my family? And Clark's like, not right now. I need to talk to Kara about something really important. And Kara is also not happy to see Zod. She's like, you've, like, killed a lot of my friends and, like, tortured us for years. So, I'm not about to just start having dinner with you, Zod. Like, leave me alone. And, Clark then turns to Kara and is like, I got something really important that I need to tell you about. And it's related to the truth. She's like, the truth? Like, wow, that's kind of insane coming from you, you know, the guy with the biggest secret in the world. Clark's like, yeah, I need to, like, I'm planning something, and I need to run it through with you and get your opinion on it. And she's like, all right, sure, I'll listen, you know. And he's like, no, seriously, it's about, and that's where the issue ends. It ends on a cliffhanger of Clark is about to tell Kara exactly what he's talking about, and we'll find out what that is in issue 18. Alright, so issue 18 begins with Clark listening in on the Daily Planet, everyone talking about how, like, Lois Lane is planning on publishing something or is typing something up, and that Perry is considering, like, is keeping something a secret or something. Like, they think that he's planning on firing somebody. But what they don't know is that it's actually Superman preparing to give a speech where he appears in front of an entire crowd and is like, thank you for coming. Some of you know my name is Kal-El. I was born on a planet that no longer exists. Most of you lovingly have come to call me Superman, and it has been my honor to help out wherever I can. But there's something else I think you need to know about me. And so we then flash back to Thanagar a week ago, where the United Planets have all come together for their first ever meeting, where Clark reunites with Adam Strange again, and Superman's like, that conversation that we had last week has been troubling me. And Adam's like, are you okay? And Superman's like, no. He's like, good. I mean, not good, but I'm glad you know you're not okay. You've been through some serious stuff. So much, so fast. You need to unpack it. And so they go out to have a bit of a conversation, and Clark's like, did I ever tell you that, like, I have a secret back on Earth? And Adam's like, is it Batman? Like, are you Earth a Batman? It's like, I've heard that joke before. Not out here. All old Earth jokes are brand new out here. Best part. Also, you didn't actually answer the question. It's like, I have a secret identity, but I'm not sure. After everything that's happened, I'm not sure why. And so he explains to Adam that the reason why he had a secret identity, the reason why he had Clark Kent, is because as an alien on Earth, he felt the need to feel more human. And so he created the Clark Kent identity to feel more human. Now, that's not the only reason why he had a secret identity. That's the reason Bendis says Clark, like, it's the only reason Clark has the identity. It's not the only reason he has a secret identity. There's another reason that they don't bring up in this issue at all. But the other reason is to protect his family, you know. He's not just Clark Kent in order to feel more human. He's Clark Kent because he has a lot of world-destroying, universe-destroying villains who would totally go after his family if they found out who he was secretly, you know? Like, if they found out that Superman was married to Lois Lane, they would find Lois Lane and kill her. And, you know, Superman could try to stop them, but it's too much of a risk. And Superman's not that kind of risk taker where he would put the people that he loves in danger for himself, you know, because him revealing his so the idea is that Clark wants to reveal his identity to the public for that reason, because he feels like he doesn't need it anymore. And it just feels a bit off for Superman to kind of make a decision like that, because he's only doing it for himself. He's not doing it for his family or anything. He's just like, I don't need it anymore, so I'm going to reveal my identity. And, you know, I think we really got to think about the idea of, like, if you have a supervillain like Darkseid constantly trying to kill you, or Brainiac, or Lex Luthor, like, do you really want them knowing who your close friends and family really are? You know? Like, oh yeah, like, Superman can't save everyone at once. You know, they could go after Lois Lane, they could go after Perry, they could go after Jimmy all at the same time. Superman might not be able to save one of them. You know, so that's where I kind of disagree with this idea that Clark should reveal his identity. Does it seem like a good idea at the time? Yes, but I feel it could very easily just blow up in your face when you're somebody like Superman. But he decides to start small. He decides to reveal it to some people, which I completely agree with. This is where my stance on the secret identity of Superman comes from. I don't agree that Superman should become a public identity. Like, I don't think that Superman should just give away his secret identity entirely to everyone. I think that's a bad idea, for the reasons I've already said. But I'm totally for, like, Clark revealing his secret identity to the people that he really trusts and cares about. You know, like Perry White, Jimmy Olsen, you know, the Justice League, like everyone. You know, he could reveal his identity to the entire Daily Planet and they could just keep it a secret. You know, I just don't agree with him revealing it publicly, because for a character like Superman, who has all these supervillains that are so dangerous, it just doesn't make sense to have a public identity. You know, for another villain, like, the reason why it worked for a character like Wally West, the Flash, is because his villains are a lot less, like, destructive as Superman's. A lot less dangerous. And also, Flash is so fast that he pretty much can save anyone that he wants to. You know, while Superman can't. You know, there's a lot more leeway with the Flash. But also, the Flash only has, like, 2 villains who are actually, like, super dangerous enough to put his family in danger. Meanwhile, almost every villain that Superman has the power to destroy the entire planet. So yeah, he starts small. He sees Perry White. He sees his heart, like, he looks into his heart and sees it, like, beating. And then he just decides to just go into Perry's office. It's an iconic page. Pretty sure everyone's seen it, where where Clark Kent walks in, he stands in front of Perry, and he just opens up his shirt with a Superman symbol on it. And it's probably the best part of the entire issue. And then Perry stands up and he just hugs, and he walks up to Clark and hugs him. And it's pretty great. You know, the overall idea of the public identity I'm not a fan of, but these moments of him revealing his identity to his close friends and family, you know, those I love. Like, they're the best parts. He then goes to reveal his identity to Jimmy Olsen. He finds him at a crime scene and takes him to the top of a roof to reveal his identity. And when he does, he, like, puts on his glasses and he's like, I'm Clark Kent. And Jimmy's like, is this some kind of joke? Like, you just look like Superman dressed up like Jimmy. Dressed up like Clark. Like, you don't look like Clark Kent. And then Jimmy's like, I'm just kidding you. Like, I already knew that you're Superman. And Clark's like... And when I first read that, I was like, oh, did Jimmy know the whole time? Like, that's awesome. But then they reveal that he didn't. Lois just told him that morning. And, not really a fan of that. I think it would have been much better if it was revealed that Jimmy just always knew, or just knew for a very long time, and he wasn't told by anyone. He just figured it out. Not really a fan of him just being told by Lois off-panel. Yeah, I think it would have been much better if Clark revealed his identity to him, and then Jimmy just started laughing and was like, dude, like, I already knew. Like, I knew for years. I just didn't tell you because, you know, we're best friends, and I know that you wanted to keep your identity a secret, and I knew you would tell me when you felt like you needed to, you know? I think that would have been a much better way of handling it. Like, this way is fine, but I would have preferred it to be done that way. And so Clark gets a bit, like, he's not mad at Lois, but he's a little upset. He's like, I wanted to tell Jimmy. Like, Jimmy's my best friend. Like, I wanted to tell him about my secret identity. And then Lois reveals to Clark that she's already written up a speech for him to tell everyone. And he's just like, wow, okay, like, I was thinking about doing it myself, but if you've already done it, all right, let's go. And so he just goes in front of everyone, and he starts talking. He's just like, most of you lovingly have decided to call me Superman, but there's something else I think you need to know. My name is Clark Kent. I'm a reporter for the Daily Planet, and have been ever since I moved here from Smallville, Kansas. And so Clark officially reveals his identity as Clark Kent to the public. And not just to the public, to everyone. Like, the entire planet Earth knows who he is. The villains all know who he is. Including Lex Luthor, who sees it on the screen. Superman actually ends his speech with a pretty great couple of lines where he's like, but I'm so proud of my heritage, both from Krypton and Earth. And when I show up as Superman, I want to show up representing both parts of me at the same time. What happens then? I don't know. But thank you for inspiring me. And then he leaves. And then, yeah, Lex sees this happening, and Brainiac gets really mad at him. In fact, all of his villains see this happening. Like, all the villains. The entire Secret Society. Just like, Luthor, how did you not see this coming? And Lex just kind of just sneers. And he's just like, meh. Because he's kind of pissed. He's like, damn it. I didn't know. Why did I have to find out this way? And so that's where it ends. It ends on that little cliffhanger where Lex is probably going to do something pretty drastic or something to get revenge on... Because he's probably mad that he didn't get to figure it out. Like, he's mad that Superman revealed his identity. He's like, damn you, Superman. Like, I wanted to figure out your identity. I can't believe you would go and do this. And so now we move on to issue 19, The Truth, Part 2. Alright, so The Truth, Part 2 begins where we last left off, which was Superman revealing his identity of Clark Kent to the public, and because of that, Perry White unfortunately has to fire Clark Kent because Clark has been lying to them the entire time, saying that he's been getting an outside source when... actually, the source was directly from him. So he fires Clark, and then immediately after that, he rehires him. Because he's like, hey, can I hire you on as a full-time person? And what we're going to do is we're just going to have you keep writing stories about Superman because you are Superman. You know, and that's why I want to hire you, because it's a huge benefit for us to have Superman working for us. But you got to stop saying that it's from an outside source. You got to start saying that it's from you. You know, and Clark just easily agrees to that. And Perry tries to get Clark to have an office closer to his office. But Clark's like, I'm okay with my cubicle. Like, I like my cubicle. You know, and just give Lois back her office. There's actually a moment in this where we mentioned Robinson Goode. Remember that woman from, like, the early issues who was kind of hitting on Clark, but was clearly, like, doing some sinister stuff? Well, she's gone now. Probably, that stuff probably played out in the Action Comics run, so I'll eventually cover that in the future. But for now, Robinson Goode is just out of the picture, because Trish Q comes up to Clark and is basically like, you know, I was always, like, really weird about you, and then after discovering that you're Superman, you know, I just feel like an idiot. Because Superman saved me, like, the other week. And I've been holding on to this for a long time. And she shows, like, a picture of Superman kissing Lois Lane that she had caught, like, ages ago. And she was like, I felt like I was being a bad gossip person, like, because that's my job, by not leaking this photo. But now I'm glad that I didn't, now that I've discovered, you know, who you actually are. And she never actually apologizes for being, like, really shitty at the beginning of the run, though. Like, Trish Q was a pretty terrible person who was trying to exploit, like, Lois's marriage and stuff for views and things like that. And, like, she never apologizes for that. Instead, she just, like, thanks Superman for saving her. I guess this is her trying to turn over a leaf, but you could have at least started with an apology, Trish. And so after that, Clark heads off to Superman to go save the world, and he talks about how, like, he was afraid that revealing his identity would change things, but it turns out it really hasn't changed anything. And then he goes back to the Justice League, and he's like, and I'll always know that I've got friends that I love who will always tell me the truth. And he, returns to the Justice League, where there's a big group shot of all of the Justice League members with him. And I couldn't help but laugh when I saw this, because in the group shot, I'm not kidding, we got Harley Quinn at the very front. Like, we got Harley Quinn next to, like, Damian Wayne and Booster Gold and stuff. And that's not even the crazy part. Behind Martian Manhunter, we got freaking Man-Bat is in there. So I guess Man-Bat was trying to turn over a leaf at this point and was considered, like, Justice League adjacent at this point in time. But I just find it so hilarious that Superman is like, I love my friends Harley Quinn and Man-Bat. Like, I think of you just as much as I think of Batman and Wonder Woman and stuff. Like, they just do not belong in this group. It was this weird period of time when DC was really trying to push Harley Quinn, and so you would get her in, like, group shots as, like, she's basically a Justice League member at this point. So weird. And Man-Bat just being there is even weirder. I just find it really funny. I like to imagine that, like, Superman never pays attention to Harley Quinn or Man-Bat and just ignores them as if they're not there. Like, because he's just like, they're not supposed to be here. Like, why are they here? And so he just ignores them. After that, we cut to what I think is supposed to be the remains of Krypton. They don't say what it is, but the leaders of the Unity planets arrive and on the remains of Krypton, and they're planning to, like, rebuild the planet using terraforming. And then all of a sudden, a massive explosion, a ship, like, crashes in front of them, and Mongol emerges from the ship. That's right, it's Mongol, the big yellow dude who sucks ass. Every time he shows up, he just gets the shit beaten out of him. He's, like, DC's, like, what would you call it? Like, his, I don't know, it's like DC's, like, dummy or whatever, like, basically just there to look all tough and opposing before he gets the shit beat out of him by whoever's comic book it is. I'm saying this because, like, he showed up in The Flash once, and The Flash just beat the crap out of him, so I just see Mongol as being, like, a scrub who hasn't done anything super imposing since, like, Death of Superman. So he shows up, and he is really pissed off about the Unity planets. He's like, Unity? Like, you shouldn't be uniting as planets. You should be uniting under me, because I'm Mongol, and I'm the greatest being in the entire universe, and you should all be worshipping me. And then Superman shows up and just, like, kicks him down, because he just knows that Mongol is on the planet. Somehow, I guess his hearing just reached that far, that he was able to get there in time. Or he used the systems that the Fortress of Solitude off-panel. It doesn't matter. He shows up, he fights Mongol, and the leaders of the Unity planets try to help Superman fight Mongol, but despite supposedly being united, they don't listen to each other. They hate listening to each other. There's even a moment in this with the leader of the Dominators, like, because the Tamaranian is like, stand, like, lower your weapons, Dominator. Like, Superman will handle this, and the Dominator's just like, you don't, like, order me around. And so Mongol, like, Superman turns to them and is like, everyone stand, and then because he's not focused, Mongol just smashes his head in, and then just keeps, like, beating the crap out of him, and then he's like, Unity, you hypocrites, and it ends with Mongol just standing over Superman's beaten body, which I don't get how Mongol was able to beat Superman up so much. Like, Superman has fought Mongol so many times that you would just think at this point that, like, even if Mongol were to catch him off guard, like, he probably wouldn't have beaten Superman this much. I'm kind of expecting Superman to just, like, get up in the next issue and keep fighting. But yeah, that's the end of that issue, and so now we're moving on to issue 20. But before we do, there's actually a little thing that I need to mention now, because in a Superman special that was released right after, like, issue 19, or it takes place before it, we get a little bit of context on why Mongol is on the planet. like kind of a bit of a build up to his current confrontation with Superman, where we see that there are two Mongols. One of them is the father, the other one is the son. Because the thing with Mongol is that like they all look the same, but they're like fathers and sons, and they usually kill their own father and become the new Mongol. And so this one Mongol is with his dad, and then he just kills his father, and he's like, "Shut up, old man," because this Mongol is talking about how like he's going to become the ruler of the universe, and then his son is like, "Shut up, old man," and like plants his hand through his chest, ripping out his heart. It's like, "Now I am the Mongol." And, you know, I'm looking for, like, he puts, because every Mongol has, like, a light thing on their chest, and so, like, he ripped that out and then put it on his own chest. He's like, "I declare myself Mongol MDCCXCII, Lord Sovereign Supreme of Warworld, and I am very much looking forward to encountering you, Superman." And so that's how we, you know, introduced the new Mongol, because apparently every time Mongol shows up, it has to be a new guy, like a new Mongol. Alright, so now things really start to get interesting in the Bendis run. Like, there are things that happened in this issue that have finally really grabbed my attention and my interest. And those being that, like, this issue takes place from, like, during, like, two different things that are going on at the same time. Superman is on the remains of Krypton with the leaders of the United Planets fighting against Mongol, while at the same time, everyone at the Daily Star, which are the rivals of the Daily Planet, are arguing about Clark Kent's reveal as Superman, and we get some more reveals to them that really start to shake up what's going on, as we see a little bit of like the fallout of the idea of the United Planets and how it causes issues. So yeah, Superman is being dragged along the ground by Mongol. He says that he never sleeps, so when he gets knocked out like this, he doesn't know how long he'll be unconscious for. But because Mongol is dragging him along the ground, that allows him to wake up. So he quickly gets up and he punches Mongol because he's like, Mongol understands one language, and that's violence, so I'm gonna give it to him. He punches Mongol and he's like, "But that was my hardest hit, and since he came back from that, I know that this fight is going to be really difficult." So Superman continues to fight Mongol while the Dominators, like, because the Thanagarians want to leave. Like, the leader of the Thanagarians, he wants to leave. But the Tamaradians, sorry. But the Thanagarians and the Dominators want to stay and fight Mongol because they are a more violent species that doesn't want, that, like, they're less about running away. So the Dominator gets, like, all of his men to start shooting at Mongol, and Mongol just, like, activates his chest, and a huge laser fires out, which destroys all of the Dominator's men, including the leader of the Dominators. So one of the United Planets leaders is now dead. Meanwhile, at the Daily Star, everyone is arguing about whether or not Clark being Superman is cheating, because, like, he's getting, you know, very easy stories for his journalism, or if it's not. The main argument is that, like, yeah, because he's Superman, he's able to just, like, save people and then, like, get a story out of that easy peasy. Bethany Snow, who is a member of the Daily Star, who tends to be a bit of a rival for Lois Lane, tends to be the more reasonable one of the group, who says, like, you know, a while ago, like, I saw Superman save a plane. Now that I know that it's Clark Kent, you know, I immediately know that, like, he saved that plane and then had the story ready afterward. Like, I had to go out and figure out who I was going to question. Meanwhile, Clark already had the story because he was the one that did it. But is saving people's lives cheating? Because apparently it is to you. So that's, like, kind of her reasoning, is that, like, he saved lives. Are we really going to call that cheating? And the guy kind of, like, thinks to himself, and he's like, "Oh, you're right. I'm kind of being like Lex Luthor." And she's like, "Yeah, but you're not as successful as Lex Luthor." And then one of the other guys at the Daily Planet, the editor, the Daily Star, sorry, says probably the most correct thing anyone has ever said up until this point, which is that he's like, "And Lex Luthor's, like, a lot more handsome than you." And Bethany's like, "Let's not go there." And he's like, "But he is." And I thought that was funny. Like, yeah, Lex Luthor might be a evil guy, but, like, he's not wrong. Like, he's pretty handsome. So So it's then revealed that the Daily Star received a video from an unknown source. He's like, one of the guys that works there is like, hey, I got this video, by the way, and I thought we should watch it because, like, I just received it and it was kind of weird. So let's check it out. And he opens up the video on his laptop, and it is a video recording of the United Planets and the announcement of Unity Day. And the editor at the Daily Star catches that Superman says in the video that he is going to represent Earth. And they're like, wait, did you just hear what he just said? Like, switch back, please. And so they rewind it and they play it again. And he's like, did he just say that, like, he's going to represent us? And everyone's like, yeah, he did. Like, what kind of gumption does this man have? Like, how big-headed does this guy have to be that he's just putting himself up as representative? Like, why does he think we want him to represent us? And, like, one of them is like, I'd much rather a human represent us and not a Kryptonian. Like, I have nothing against Kryptonians. I'm not being racist. Like, this is actually what he says. He's like, I'm not being racist against Kryptonians, but I just think that, like, if we're going to have a representative of Earth, it should be probably somebody who was born on Earth and is human. Which is an understandable request, you know? Like, all of the other United Planets are represented by people that are actually from that race. So it makes sense that the person that would represent Earth is, you know, is human. So, like, I get that. And it's completely understandable. And, you know, I feel like if they just bring it up to Superman, he'll probably understand. He'd probably be like, you know what? You're right. A human should represent Earth. I have a feeling I know where this is going. I want to put out a theory right now, because obviously I don't know what's going to happen, but I reckon Lex Luthor is going to become the representative of Earth. Either that or it will come down to two people. It'll be like Lois Lane or Lex Luthor, and it'll be kind of like vote for who you think should represent Earth, and in the end it'll come down to Lex Luthor. I could just see that happening because it would be really interesting, and it would be something that Superman wouldn't be a huge fan of. So they want to figure out why Clark has decided to represent Earth, and the best person to ask him is Lana Lang, because it turns out Lana Lang works at Daily Star, so she's like, I'll go talk to Clark, because it turns out I was childhood best friends with him, so if anyone can talk to him about it, it can be me. And if I understand, this is the first time we've seen Lana Lang in a long time. So we cut back to Clark fighting Mongol. The fight continues, and Tamaranians want to leave, but the Thanagarians are like, no, we can't leave. And so, like, they try to fight Mongol, and then Mongol just kills the Thanagarian representative and all of his men. And so at that point, the Tamaranians are just like, all right, like, we need to team up. Like, he says to, like, the Kuns and the remaining leaders. He's like, we need to team up, and we need to fight for our fallen Unity leaders. Like, for our fallen United. And so we see a shot, the final shot is all of these ships coming towards Mongol and Superman, because the United Planets are kind of turning on Superman because they're blaming him for Mongol showing up. They're like, it's your fault. So it seems like they might be turning against Superman as well. So we'll see how this turns out in issue 21. And at the same time, Lois Lane is at home. She goes out to get dinner, and she's trying to stay low because now everyone knows that she's married to Superman, so she doesn't want to be like on the news and stuff. So she puts on a blonde wig, and as she goes to answer the door, Bethany Snow is there to ask her a pretty invasive question, which is like, what do we call you now, Lois Lane? Hi, Bethany Snow, Daily Star. Question, who died and made your husband king of the earth? And is that the real reason he had decided to come forward with his truth after all this time? And Lois is just like, the king of what now? And so it ends there. So Superman's kind of being like villainized by the Daily Star of like, what is his game? Like, why is he representing himself? Like, why did he choose himself to be representative of Earth? And is that the only reason he revealed his identity? Like, what's going on? Alright, issue 21 begins on the planet Gorfo, where we see the aftermath of Superman's fight with Mongol, where apparently Superman saved Mongol's life, because he looks at Mongol and he's like, just leave. And Mongol's like, why would I leave? And Superman's like, because you have a blood pact and I saved your life, so just leave. Like, your family runs off of this idea of, like, if you were saved by someone, you feel indebted to them. So just leave. Mongo's like, when did you save me? And Superman's like, 14 minutes ago when the United Planet leaders tried to kill you for killing their allies. And so we cut back to 14 minutes ago where the United Planets are just shooting at Mongol and Superman. Superman quickly, like, grabs Mongol. Mongol's just standing there getting hit by these lasers like, ah ha ha, like, yes, fucking kill me, please. And Superman just grabs him and pulls him away and flies through space with him, but because he's Mongol wants to make it difficult. So Mongol and Superman are just, like, punching each other while they're flying through space. And eventually, they crash land on Gortho, the planet that we're currently on. Meanwhile, Lois Lane is being interrogated by Bethany Snow, who wants to know about this clip that they found of Superman saying that he's the representative of Earth. The way they're pushing it is that he's saying that he's the king of Earth. And Lois doesn't want to believe what Bethany is saying because, unsurprisingly, Lois doesn't know about this. You know, you would think that Clark would have told her, but for some reason, he didn't. Like, what is he doing? Like, why are they even married if Clark isn't even going to tell her something as simple as, yeah, the United Planets is a thing, and I decided to name myself the representative of love. Like, why wouldn't he tell her that? It's not like something that, like, if he forgot, then that makes me really question, like, Superman's, like, morals and stuff, of, like, picking what things are important to remember and to tell your loved ones. So it's a little frustrating to know that, like, Clark didn't tell her, and obviously Lois is frustrated, and she just refuses to believe Bethany. She's like, where did you get this clip? Like, who gave it to you? And Bethany's like, oh, wouldn't you love to know? Like, you're this amazing reporter that works at the Daily Planet, and you want, like, this information? Like, screw you, I'm not giving it to you. Like, see you later. And then, like, her cameraman just turns to Lois and is like, they don't know where the clip came from. It was just sent to them by somebody random. Like, just some unknown source. The Daily Star tried sending it to Star Labs to get it analyzed, and Star Labs screwed them over. And Lois is like, could you send me a copy of the clip? And the cameraman's like, no. And Lois is like, well, you know, it was worth asking. So she closes her door and is like, Clark, that's the kind of thing you tell a wife. Wait, if he did that, that would make me the queen of Earth. So, okay, no, I need a lawyer. I need all the lawyers. And so, like, Lois is kind of freaking out about the situation that she's currently in because all sorts of shit could go down in her life with this revelation by the Daily Star, especially now that Star Labs knows about it, and Star Labs is directly connected to the government. So like, a lot of problems could start happening. Mongol just goes straight back to fighting Superman again. And because he's basically just like, this United Planets thing that you created was the greatest thing that ever happened to me because it's finally given me an excuse. Like, you've just made things easier for me. You've made all of the universe's leaders get together, and so now I can destroy them all. And Clark's like, how is this going to benefit you, Mongol? Like, if you kill the leaders, like, they're just going to attack your planet. Like, that's exactly what's happening right now. And Mongol is like, now they're too busy fighting each other. See, you don't understand. Like, the Kuns and the Dominators, like, they hate each other, so they're currently in war. And yet you're focused on fighting me when you should be more focused on stopping them. And Clark's just like, damn it, he's right. And so, like, Mongol leaves, and Clark goes to go and deal with the war that's currently going on between the Kuns and Dominators. And the Justice League show up in order to help him stop the war and save everyone. And the Dominators and Kuns are just like, they started it. And Martian Manhunter shows up, and this is the first time Bendis has written Martian Manhunter in a way that actually makes sense or is in line with his character. Last time he showed up, he was pushing Clark to be, like, the leader of the world and take control and stuff, but this time he's just like, I agree with this United Planets thing. Like, it's weird that it took so long for John Johns to, like, actually talk to Clark about the United Planets. It just made sense that he would be the one that would talk to Clark about it. And so I'm glad that he finally did, even though it was for, like, a couple of panels. But he's basically just like, yeah, this United Planets thing, Great idea. I stand by it wholeheartedly. Now, you should head back to Earth and see your wife, because she's probably dealing with the fallout of this whole United Planets thing. So you should go check up on her. So Clark heads off to Earth, and when he gets there, he sees that Warworld has arrived on Earth as well. And he's like, oh crap, Mongol came here thinking that I wasn't gonna be here. But I'm here. Meanwhile, Lois heads to what remains of the Daily Planet, and when she gets there, she opens the elevator and goes inside and comes face to face with Cameron Chase, who I think is the same Agent Chase from the DEO that I've talked about in previous videos. Yeah, she's here, and she's like, I'm working for the FBI. Would you please talk to me about your husband, the self-proclaimed king of Earth? Like, he wouldn't happen to be around here, would he? It's like, okay, no more doors for me. I'm done with doors. There's a weird moment in this where Lois is like, whew, I'm happy my ex-secret agent father isn't alive to see this. And I'm like, whoa, it's a bit rough to be like, oh, I'm glad my dad's dead so he doesn't have to see this. Like, okay. And so, yeah, now we move on to issue 22. This one has art by Kevin Maguire. Even though it's so... I think it, like... Oh, it says Ivan Reyes did the cover. For a second there, I was like, why did they say Ivan Reyes is doing the art when he only did the cover? But no, they do say that, like, it's Kevin Maguire that does the art for this issue. Alright, so the next issue begins with immediately Superman fighting Mongol. The important part of, like, I mean, I guess Superman fighting Mongol is important, but the real meat of this issue is Lois's talk with Agent Chase. So, while they are talking, Superman fights Mongol, and he decides to take a couple tricks from Supergirl, because Supergirl recently fought Mongol. Superman mentions that he was a little bit jealous of her moves, so he's going to steal her moves and defeat Mongol with them. So what he does is he burrows his way deep into Warworld, which is Mongol's giant ship, all the way to, like, where the moving gears are, and then using his strength, he forces the moving gears to move so that Warworld will move over planet Earth and away from it. And at the same time, all of Mongol's, like, weapons and stuff start, like, shooting at Clark. Then these tentacles come out and start, like, wrapping their way around Clark. And once Warworld is far enough away from Earth, Clark lights up his heat vision, causing the entire ship to explode. He then wakes up on Venus, which Mongol decides is going to be their final battleground. And Mongol and Superman continue their fight on Venus, where Superman beats Mongol, and he decides that the best thing to do with Mongol after defeating him is to send him back to his home planet, because that's where he will be judged rightfully by his people, you know, and his people don't like weakness, so they'll probably do something horrible to Mongol, but at this point Superman just doesn't care. He's like, this is the best thing for Mongol, because it's just how their race works, you know, and I can't judge their customs. And then Clark heads off to go and meet with the other Unity leaders, where he has a speech with them, and he's basically just like, people like Mongol exist, and that's why we need the United Planets to exist. And we know that even if men like Mongol come and try to destroy us, we know that we will survive thanks to my son in the future. Because we know that United Planets exist 1,000 years from now. So that should give us enough strength to continue pushing forward regardless of the bad things that happen. Meanwhile, Lois is talking to Agent Chase, and Agent Chase is basically just asking Lois about, like, you know, Clark announcing that he's going to represent Earth on video and stuff, and you'd think that Chase is here to be like, well, he can't, the FBI doesn't want him doing that. But no, it's actually quite the opposite. The FBI have sent Agent Chase to tell Lois Lane that they will allow Superman to represent them as Earth under one condition, and that condition is he can never make a mistake. Not one. At all. No mistakes. And not just him. Lois, John, his friends, family, like the Daily Planet, everyone. None of them can make a single mistake. Anyone connected to Superman can never make a mistake, because if they do, that will create irrecoverable damage, and they won't be able to come back from that. Like, if he's going to represent Earth, he's going to need to take this seriously, and that means he can never make a mistake. And that's the one thing that, like, that's the one, like, requirement for Superman to represent Earth. And Lois just, like, agrees with it. And so Superman gets back home after everything is done. And Lois is like, "Ah, you smell weird." And Clark's like, "Yeah, I was just on Venus. It's nothing." He's got, like, a robe on, like an alien robe. Because there's a big portion of this where, like, Superman is shirtless for a lot of this. And he's got, like, hair on his chest and stuff. So when he gives the speech to the United Planets, he's wearing, like, an alien robe. And he continues to wear that when he gets home. He kind of looks like James Bond, like, kind of deal going on with the robe, open chest, with chest hair. And yeah, Lois says, like, yeah, Agent Chase showed up, something about the United Planets, and then she says probably the dumbest thing she could have possibly said. She makes a really dumb decision, and it just makes me wonder, like, why do they keep doing this? She doesn't even tell Clark exactly what Agent Chase told her. Like, she acts like she forgot what Agent Chase said, because, like, maybe she did because she was so focused on finally finishing her book, but, like, she neglects to tell Clark that, like, the FBI basically said that if you screw up once, it's over. She doesn't tell him that, and so that's probably going to blow up in her face at some point. Why don't they talk to each other? Like, they're supposed to be a married couple, and yet they never tell each other the things that are really important to know. It's really frustrating. But yeah, that's the end of The Truth. And now we move on to issue 23 and the next story arc of Bendis Superman, which is a Superman and Dr. Fate crossover story. So we're going to see Bendis dealing with magic connecting to Superman, because as we know, magic is a weakness of Superman, so I guess Bendis is going to try and do something interesting with that, and we'll have to see what he does. Alright, so issue 23 kind of serves as a bit of, like, it's a therapy session for Clark Kent Superman, because he gets visited by Dr. Fate, the new Dr. Fate, who eventually reveals their identity to Clark. Khalid Nasur is the current Dr. Fate. So Dr. Fate basically just shows up and takes Superman to the Tower of Fate to have a therapy session and to talk about a lot of things that he should have talked about it earlier on, like, in the series. You know how, like, one of my main complaints up until now has been Clark's lack of any kind of emotion when it came to John. You know, like, he never had a moment where he was just like, this sucks. Like, I hate this. Well, it finally happens. 23 issues in, basically like 20 issues after it's already happened, we finally get to see Clark talk about it. And I feel like this is because Bendis got a lot of pressure, like, because of the backlash from the whole John situation and the fact that Clark didn't really, like, react to it in any way that he should have. Like, he was too okay with it. I feel like Bendis took that criticism and was like, alright, you want Clark to be upset about, like, his son growing up and shit? Alright, here you go. Here's an entire issue where Clark just has a therapy session about it. And I'm like, yes, thank you. This is what I wanted. You know, this is good. Like, we want this. We want Clark to be going through these struggles and to be talking about it and to be complaining. I want Clark to complain about the problems that are happening in his life because it's normal. You know, it's normal for somebody to do that when everything is going wrong. The other thing that's currently going on in this issue is that there is a member of the DEO. His name is Agent Bissett, Veronica Bissett. She works for the DEO, and she's found this ancient tablet, and it starts, like, warming up. And she's like, oh, we got a situation here. Like, this ancient tablet that I have is heating up really bad. You know, we need somebody here to help real quick. You know, Adam Strange is here, unsurprisingly, because, like I said before, like, Bendis seems to really love Adam Strange, so he'll just throw him in anywhere. You know, he'll have him just show up and work for the DEO, you know, because that makes sense. You know, I don't think I've ever seen Adam Strange work with the DEO, but he does in the Bendis run, because Bendis loves Adam Strange. So Adam Strange shows up, and he's the one that actually saves Beset and like Bones and stuff. Because what happens is, well, he doesn't save Beset, but he saves Mr. Bones and stuff. Because like this weird thing appears on the top of the DEO building. They don't say what it is, but it's this weird like being that just suddenly explodes into a huge amount of cosmic energy, and so Adam Strange like grabs everyone and pulls them away, while Beset just watches from below, like, oh. And then the energy hits the ground next to her, which causes her to like run away. And as she does, the ancient tablet lights up in her face and latches to her arm. And then later on, she wakes up in her apartment, and the tablet is talking to her, like it's on her arm now, and it's talking to her, and it reveals itself to be Xanaroth. Xanaroth is apparently an ancient cosmic demon that no one has ever heard of. I think it's a character that was created for this issue, and Bendis kind of runs with the fact that like he just created Xanaroth, so he makes it, in order for it to make sense, instead of going the Rogol Zar route, where he created Rogol Zar and then everyone just knew who Rogol Zar was. In this, he creates Xanaroth and no one knows who Xanaroth is. No one's ever heard of him before. You know, which makes sense because he was just created. Because Xanaroth takes over Beset's body and wants to find Dr. Fate. And in order to do that, Xanaroth takes Beset to go, like, makes Beset go to Madame Xanadu. And Madame Xanadu is just like, who the hell is Xanaroth? And Beset's like, it doesn't matter. Xanaroth has brought me here in order to look for the breastplate of Hoku. And Madame Xanadu is like, why are you looking for the breastplate of Hoku? And why do you think, like, you think I know where it is? You're here to find this thing, are you? And Beset is like, yep, sure am. And they have a fight off panel. Like, they have a massive blowout that we don't get to see. Which sucks. We don't get to see Madame Xanadu and Xanaroth fight each other. Like, that's cool. The Justice League Dark appear in this very briefly, because Dr. Fate takes Superman to the Justice League of Dark, where he has a quick conversation with them, and then they head off to the Tower of Fate. And while they're in the Tower of Fate, that's when they have their conversation, and Clark really starts to open up about all the problems that he's having in his life, until he eventually just blows up at Dr. Fate and lets out all of his emotions. Because Dr. Fate basically just goes, okay, so hold on. Your son, under your father's watch, gets stuck in time, and even though a few weeks passed for you, he comes back to you years older, a teen having been forced to grow up the hard way. You know, and they start talking about all this, and then Clark just suddenly is just like, you know, because Dr. Fate is like, you're allowed to be frustrated with things, Clark. Like, go ahead. You know, let it out. And then Clark just all of a sudden is like, after all the diapers and age-appropriate tantrums and all the trouble we'd get into with that little Robin, I wanted to watch my son grow up. Finally, he was becoming a young man that I could help mold and really talk to. And that was taken from you. It was. By your father. I don't blame Jor-El. You don't need to blame. You can just be mad. No, I can't. What does your wife say? Oh, Lois's father passed away very recently in her arms. It was so messy. And the two of them, had unresolved issues. Deep issues. That one line where he's like, it was so messy. That's such a weird thing for Clark to say. Like, what is he? A teenager? Like, why do you say that? Wait, her father just died and your father is alive? It's like, well, no. No? And so they continue having a conversation about, like, how Jor-El ended up getting sent back to Krypton, where he died again. And, yeah, then Clark explains about what happened to his son, where he's like, my son is now, like, thousands of years in the future working with the Legion of Superheroes, but all I really wanted was him to be here and to spend time with me so we can make up for all the years that I missed out, you know. And so, yeah, it's Clark finally opening up about his real frustrations, but his conversation with Dr. Fate is cut short because Xanaroth breaks into the Justice League Dark's base, like their headquarters, and just pushes his way through them and enters Dr. Fate's portal, where he comes face to face with Clark and Fate. And this is when Xehanort says something interesting. He shows up and he's like, "In my day, the Doctor of Fate could never be approached like this, even by the presence of Xehanort, the Returned. Xehanort, the Lord of the Lords of Chaos. Xehanort, true owner of that Helmet of Fate." And so, yeah, that's a bit of a revelation that apparently Xehanort is the original owner of the Helmet of Fate, or the true owner. At least he believes he is. And so we'll find out what happens next in issue 24, where Ivan Reyes is back doing the art. Alright, so Xehanort has broken into the Tower of Fate to confront Dr. Fate and Superman, and then we get a flashback to a year ago where we find out how Beset came in contact with the artifact that made her become possessed by Xehanort. It's as simple as Mr. Bones just went up to her one day and was like, "Hey, I've got a new role in the DEO as the overseer of magical objects, and I want to hire you to go out and do missions for me in regards to these artifacts and keep an eye on them and shit." And so that's how she got hired to do that, and how she ended up in possession of that artifact that she had. And then we cut back to the Tower of Fate, where Xehanort fights Dr. Fate and Superman, and unleashes a whole bunch of monsters on them and stuff, trying to take the Helmet of Fate. Basically, Superman and Dr. Fate play keep away with him, with her. Sorry, Xehanort is a her. They refer to Xehanort as her throughout this entire issue, so I've got to remember that. They play keep away with Dr. Fate's helmet, throwing it to each other and stuff. But Superman is weak to, or vulnerable to magic, and Xehanort tries to make use of that. And at the same time, we learn about Xehanort's origin, which is as simple as Xehanort was born, existed at the birth of the Lords of Chaos and Order, and Xehanort was the Lord of Chaos and Order, over everything. And the other Lords of Chaos and Order were like, "We hate you, you suck, so let's banish you forever." And that's what they did. And yeah, Xehanort was banished away, and then eventually found Beset and was able to take possession of her. And now what he's going to try and do is get the Helmet of Fate and make it a part of her own being. Sorry, I keep saying he. Xehanort is a she. Make it a part of her own being and become all powerful and take over everything again. And Nabu, who is the owner of the Helmet of Fate, or the one that possesses whoever it is to become Dr. Fate, decides to teleport Dr. Fate's Dr. Fate out of the Tower of Fate, despite Kalidnus's protests, because he doesn't want to leave Superman behind. But Nabu is like, "Who cares? We're getting out of here." And so Superman is left with Xehanort, and Xehanort starts torturing Superman with magic. But then Superman gets brought to another dimension by Dr. Fate, where Dr. Fate explains to Superman that he will funnel his powers into Superman so that Superman can face Xehanort, giving them enough time for Dr. Fate to then bring Zatanna to them, and so that she can cast a spell that will get rid of Xehanort. Because as we've I've said this in other videos because of how true it is, but Zatanna is really OP. She can literally make anything happen as long as she can say it backwards. And this is proven in this, when she just easily casts, she banishes Xehanort by showing up and saying, I cast you out, Xehanort. And then he just gets she just gets banished. It's that simple. Zatanna just shows up, says the spell, gone. And so they defeat Xehanort. Beset is free from her possession and is taken to hospital, where it's there's a cliffhanger where it's Xehanort is still in possession of her. Ooh, are any other writers going to use the character? Who knows? I don't think anyone has used Rogol Zar past this point, so I don't know if anyone uses Xehanort. Maybe they'll show up. Maybe she'll show up in Justice League Dark. That makes sense. Maybe Xehanort will become a new villain for Dr. Fate, even. new like main antagonist or something. And then Superman and Dr. Fate say goodbye to one another, and Dr. Fate says, like, you should take a break and talk to me whenever you need to. Because of all the things that we talked about earlier, like, take a break for yourself. Superman's like, you know what? I might take a break. And yeah, I'll come and talk to you if I ever feel like I need to. And he leaves, and that's the whole issue. Overall, I think it was quite fun seeing Superman and Dr. Fate team up, even though I don't find Xanadoff to be that interesting of a villain that maybe somebody else will be able to develop Xanadoff further. It just felt like very stereotypical. This is the most powerful magical villain in the universe, and the origin was super simple and straightforward, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just kind of like, we need a little bit more to make Xanadoff more interesting and not just another throwaway, super omega powerful villain. Because there are other villains that look a lot like Xanadoff and have served the same kind of role as Xanadoff, so there's not really anything separating her from them. But there's not really a lot you can do in a two-issue arc. But yeah, I think Xanadoff could have done with a little bit more development. Maybe 3 issues and 2 would have been, instead of 2, would have been better. Like, have one issue where we can like delve a little bit deeper into the origin, instead of it just being all through a speech given by Dr. Fate, just summarizing everything. So now we move on to Superman issue 25, which I think is the beginning of the final arc of Bendis's Superman. And we are introduced to a villain called Sinmar. Like, we're in the middle of space, there's what looks like an alien ship, and then you can hear like a tapping noise as somebody begins running towards a door, and this character is Sinmar. And he's shouting at the top of his lungs, "The planet Krypton exploded!" And we find that he's running to like a group of his other species, like other members of his species. They look like a council, and they're all like, "Yeah, we know that Krypton exploded, like, calm down." Oops, sorry, like, the character that we've seen is not called Sinmar. They all have their own separate names. The planet is called Sinmar. My mistake. Yeah, there's all different members of this species. It seemed to be some kind of council. There's Ogul Blum. They've all got really weird names. We got Fundu. We got Voyez. We got Doro. We got Destwez. We got Dreddy. We got Flitty. And we got Reswaz. I love it when aliens have just like really stupid names. I mean, it's not stupid in their own species, but from the outside it's like, oh, that's like just kind of funny. The Sinmar Council notice that there is a ship flying from the remains of Krypton, and they see that there's a baby on board, and one of them is like, hey, maybe we should stop that baby because it's gonna like land on Earth, and Earth has a yellow sun, and we know that the Kryptonians become super powerful under a yellow sun, so that baby is gonna become either, it's either gonna explode or become a light god that will probably take over Earth and become a threat to us. But eventually they unanimously come to the conclusion that they are not going to attack a baby, and that they are going to wait, and if Superman becomes a threat, then they'll do something about it. We then see a flashback of Clark Kent and Lana Lang, because a lot of this issue deals with Clark and Lana's relationship, because obviously Lana Lang came back in one of the previous issues where she says she was going to talk with Clark. We didn't get to see that until now, so we get to see a flashback of a young Clark who asks Lana Lang out to a dance, and Lana is like, I'm sorry, Clark, but I'm already going to the dance with Brad, and I just wanted to tell you that because I don't want to lose your friendship because of how serious I am about our friend, like us as friends. And she kisses him on the cheek, and Clark is left quite sad, because he opened up his heart, and she said no. We then cut to Sinmar at the exact same time, where they're being attacked by the Thanagarians. And because of this, we meet a member of the Sinmar race called Alcor, who the presidential Dretty, she makes Alcor like their guardian of their entire planet. And so his goal will be to protect them. We then cut to Another flashback of Lana Lang when she first arrived at the Daily Star, and the editor learns of her history with Clark, and then at that time they see Superman fighting Lex Luthor, and Lana takes a photo of Superman, and in the photo Superman is kind of looking at her, and there's a little bit of a moment when you kind of like, because she looks at the photo and then she looks at Superman, and there's almost a moment of like, does she recognize it's Clark right away? Like, it's kind of interesting, and it's left kind of ambiguous as to whether or not she notices that it's Clark through his eyes or something. It's quite interesting. We then cut back to Sinmar, where the people of Sinmar have been watching Clark grow up, and they see him become Superman, and they decide that he's no longer a threat, and that he is the guardian of Earth and not the leader of Earth. But then Alcor is like, yeah, but like, what we should do is we should create our own Superman. It's like somebody who is on the level of Superman on our planet, and then we'll go to Earth and we'll prove to them that like we are strong, so that Earth doesn't get any ideas. Because like they seem to be a bit paranoid about the idea of Superman being so powerful that one day he will cause trouble for Sinmar. So Sinmar's like, let's go there first and, you know, attack Earth and show that we're really powerful. And some of the members of the Sinmar Council were like, that's such a bad idea. Like, why would we attack Earth? And they're just like, oh, regardless, like, we'll still create our own Superman-like guardian, because, you know, having someone as powerful as Superman on our planet would be a great thing. You know, somebody who can protect us all. And they pick Alcor to be the one to do that. So they put Alcor through this entire process that they call the Utopica, and he becomes, I'm assuming, as powerful as Superman. We don't really see how powerful he is, but apparently he is on the same level as Superman and is as strong and has become their Superman. His goal is to protect Sinmar, but unfortunately, you know, Presidential Dreddy goes and finds Alcor just like sitting alone, and Alcor says that he's done something horrible that he really regrets, but we don't find out exactly what he's done. And then he gets a call from another member of Sinmar asking for help, saying like, we're being attacked. And so Alcor is like, I'm the Guardian, I need to go help them. So he heads off to their location, where he finds a whole bunch of dead Sinmar who have been like just completely obliterated, except for one. And it reaches out to Alcor and is like, you were supposed to be our Guardian, and you failed. Like, you were supposed to be our Superman. And Alcor just kind of looks at him and is like, Superman? Who's Superman? And we also get some flashbacks of Lana Lang with Clark, where Clark introduces her to his house and shows her like his bedroom where he lives with like Lois, and shows her his family and stuff. And then we get another flashback where we get to see Lana Lang when she was Superwoman, which happened a while ago. She had superpowers. She lost them recently. And it felt like a bit of a unnecessary flashback for us to show, because it's basically just Lana Lang being like, I remember when I had superpowers. Like, remember when I had superpowers? Well, I don't have them anymore. But she kind of mentions that she might be getting them back. But I don't know if that's actually going to happen, or if that's just Bendis like setting something up that never actually comes to fruition. So Clark says that there's a fire in Star City that he needs to go and handle. And so he leaves Lana alone in his house. And Lana goes and finds a photo album from high school, seeing a picture of herself as prom queen, and she notices that in the background, Clark is in the photo and he looks really sad. And she looks at the photo, and then she looks at Clark and Lois together, and it seems like Lana, I don't know, she might be getting a little bit jealous of Clark being with Lois. I don't know, it feels like Bendis is trying to continue that love triangle dynamic between Lana and Clark, where it's like, is Lana gonna try and like be a homewrecker or something? Like, is she gonna try and like get with Clark again? Like, because she asked Clark, she's like, so Clark, what are you afraid of? And he's like, afraid? He's like, what keeps you up at night? The unknown. Everyone says that, but not everyone has looked unknown in the eye as much as I have had, as much as I have had to. Okay, that's yeah. So it's almost like, was she expecting him to say like that he's afraid of like losing the people that he like loves or something? Like it feels like she was trying to lead him into a direction closer to like his feelings for her back in high school or something. And so yeah, that's that entire issue. It ends with Alcor, finding all of the dead members of his species and being like, "What's the Superman?" And so we'll find out what happens in the next issue. Maybe Alcor is going to travel to Earth to see Superman. We'll have to find out. All right, so the next issue begins pretty interestingly, pretty great. Superman is getting the shit beat out of him by Alcor. That's how we start off the issue. They're outside the Daily Planet, and Alcor is just beating the crap out of him. And Superman is just trying to communicate with him, like through his mind, through any language. He's just like, "Why aren't you talking to me? Why are you beating the shit out of me? Like, what do you want? Like, why are you doing this? Why are you attacking me? I don't know who you are. Like, why are you attacking me, dude? Like, stop." And then we cut to Metropolis yesterday, where Lois wakes up and she sees Clark in bed. And this is a great moment between Lois and Clark. Probably the best moment that they've had in the Bendis run, which they have very few of. There's been a lot of like drama going on in their relationship, so it's really good to see them just like chill. And Clark talks to her about his meeting with Dr. Fate. He was like, you were here, so I wanted to be here. You could have woken me up and ruined your entire 22-minute sleep cycle. You okay? I went to see Dr. Fate. Oh? What did he have to say? It was good. Good? We talked. He let me take a moment. Yes, a rare moment of introspection. And it seems like you were gently hinting it between us and John and Connor Kent, Leviathan. And it seems like you were gently hinting at between us and John and Connor Kent, Leviathan, the Invisible Mafia, the Daily Planet being raided by the FBI, my birth father, your dad, checkmate, and whatever I'm doing with the Justice League this week. I love lists. It seems stress might be an issue. It might be why I felt compelled to tell my truth, but then I took another step back. How far back? And I think the reason I never really feel the stress of all of it as it happens is because you're super? No. It's because I'm never alone. I'm always standing next to you. And you never let me take the full weight of any of it. Ever. It happened the first day I met you. I instantly felt better, more centered. I think about that more than I tell you. You with all your fire and fury and your jackhammer heartbeat standing next to you, I felt, I don't know what I would do without you. And then, like, they get closer and closer, and Lois just, like, puts her hand on Clark's cheek, and they touch noses, and then they kiss. It's like, Smallville, you took my breath away. And then the moment's ruined by Kellex, who calls in from the Fortress of Solitude. I just had to, like, mention that whole conversation because, like, it's really good. Like, it's one of the real moments in this Bendis one that I've thoroughly enjoyed. Like, so far, this storyline is pretty great, and I wish that the whole run was as consistent as this, and the relationship between Lois and Clark was as consistent as this. Like, why wasn't Bendis doing this, 10 issues ago? Why did he leave it until the very end to really do some pretty great moments between Clark and Lois? So Clark heads off to the Fortress of Solitude to meet with Kellex, and Kellex tells him that an unknown object is heading straight for Earth. It's not Mongol, it's not anyone that Superman knows, but Superman tells Kellex to keep an eye on it because apparently it will arrive on Earth in 14 hours. Clark then goes and visits Jimmy Olsen, who is sleeping in the Fortress of Solitude, and Jimmy asks Clark if he can take him to the Daily Planet so that he can continue writing more of his stories. So Clark decides to give him a lift because they're best friends. Clark is like, just call me Clark. And Jimmy's like, how about I just keep calling you Superman because that's more natural to me. They head back to the Daily Planet where Clark has a bit of a confrontation with Steve Lombard. Steve Lombard is like the reporter of the sports channel, and he's always had a bit of a rivalry with Clark, but this is the moment when Clark reveals to Steve that he thinks of Steve as a friend. Because Steve is like, what are you doing, Clark? Like, why are you dressed up like this? Because Steve is afraid that, like, the Daily Planet is going to be attacked by villains because Clark gave his identity out as Superman. And Clark is just like, I think of you as a friend, right, Steve? And Steve's just like, what? But, like, this whole time I've been, like, trying to ruin your career. Like, I thought we were rivals. Like, you think we're friends? Okay. And it, like, kind of throws him off. It's kind of funny that Steve just gets, like, thrown off by Clark genuinely wanting to be friends with him or, like, considering him a friend. And then Clark kind of just, like, hand waves the... Because Steve has some... Like, has the right to be fearful right now, you know? It makes perfect sense for him to be like, the villains all know your identity. What's keeping us safe? And Clark kind of hand waves it away by being like, oh, like, the Justice League, like, installed technology that's going to protect the Daily Planet. I'm not going to say what any of that technology is, but they installed technology, protective technology, that will protect us from Darkseid, I guess, or, like, anyone. He says it will protect them from anyone, which, like, would it stop a boom tube from just appearing inside the Daily Planet? What if a boom tube opened up above the Daily Planet and sucked the whole thing in? Like, that's possible. Does it protect it from that? So I guess that kind of, like, alleviates their worries. And then a UFO is seen outside of Earth's orbit. Kelleck says that this is the unidentified object that he was talking about before. So Clark becomes Superman and heads off to go and confront this UFO. Alcor appears out of the UFO, and Clark is like, wow, an alien, one I've never met before. Like, maybe this is a United Planets thing. Super excited, super stoked to, like, meet this new alien. And then he's like, hey, man, like, I'm Clark. Like, how you doing? Like, welcome to Earth. Like, what are you here for? Like, let's chat. And then, like, Alcor just, like, starts fighting him. Like, just starts beating the shit out of him. And, you know, Clark passes out, and then he wakes up in the sky, like, in Earth's atmosphere. Alcor, you know, pushes Superman to the Daily Planet, which is where we started the issue, and just is fighting Superman, and Superman's like, what are you doing? Like, why are you attacking me? Like, what language do you speak? Like, do you speak Kryptonian? Do you speak this? He's, like, speaking all sorts of different languages. The Daily Planet thinks that Superman is going to crash into them, and so they all brace for impact, and then they realize that nothing happens. And they're just like, what the hell? Like, what happened to Superman? Where is he? And Jimmy Olsen goes outside and sees that Superman's gone. He's just like, guys, he's gone. Like, I don't know where he went, but he disappeared. And it turns out that Superman has transported him and Alcor into the Phantom Zone, and he's there to find out why Alcor is trying to kill him. He doesn't even know his name. Like, he doesn't even know that that's his name. But, like, yeah. The question is, like, why is Alcor trying to kill Superman? And we're going to have to find that in the next issue, because that's where it ends. It ends with Alcor continuing his assault on Superman, and Superman's just like, why? Alright, so the fight between Alcor and Superman continues in the Phantom Zone, or it's pretty much one-sided, because Superman doesn't want to fight Alcor. He believes that fighting is not the way. He wants to try and figure out another way to communicate to Alcor. While they are fighting, though, Zadu, the Phantom King, shows up. He's the first ever Kryptonian Phantom that was ever locked away in the Phantom Zone. He shows up and just starts talking shit to Superman. And he walks over to Alcor and he's like, you know, I sadly missed your name and what brought you all to my realm, but... And then all of a sudden Alcor just, like, smacks him. He just goes, boosh! Sending the Phantom King flying and knocks him out. Like, this is supposed to be, like, another moment of Bendis just, like, trying to prove how strong Alcor is, where he just takes out the Phantom King immediately, and then he just rushes at Superman. Superman's just like, hold on! And we cut to Metropolis, where Lana Lang goes and visits Lois Lane. She shows up, and she's basically just like, I'm here to talk to you because I had the interview with Clark, and I want to talk to you about it. And Lois is like, well, before we talk about that, why don't you read my new book? Because I made a book, and I want you to read it. Nobody else has read it, not even Clark. But if you want to talk about this, you're going to need to read that book first. And Lana, like, she's like, I just finished it. And Lana looks at it and is like, you know, there's a typo. She's like, I'm sure there is. I'll order coffee. And as Lana reads the book, Lois kind of looks back at her a little bit concerned. So I'm curious where this conversation is leading. The fight between Alcor and Superman continues, where Superman is basically... The way he tries to show Alcor that he doesn't want to fight is by not fighting. He starts, like, flying away from Alcor, and it's like, see? I'm not running away. I'm just refusing to fight you. You know, explain yourself. Speak. You know, they call me Kal-El, Superman. Superman. And Alcor says Simma, which is the name of his planet, and Clark mistakes that for his name. It's basically like, oh, are you Sinmar? Like, is that your name? Or where are you from? Or both? Or neither? And at the same time, he starts communicating with Kellex, trying to, like, ask what Sinmar is, and Kellex can't figure out what Sinmar is. And, Superman's just like, I feel he blames me for something. And, Superman just starts fighting Alcor again, because there's not really anything he can do. Like, Alcor is trying to kill him, so Superman has no choice but to defend himself. Like, I hit Luthor, I hit Brainiac, I hit Mongol and Darkseid. I feel hitting isn't the answer here. It just isn't. Kellex, I need something. Sinmar. And all Alcar is saying is like, super. And he's like, Kellex, how far away from Earth can you open the Phantom Zone portal door? 50 kilometers past the planet. Open the Phantom Zone portal door there. Are you sure? And Superman's like, yes. And then the door opens up, and then we see the Phantom King for a brief moment. He wakes up, and he's like, or you can stay here and open a yoga studio. Freedom! And he heads straight for the opening in the Phantom Zone, and Superman just grabs him, and he's like, not you! And he grabs Phantom King, and then he just throws him, like he just yeets him deep into the Phantom King. It's just like, boom! It's really funny. There's currently a story arc going on in, as the time that I'm recording this, Mark Waid is doing a story arc that involves Zadu, the Phantom King. And people are complaining about his handling of the Phantom King. But at least it's not this. At least it's not Phantom King just getting, like, completely made, like, he just looks like a fool. Like, he's just being treated like a nobody loser villain who is just piss easy to defeat and is just a joke, you know? So, Superman invites Alcor out into the middle of space, and then basically asks Alcor to take him to his planet, take him to where he is, like, show him what's wrong. And so Alcor just, like, turns into a ship, or, like, has his ship materialize around him, and then zooms off, and Superman follows him, and Kellex is like, don't follow him, like, if you follow him, we won't have communication with each other, like, I won't be able to reach you. So Clark ends up in another part of the galaxy where an orange sun is, and the orange sun saps Clark of his powers, and Clark can't even move. And Alcor appears before him and is like, Sinmar. Your lifelight dimmed when we entered the Sinmar solar system. We are under the auspices of Sinmar Orange Solar Construct. It affects us none, but I am told it affects your kind substantial. You are the last of your kind, or are there others? I have conflicting information about this. You can speak, you can communicate. Here I can understand you. Here our way creates a communication gateway to each other's intent. The fight is over. Without your solar empowerment, there is no fight to pursue. The science Ho is correct. Your powers were vastly diminished, as is your intellectual capacity. I have no idea where I am or why I'm here. Who are you? Why did you attack me? I offered you... I am Sinmar. I speak for all. Your surrender is noted. I do not. Our entire collective krantz, and will watch your final punishment. So it seems at this point that Alcor has, like, taken the full responsibility for Sinmar itself, to the point where he's calling himself Sinmar, and he believes that Superman needs to be judged, and he's tricked Superman into coming to a place where he's completely powerless to anything. And so we'll find out in the final issue of the Bendis run what happens to Superman when he comes in conflict with Alcor and his race on Sinmar. And why Alcor is so insistent on killing Superman. Or Superman getting some kind of punishment. And so the final issue begins with Angkor arriving on his home planet, facing his council, saying that he's brought Superman to their planet in order to show them the way, the right, like, to lead them to a new future. But the council is like, we don't want that. Like, you've brought Superman here, we're afraid of him, and we think that he's going to destroy us. Like, you've ruined everything, Angkor. Like, and so they send all of their forces at Angkor, and so Angkor ends up fighting the people of Sinmar, like his own people, all of their elite brigade and stuff. And then Superman comes charging in to fight Angkor, and Superman has, like, this new armor on where he's working with the Sinmar brigade, and we get to see how that happens, because it goes, like, moments ago, you know, Superman meets with the priestess, and basically explains to them that, like, he had no choice to be here. He was brought here by Alcor against his own will, and he's willing to do anything to help them stop Alcor, because they explain to him that Alcor was originally supposed to be their guardian, but now has become their destructor. And so Superman's like, alright, give me any forces that you have, and I'll help you stop Alcor. Because they're like, right now Alcor is fighting our people are dying fighting Alcor. And Superman's like, alright, I'll stop him with some help from you, so that nobody else has to die. And Superman goes into Sinmar, leading the brigade alongside him, and fights Alcor head on. Massive blowout happens between Superman and Alcor. And eventually Superman defeats Alcor. You know, he hits him with like a massive blow that causes a huge explosion, and Alcor is defeated. And then a new squad of characters appear that are called the United Planet Brigade, led by, I don't think it's Hawkman, but it is a member of the Thanagarian race, but it might be Hawkman. It could be. But he shows up with a bunch of other members of the different races, like a Tamaranian and stuff, and they are apparently a new team. After, the previous leaders were killed, this new squad has come together, and they seem to be working together a lot better than the other team. And then Supergirl and Krypto show up, and Supergirl's just like, hey, like, was it worth coming out all this way? Like, I came to help you get back to Earth, like, just to see how you were doing, because I heard some crap was going down on Sinmar, so I came to see how you were doing. Was it worth it? And Superman's like, yeah, it was definitely worth it. So let's go home, and let's take Alcor with us. We're going to take him to face judgment for what he's done. And Alcor is like, Utopica, my light path is clear, and it goes through yours. And Superman's like, that's not true. Well, let's hope you also learn that's not true. And at the same time, this whole, battle is going on, there's actually an entire speech that Lana Lang is giving. And I'd like to read it out now, because it's really important to the overall theme of what Bendis has been trying to do with Superman. So basically it says, my name is Dr. Lana Lang, and I grew up in Smallville, Kansas with a young man named Clark Kent. The entire world now knows that Clark Kent is Superman. We were best friends. Homework together every night, best friends. My editor asked me to sit down with my old friend and discuss how he's doing and where he's going with his new truths. The interview was lovely. He's a lovely man. He remains the humble farm boy from Kansas, even though every single facet of his life has changed from those days, and he holds all that power in his hands. Yet he remains exactly what you think he is. Superman. Superman. I left our interview somewhat relieved that my friend had been untarnished by civilization and adult responsibility. Many of our other peers had been. I have. Most of us have. But Clark Kent? Part of my interview with Clark was to discuss what his civilian identity meant. To him, to us. But what I walked away with was not much. The idea itself remains to me, to most, a mystery. Then there is the other part of the Superman puzzle. Pulitzer and Peabody award-winning Lois Lane. I don't have the same long history with Miss Lane, but we do share a deep professional respect and love of Clark. At first I reached out to her in the guise of looking for ancillary research material on my story, but I knew that a writer of Lois Lane's caliber would see right through me. I was secretly hoping that Lois Lane would take pity on me, help me write my story. What she did was, to me, a lifelong fan and admirer, far more shocking. She gave me a copy of her new unpublished manuscript, a book she has written about her husband. The Truth About Superman. Lois had revealed in her writing that what I was searching for in my interview. She found it. I boldly asked Lois Lane if she would let me read an excerpt from her book on the air. My air. This air. To my shock, she agreed. What Does Superman Need? By Lois Lane. My mother asked me this question first. Many have asked since. It was her first response to my telling her, and I had fallen in love with an alien superhero from outer space. She asked, "What does he need from you?" Don't be too hard on my mother. What do you say to your only daughter after she tells you she's in love with Superman? She was scared. She was right. She obviously recognized her uncommon brilliance and devastating kindness. His uncommon brilliance and devastating kindness. She knew he would never hurt me in any way. We seem to have stopped asking ourselves if we need a Superman that has answered itself time and time again. But she couldn't see what he got out of the deal. Like, she couldn't see what he got out of the deal. It looked like I looked my mother right in the eye and I said love. It's a dumb answer. The real answer is, and it took me a very long time to see this, Superman needs us. Some of us need him so much we can't see it. Some of us think so little of ourselves that we would never even consider it. But he needs us too. Having grown up in a household that was dipped in what would later discover to be toxic masculinity, let me quiet the idea that need is weakness. We all need. Need is one of our biological programs. Need means we are part of a society. We count on each other. My husband likes to remind people that kindness is not weakness, as it is often mistaken to be. Same with need. So if a normal person needs as much as we know we need each other, how much does Superman need? Everyone knows that Clark's amazing powers come from his Kryptonian biology under the charging power of our yellow sun. That's why here on Earth he is a legend. He takes in energy. But what if it's not just the sun that powers him? What are all of us darling humans if not little energy batteries ourselves? Every one of us giving off this special energy. Here's Clark, the supercharging battery, taking all of our love, our hope, our fear, all of our energy. I mean, I haven't done the math, but I have seen what I have seen. We empower him. Hey, we need him. We need Superman. But Superman needs us too. It took me years to see it, and I have a front row seat to all things Superman. It took a lot for me to see how much someone like Clark needs us too. Superman needs us too. Phew. Finally figuring this out is so small and so huge. It made my entire world make more sense. And I thought you'd want to have that feeling too. An excerpt from The Man of Steel by Lois Lane. We'll be right back. And so yeah, we just had like that entire, excerpt from Lois Lane's book, which was incredible. An incredible way of summarizing, Superman's relationship with humanity and Earth. And immediately after that, we finished with probably what would be the perfect bookend to this run, which is, remember at the very beginning of this series, Superman is talking about how he can hear everything and that he tunes into certain things that he wants to hear. And he tunes into a woman singing with her guitar. Well, at the end of this run, Superman goes and visits the woman that's singing. He's like, sorry to interrupt. May we approach? And he appears holding Lois. He's like, hi, I'm Lois Lane. What's your name? Rona Kowalski? We heard you playing, and I thought I should come say hello. You heard me playing? The truth is, Rona, I hear you playing almost every day. I don't mean to intrude, but you're out here playing into the open air, and I hear it. I just wanted to come over here and tell you how much I love your work. Tell her the other part. So sometimes, I'm a little farther away from home than I want to be. And sometimes I find myself stuck in situations, lost. And often, your voice is out there, and helps me get back home. And when things seem dark, your voice, well, I can't tell you but your music gets me home. I just wanted to say thank you. And Ron is just kind of like speechless. It's like, well, I would really like to hear some of this. Okay, how about... And she starts playing the music again. And then Lois and Clark, lock hands, and Lois is like, Mary Poppins, please. And as Rona plays her music, Clark and Lois fly up into the sky and they float in the air together, just embracing each other. And that's it. That's the end of the run. Perfect ending, honestly. What a great way to bookend your run, is to come full circle, But that's the end of Bendis' Superman. At least the main Superman series. He did write an entire run in Action Comics at the same time, but we'll save that for another time, because this is already a lot of stuff that I've had to cover. Overall, my opinions on the Bendis Superman run are mixed. I think the second half of the series is much stronger than the first half. I enjoyed a lot of the arcs. The truth was pretty good. Although I don't agree that Superman should have a public identity, I think the way that Bendis handled it was really good. It was very satisfying to read. I thought the whole arc with Dr. Fate was really fun. I think we could have done a little bit more with that, but I get that Bendis was probably running out of issues to write because he was coming off of the book soon. And I think the final arc, the one with Sinmar, was probably the best one in my opinion. I found it to be the strongest narratively. I found the contrast between Anchor and Superman to be really interesting. I found it really interesting that Superman was facing a villain or character, not necessarily a villain, but a character who he couldn't communicate with, or he was trying everything he could to communicate with this guy and stop fighting him, but Anko just wasn't listening. So it was kind of Superman learning to try and, handle situations in a different way, like forcing him to try and figure out a way to get through to this guy and communicate with him and not fight him. Like, it was interesting. I really enjoyed it. And while there were a couple of shaky moments in it, like, the Phantom King being there just to be, like, yeeted and, like, slapped around for no reason, in the grander scale, it was much better. Like, especially the stuff with Lana Lang when she goes and visits Lois and she's talking about the book and reads an excerpt out of Lois's book. Like, all of that stuff is incredible. Like, it was such a great way to end the run, and which is why I think that Bendis' run ends on a high. It starts off very shaky. I'm not a fan of Rogol Zar at all. All of the Rogol Zar stuff sucked. Like, I'll say that now. First 15 issues of the series were not worth reading to me. Like, I found the United Planet saga, it focused too much on stuff that it shouldn't have focused on, like the Crime Syndicate. All the stuff about the Crime Syndicate should have just gone out the window. Just get rid of that. Like, it didn't matter overall. I also think it focused way too much on explaining how John became older. Like, it was so confusing the way that, like, it was so over-explained, and, like, it's like, it was just, like, constantly just being, like, here's John and Jor-El, like, spending time together, but none of it was really enjoyable to read. You kind of wanted it to just get back on track to the actual story. But the actual story was Rogol Zar, so I was kind of in this situation where I was like, what do I want to read about? Do I want to read about Superman fighting Rogol Zar for the 4th time in a row and have it end the exact same way? Or do I want, to be reading about John Kent and Jor-El, hanging out together where it's just miserable and not really fun to read? And then the whole ending to that saga was really anticlimactic. I felt it was rushed, like, they just beat Rogol Zar in, like, a couple of pages, and then he gets locked away, and I think the most frustrating thing about that whole storyline was that we were setting up this big reveal with Krypton, which was, how was it destroyed? How did Rogol Zar destroy it? And we never really answered that question. We found out Rogol Zar did it, but we never get the answer why. Like, he says that he wanted to destroy Krypton because they were creating, like, weapons and they were dangerous to the rest of the universe. But Bendis never shows us any of that, so we can never see Rogol Zar's side of the story. So he just looks like this guy that's just hating for the sake of it, or is just, like, being a bigot for no reason. Like, we never really get to see his side of the story so that we can understand Rogol Zar a little bit more, to make the story a bit more complicated. So that, like, it's kind of like a gray area where, like, maybe Rogol Zar has a point, but if he does, can you at least show it to us? Show us Jor-El being an untrustworthy person who is doing evil things. Because from what I could understand reading this, Jor-El is treated like a villain, and yet we're never actually shown him doing anything that, he deserves to be treated like a villain for. And I kind of hated that. I really didn't like Jor-El being treated like this villain who gets a sad ending. Like, he gets a bad ending in this, and I don't think he deserved it. Especially because we weren't given any reasons as to why he deserves it, or why he's treated like such a villain. And it's also revealed that Jor-El created Rogol Zar, and yet we never get shown how he created Rogol Zar, why he created Rogol Zar, how Rogol Zar escaped, Like, we get none of that. Like, all these questions, like, Bendis is trying to retcon the destruction of Krypton, and instead of giving us answers, all he did was create more questions about Krypton's destruction. It's like we ended up in the same place where we were, where we still don't know anything, really. Like, oh, we know who did it, but we already knew that previously, when it was Brainiac that did it, or the Kryptonians destroyed themselves. Like, we already knew, so this just didn't add anything. It just created a new reason for its destruction without actually explaining any of it and giving us the answers that we were looking for. So those are my thoughts and feelings on the entire Bendis run. Didn't like the first half. Second half was way stronger. Beginning with the truth, I enjoy that stuff a lot more. The Jonathan Kent stuff, not a fan of. But yeah, everything truth onward. That final arc with Anchor was fantastic. But overall, I just don't think this run is worth reading in its entirety. Like, if you start reading it and you're not enjoying it, the Rogolzar stuff, I just say skip it and just start reading from the truth. That's my honest opinion, is if you don't like Rogolzar and you're not jamming with the Unity saga, just skip it, because you're not doing yourself any favors by reading a story that you don't enjoy, and you'll probably enjoy the stuff after that a lot more. But yeah, that's it for this video. I was really happy to just dive into this series, read it, give my full honest opinions on it. Being brutally honest, like, I don't like to read something and be like, this isn't good, or this is what I don't like about it, but I'm always just trying to be 100% honest when I'm talking about something. I know there are people that will be watching this and will disagree with a lot of things that I say, my opinions on this. I know there are people that love this run and they're allowed to love the run. I just don't. And, yeah, that's it. I hope you enjoyed this, and I'll see you for the next episode, which will be Infinite Crisis. I'll be starting Infinite Crisis. I hope you enjoyed this special episode. It took a lot of work making this. I had to read a lot of stuff. I was doing it in between making all the other videos, and I'm glad I was finally able to get it out today. And I'll see you next time.